Good morning and welcome to Moving Day in this West Indies Championship match between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, live from the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. I'm Vidya Ramphal, and it's been an interesting match over the first 2 days, and it is the day that could decide the fate of this match. Let's see how things have gone so far in the game itself, as you get a great shot there of the Queen's Park Cricket Club Pavilion, and there is the summary. Windward Islands Volcanoes 339, Preston McSween 86, leading a rearguard action, a partnership of 124 with Sherman Lewis that catapulted the Windward Islands up to 339. 4 wickets for Gurukesh Moti Kanhai, 3 wickets for Kimo Paul, and 3 for Veerasamy Permaul. Guyana in all sorts of trouble, but however, at the end of play, a 40-run partnership between Vishal Singh, who's on 40 not out, and out there with him is Kimo Paul, who's on 20 not out. Starts for Chanderpaul, Johnson and Bramble, but not much else. Sherman Lewis, best bowler of the day, 3 for 47, and Preston McSween. Those two, the heroes with the bat, also the heroes with the ball, taking 2 for 44. Guyana trailing by 158 runs, so it is all for Guyana to do here to get back into this match. The pitch has played very well during the first 2 days, and may not show up in the scorecard here for Guyana. They've lost batsmen regularly. Chandrapal Hemraj, playing away from his body, was caught in slip by Athenes for 5. Then it was Shimron Hetmeyer who came in. He looked pretty good, actually, but then he flicked one into mid-wicket, and John took a stunning catch diving away to his right, and he was out for 24. Chanderpaul followed after that to Lewis for 30, and the last man to go, Johnson, just playing around the delivery from McSween, who was getting the ball to swing. At 28 he went for. Vishal Singh absorbed a lot of pressure early and ended up with 40 not out. Kimo Paul was breezy as always, and he was not out on 20. The bowling figures for the Windward Islands, those two at the top, they were the outstanding players on the second day. Preston McSween, 2 for 44, and Sherman Lewis, who was getting the ball to wobble late. I think he has developed that wobble seam delivery, 3 for 47 in his 12 overs. Good support from Ryan John, 50 runs off 13. And towards the end of the day, we did see spin for the first time. Demba and Edwards, the off-spinner and the left-arm orthodox bowler coming into play. So here are the players and the umpires out there. Just to remind you that the umpires for today's game, Joel Wilson, who is at the end closest to us, which is the northern end here at the Queen's Park Oval, and at the south is the Guyana umpire, Nigel Duguid. Both umpires very experienced. Nigel Duguid, 5 test matches. Joel Wilson, 36 in all, and he is the senior man out there in this one. As Joel Wilson just adjusting the stumps at the end closest to us, and it's from the southern end. That's where the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be starting here. Windward Islands, of course, captained this year by Kaveem Hodge. A big shake-up in Windward Islands cricket, a big change in terms of the management unit. Shirley Clark, the Barbadian, coming in to coach the team. John Eugene also in there as the assistant coach. Kaveem Hodge elevated from vice-captain to captain, and Kiran Katoy is now vice-captain of the team. Well, for Guyana, Leon Johnson still very much in place, along with Coach Eson Crandon. Kimo Paul is the vice-captain now. So we're going to see spin here as we start off. The ball is 49 overs old, and it is the left-arm spinner, Kenneth Demba, who will start. We saw, actually, it's going to be Larry Edward, in fact, the left-arm orthodox spinner Larry Edward, none for 22 in his 5 overs, and here he is with the first ball. Bit too short to start off here, and that's an easy run for Vishal Singh. Exactly what you want if you're a batsman. Not for the bowler, though. You really want to get the batsman playing forward very early here. Forward short leg in place for both batsmen. Left-hand, right-hand combination for Guyana here. Interestingly, Guyana actually started with 5 left-handers at the top. Chandrapal, Chandrapal Hemraj, Shimon Hetmeyer, Leon Johnson, and Vishal Singh, the fifth of those, did make it a bit easier for the Windward Islands bowlers to settle into length and line as a result. Anthony Bramble, the only right-hander out. He was LBW to Lewis 26, and Kimo Paul, he's still out there. And facing up now. Oh, he's done something to himself here. Oh my, that could be disastrous here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. An early injury in the first over of the game. Well, the fielder went across to do it. I'm just trying to identify for the moment who it is. He's just surrounded by, but it seemed that what has happened is that as he went across to do the fielding, knocked down the ball and he seems to have done his ankle here. Just turned in the turf perhaps. And an early injury and an early stop in the play here. Two Guyana batsmen looking on just outside of your picture. And just trying to identify who the player is. Looking down the line of the Windward Islands players. Devon Smith is just walking over to see what is the damage. Well, he's getting up now, which is good. And I thought it was the captain, and it is the captain, Kaveem Hodge. Just seems to have twisted his ankle there. Still on his haunches. There he is, to the left of your picture. The physio just had a quick inquiring word. His vice-captain, Karon Kotoy, just walking over to talk with him. And the fielders just going back to their places now. But Hodge seems to be okay. He's fielding at that mid-wicket position. Slip in place in Devon Smith. Dennis Smith, the unrelated Smith. He is the wicket keeper. Backward point in place. There is an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-off, in fact. And there's a long off in place. And a mid-wicket in Karon Kotoy, who is now across there. It's better from Larry Edward, just getting it outside the off stump. Very quickish in terms of his left arm orthodox spin. Does possess a few variations. We'll slow it up every now and again. Just give it a bit air, rip it a bit more, turn it off the surface. Just short of the fielder that time. May have bounced before him though. Edward does have a delivery, a top spinner, which bounces a bit more. That's the one he'll be hoping to unleash on the batsman at some point. Didn't quite stop it cleanly, but Karon Kotoy, who is an absolutely superb athlete. Tell you what, from early morning yesterday, we saw him bubbling in the field. Before, in the warm-up, he was running everywhere, playing football. He was constantly geeing up his teammates, and he ran just about every ball down yesterday with exhilarating speed, and certainly is one of those live wires in this Windward Islands team. They've looked very positive all the way through this match. Good ball to end off the over, the end of the first over of the third day of this West Indies Championship match. Windward Islands Volcanoes very much in the ascendancy here, and Guyana will have a lot of work to do, and you sense that this first session is going to be very important for them. If they can compile something in the region of about 80 to 90 runs without losing a wicket, well, they're going to be in good shape here. If they lose wickets in this first session, it could have a deleterious effect on their ability to win this match. Preston McSween's going to start from the northern end. And there's been a lot of chirp out there, not directed towards the batsman, but these bowlers have been very supportive, well supported in the field by their fellow teammates. There's been some good catching also by this Windward Islands team, especially Alec Athanaze. Athanaze in that second slip position. Devon Smith has been campaigning in that first slip position all the way through the day. Credit to Kaveem Hodge. He's kept up the pressure here on the Guyana team. He's kept the slips in place. He hasn't gone defensive at all. He's been very aggressive all the way throughout the day. Might want to be a bit more aggressive now, even with Kimo Paul there, because he's still very early in his innings here. Kimo Paul, maybe a short leg in place might have been a good idea. Just going back to yesterday and that 124-run partnership between Sherman Lewis and Preston McSween, those two batted so well, and they really emphasized what a good pitch this is. And if you are ready to apply yourself, you can get runs here. Preston McSween, 86. He's on the ball now. And Sherman Lewis, who I'm sure we'll see later on, he's at mid-on at the moment. He got 31, his highest first-class score also. Pulled away, and that should be 4. Batsman's already just trotting down the pitch. That's screaming out towards the boundary, and that is a 4. McSween, bit too short to start off here, and punished for it by Kimo Paul. And Paul will put away anything that's loose. Certainly did so very well there. Vishal Singh has had a quick word of encouragement to his fellow batsman. Partnership nearing 50 now. It's up to 46. Partnership did emphasize what a good batting pitch, not too many demons in it. There's some movement on offer for the bowlers. The bowlers are getting swing here at the Queen's Park Oval. And there's also some turn for the spinners. Not very quick turn, but there is turn on offer. So there is a little something for the bowlers, but the batsmen who have been committed to applying themselves have done well on this pitch. And Preston McSween would certainly agree. He's playing slightly away from his body there. Got a lot of good contact on it though. In fact, the Windward Islands team, they have a award that they're giving to the best players on each day. They're calling it the Lava Man Award. And these two men at the bottom of your picture, they both won the Lava Men Award, I should say. Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis. In addition to getting their highest first-class scores, Lewis got 3 wickets and Preston McSween 2. End of the over. First from McSween, just there was a boundary in it. 187 for 4 of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. "98 overs to be bowled today. We lost some time. There were 2 interruptions for rain yesterday. We lost over an hour. Perhaps 10 overs in all were lost. So the umpires deciding that 98 overs had to be bowled. That's why we're starting early here at 9:30. We started early at 9:30. So this ball, just to remind you, is 51 overs old. And it's going to be Larry Edward to continue from the southern end. To give you a few details of that conversation between Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis in a moment. And those two, what was interesting about them is how much planning was going on for this particular innings while they were batting. Reverse sweep, and that should run away for 4. Nicely played by Vishal Singh, slowing up towards the boundary, but it gets there, and that is well played by Singh. The ball is turning into him, so he's playing against the spin, but there is no one out in that particular area to catch it if the ball is played well. So very little risk in that shot, in that sense at least. So Vishal Singh, quite adept at playing the shot, has done it very well. And Sherman Lewis and Preston McSween, they were talking about the fact that while they were batting yesterday, they were making their plans on how to bowl, and they decided that perhaps bowling, attacking the stumps would have been the best option. Should be a run. No, it isn't. I think that's Kimo Paul. So Kieran Kotoy coming in, and he moves like a freight train. Tell you what, not the kind of guy you want to take a run to. Looks like he could run 2 marathons in a row right now. One ball remaining in the over. So the 2 bowlers decided just attack the stumps, look for the seam movement, get the late swing, and they got some wickets. 5 in all. Kimo Paul's coming down the track, but they decide against a run here. In addition to Kieran Kotoy, there was also Maxwell was moving around very quickly, and they decide against it. At the end of the over, a quick one there from Larry Edward, 191 for 5, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana need a big partnership here, and that, in fact, well, if they've gotten the 50 partnership already, they've moved up to 50 runs between these two. Quite a useful partnership here, but a lot of work still to be done. Well, that's a beautiful stop. Diving stop there at that backward point position. And that is the Captain Hodge diving across to make the stop. Very similar to the spot where he had that twisted his ankle earlier. Seems to be okay now and moving well. Paul will attack anything that is slightly loose here. That was a good-looking shot, but what a save by Kavim Hodge. Better delivery there from Preston McSween. That's the kind of line he wants to bowl there. Needs to get Kimo Paul playing. Now he does get the ball to swing into the right-hander. So might see one that he's going to pitch up a little bit fuller. Attack the stumps. That's what he did very well against Leon Johnson yesterday to get that wicket. Thought about the single. He's been sent back, and that's why that was a good throw. Don't want to take a single to that man. He's hitting the stumps quite regularly these days. Sherman Lewis. He's been on the ball, he and Preston Maxwell, in this match. And his role in that partnership of 124 for the 10th wicket cannot be underestimated. He was the rock that that partnership was built on. He got runs. He got 31, not out, his best first-class score, and allowed Preston Maxwell to play his natural game. Attacking the stumps again. No sign of swing yet for Preston Maxwell. Yesterday it was noticeable as the weather and the elements were threatening the game. He was able to get quite a lot of swing. Certainly he was the top performer yesterday, 86 and 2 wickets, along with Lewis, 31 and 3 wickets. For Guyana, if you had to pick a top performer, it would have to be Vishal Singh. 40 not out at the end of the day, 45 now. Well, he was shaping up to pull there. That one didn't get up at all. Not sure it was the length for him to pull at it. He should have just tried to play that into V there. Kimo Paul went past him. Actually, today is a special day. I'm sure that Kimo Paul will remember. Back on this day, February 11, 2016, he did something very special across in Bangladesh. I'll tell you in a moment. Has he got that? No. Tipped it over the bar. And it's going to run away. It seemed to come off the glove of Kimo Paul. Let's see the signal from umpire Joel Wilson. There is no signal. Yes, it was glove. Went for the pull shot. Shorter delivery. Surprised the batsman a little bit. Came off the glove. And that was a difficult catch for Dennis Smith. got a glove to it, but just couldn't push it up into the air to perhaps take it on the rebound. Over comes to an end. Chance there for Kimo Paul. 193 for 5, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Windward Islands Volcanoes 339, Guyana 193 for 5. Vishal Singh hoping to pull off a 50 here and perhaps go on for a bit more. Did score 141 against Trinidad and Tobago here a few years ago. And this similar kind of application that we're seeing from him now. He does have a lot of shots. We sort of reverse sweep in the last over, but he mixes that with some obdurate defense. And shots like that, which just clears the fielder. And he will get 2 here, but that's not the typical Vishal Singh shot. Using his feet to the spinner, took him on, and he was actually aiming to hit that over long on, or in the long on region, but just a little bit of turn defeated him. Just lucky to get it over the head of mid-off. Traps him on the pad. Well, he's been given not out here. Not much doing from umpire Nigel Duguid. And he's indicating that may have been a bit too high. Vishal Singh is not the tallest man in the world, and he wasn't exactly far forward for that one. Committing the cardinal sin here. Need to play forward to the spinners at the Queen's Park Oval. The ball turns. Larry Edwards is actually expecting the finger to go up there. He was running away in delight already. Nice reverse sweep again, and this is going to run away for 4. The fieldsman's running after it. It's slowing up, actually, and may not get there. In fact, it hasn't gotten there, and the batsmen have... Is that just 1 run they got there? They got 2, in fact. I see that it's got 2, and maybe they wanted a 3rd. But I think he was sure that was going for 4. So, are they going to make a change in the field here, or are they going to just encourage him to play that shot? I think they're going to try to get him to play it once again. Picks up another single, Vishal Singh. And that should be his 50. It is. Vishal Singh picks up a 50 here. A lot of work to be done here. A muted celebration from the little left-hander out of Guyana. And that is his 19th 50 at first-class level. But a lot of work still to get for him and Kimo Paul if they are to get anywhere close to this target or this total of 339. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 198 for 5 at the end of the over. Preston Maxwell is going to continue here. 16 overs, 2 for 50. And I believe he'll be bowling for the first time here to Vishal Singh. 3 slips and a gully in place. Cut away, that's 4. No doubt about this one. That one's definitely gone to the boundary. Previously, almost got himself run out when the ball got close to the boundary. But this one was just flying along. Just outside the off stump. Bit short there from Preston McSween, and a comfortable position for Vishal Singh to just cut away between third slip and gully for 4, rather between gully and backward point for 4. Better delivery here from Maxween, just attacking the stumps. Singh playing it out to that mid-wicket position. And in terms of the field, a lot of gaps on the leg side, so The fielders on the offside. I mentioned those slips. Actually more like 2 slips and 2 gullies. And there is a backward point. Short extra cover in Sherman Lewis. Nice to see the 2 fast bowlers beside each other, encouraging each other along. Kept a little bit low. You will get a single here. Talk about batting partnerships a lot, but bowling partnerships also very important. And these 2, McSween and Lewis, they obviously have a very good relationship, not just on the field, but off the field. Very comfortable in each other's company. They talk a lot. And both God-fearing men. One of the first things they said in their interview after the match yesterday, after the day's play, they thank God for the success that they have had during the day. 2 slips for Kemo Paul and a gully in place. 2 fielders in the boundary, 1 at fine leg. That's Teddy Bishop, who's making his debut, of course. And a forward square leg. That's cut away. That could go close to the boundary here. Paul is just watching this one go. It's slowing up, but it's still get over the ropes now. And that is a boundary for Kemo Paul. Outside the off stump, Paul did well. Maybe not a terrible ball by any means, but the timing was so good by Kemo Paul. Did mention that Kemo Paul back in 2016 on this day, he was playing for the West Indies in that Under-19 World Cup. Took 3 for 20 in the first innings as West Indies restricted Bangladesh. 232 if I remember correctly. And then Shamar Springer, who got some runs for Barbados yesterday in their match across at Kensington. He got 62 to lead West Indies to victory in that semi-final. That happened 6 years ago today. Pulled away into the ground though, and straight to Katoy. Was waiting for that. So that's only going to be 1 for Kemo Paul. Well, he's not going to hold back. They're obviously working on a bit of a plan here for him. Going to try to surprise him with that short delivery. And but he controlled the pull shot very well. Did have a chance in the last over, just to remind you. Short one that surprised him. Hit the glove and it was put down by Dennis Smith. McSween's going to continue. Last ball of the 17th over for him. End of the over. At the end of it, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 209 for 5. Vishal Singh, 56 of 111 deliveries. Kemo Paul, 32. He's been the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen, Kemo Paul. But Vishal Singh has pulled out the reverse sweep twice for the day already. And also took some liberties against the left arm spin of Larry Edward. Charged down the track. Trying to hit it over the long on position, but took the leading edge and just spooned over the head of mid-off. So he's going to take some chances against the spinner here. So Windward Islands are not going to mind that too much. Short leg in place. He's gone for the reverse sweep again. This time coming off the pad here, a little quicker from Larry Edward. Another good delivery here from Larry Edward. He does have that one that just top spinner that just gets a bit more bounce on it. I think that's the one that surprised Vishal Singh there. Gone for a quick single. He'll have to hurry at the bowler's end, and he gets there comfortably. Not the tallest man in the world, but he has some speed about him, Vishal Singh. Paul hasn't faced up to Larry Edward too much here. Slip in place for him in Devon Smith. I do have to mention it's Devon Smith. Don't think they're going to ask the elder statesman to run around in the field too much. He is 40 already. But tell you what, he looks tremendously fit. It's been a lot of gym work. Devon Smith, very thick around the shoulders and the back area. Hits the ball very powerfully. Actually a pretty good footballer. Just like my co-commentator Colin Murray, who is good at everything. Footballer and cricketer in his day. Devon Smith actually was encouraged to play for the Grenada national football team at one time. Off the back foot, straight to the fielder. That'll end off the over. I don't think we're going to get Colin Murray to talk about his football career here. Colin, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Vidya, and good morning to everybody, wherever you may be. Actually, it's a very, very interesting story I have with Devon Smith.
Sure.
When Dinanath Ramnarayan was president of WIPA, he organized a game, the cricketers, the West Indian cricketers in Trinidad, against the strike squad, right?
I saw that game, yes, I was here.
Devon's, I was the coach. I was the coach, actually, Chris Gale. Chris Gale thought he was Messi. But
he was, but not with an eye.
Well, but Devon Smith played on the. I remember very well, like if it was yesterday. Devon Smith played on the left side, left wide midfield, and he was creating havoc. Not only with his speed, because of course the strike squad, those guys had moved on by then. Not only with his speed, but his ball control, his passing, his vision. He was he was easily the standout player on that day. But here is Lewis. He's replaced McSween and he's into the attack. And the first delivery, it's being played out by Vishal Singh. Vishal Singh has batted well. Yes, so that was a really... Atto Bolden played for the West Indies cricketers. And I just said to him, I said, Atto, you stay wide on the right and just run. And I said to the guys,
run straight up and down.
Kick the ball long and let Atto run after it. But it was really fun, actually. I think the strike squad won 5-3 or something to that effect. But it was really a fun afternoon.
Well, I did actually see that game, I can tell you, Colin. And Devon Smith was in Trinidad for a while. And he actually attended a football match. So that's why I talked to him.
Right.
He did mention, I asked him about his football. He did say, well, he got some messages about coming out to try out for the Grenada national football team. He said, but no way. He said, I'm focusing on my cricket.
Kyron Pollard and Dave Mohammed. You remember Dave Mohammed back in the hand?
Yes, of course.
Tadpole, that is famously called Tadpole. They were the two goalkeepers. That's a good shot from Singh. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Oh, no, they're going to just settle in the single.
Well, Tadpole has a bit of Rene Higuita, the Colombian goalkeeper, in him.
Yes, that's right. I mean, he was just absolutely crazy. But it was really a fun. Darren Ganga, remember Darren Ganga said he's a stopper. I said, you're a stopper? He said, yeah, I'll play central defense. I said, okay. Moving. The other two guys who thought they were, one was, well, Gale thought he was Messi, but Pedro Collins and Fidel Edwards, they thought they were Ronaldo. One thought he was Ronaldo, and the other one thought he was maybe another big Brazilian footballer. You know, they really felt they were great. As a matter of fact, they felt they would have beaten the strike squad. You know, and the thing with the strike squad is they were footballers. In other words, they knew where to run, when to run, how to preserve their energy, because of course they couldn't handle the cricketers because of the age difference and the speed. It's a good delivery. Kimo Paul is batting well. He's on 32, and even yesterday when he came in, he's been very controlled in this innings of his. Yeah, but that was a really fun evening. But Devon Smith, you're right. He looks, you see certain players and you think, they can play any sport. Just give them the ball, and he seems to be one of those guys. But beautiful day here at the Queen's Park. That's nice, reminiscing on some of the past. Well, that was a funny moment as far as I was concerned. This is a delivery down that leg side by Lewis. Lewis is in his 13th over, 3 for 48, 211 for 5. So this is a very crucial partnership. They've already added 70 at 141 for 5. Had the Windward Islands picked up another wicket, they could certainly have been looking to dismiss Guyana for maybe 210, 220. And they can still do that if they pick up these two batsmen now, because it's 211 for 5. Nice, beautiful conditions at the Queen's Park Oval. Lewis looking to take the ball into the right-hander, reverse swing, but it's starting a little too wide of that leg stump. And Paul was just trying to turn it fine, didn't make contact. So it's an Edwards. He's been operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion in his slow left arm. But he is certainly, as we look at the scorecard, 339 from the Windward Islands and Guyana 211 for 5. People still think that this game should be heading for a draw, but could never tell. I think the Windward Islands would be certainly looking for trying to get first innings. And still you have to think they're in the driver's seat, because it's 129 runs still, 128 runs, sorry, the Harpy Eagles still need to get to match the 339 from the Windward Islands. No Devils yet in the pitch early this morning. Still playing nice and true, the ball coming onto the bat. Vishal Singh on 58 has been the anchor for this innings. You look through the scorecard, everybody got a start. But Singh is so far is the only one being able to carry on to the half century. And he would be looking for 3 figures. He's already had 3 figures here at the Queen's Park Oval. And would be looking for another 3-figure innings. And even though he's on 58, Guyana still employing that forward short leg and a slip. The effervescent Kotoy, Kenron Kotoy. He's a real live wire in the field. It's kind of a fieldsman you want when the chips are down. There he is again, speeding around to his left. Yeah, he's a kind of, Kotoy is the kind of fieldsman when things are not going well. He's the kind of fieldsman you want in your team. He's going to lift the entire team. Very interesting, because you look at the field, that it's a 6-3 field for that Edward is employing here. And he's just not giving the ball any air, and except that final delivery, because he was very flat in trajectory, maybe getting a slight amount of turn, but into that middle and leg stump of Singh. And he's got a short mid-wicket, he's got a squarish mid-wicket, then he's got a short fine leg, and that forward short leg. So Singh has got to be careful. And he was playing each ball there on its merit, as he should be doing. And there was eventually a maiden over from Edwards. 10 overs now. That was his first maiden. None for 34. So Kimo Paul is going to take strike at 211 for 5. That's a good delivery from Lois. Yorker length. And Kimo Paul playing right over it. Was looking for the drive and then realized you could see him starting to look for that drive, the bat upraised. And all of a sudden, he realizing it was a Yorker, he tried to come down on it. Luckily for him, it was outside the line of the off stump. Went through to be taken by Dennis Smith. So the partnership 70 off of 117 balls. Again, loud appeal goes up, not out, says umpire Wilson. Ball must have just flicked the top of his pad, because Lewis just going wide of the crease and bowling that inducker to Paul, but starting it maybe just about middle and leg and searing down the leg side. Paul would have been a little upset with himself that he missed out. There is a man down at a wideish fine leg, and then there is that squarish deep mid-wicket. That's a better delivery. Good delivery from Lewis. Right on target, on that off stump. Good line, good length. Little bit of away movement, but Kimo Paul handled it well in defense. Kimo Paul has looked good in this innings. Haven't seen him in the 4-day tournament for a while. So you basically see him a lot in the T20 format, and goes out from ball one trying to hit everything out of the ground. Here, it's a very measured innings by him. Slower delivery from Lewis, and Paul he actually waited on it and then just opened the face of the bat. This is good batting from Paul, and I really like the look of him since he's come in yesterday evening. And he came in with Guyana in some trouble at 141 for 5. And when you look through this Guyana batting lineup to come, there's Pumul, Moti, Smith, and Pestano. So not a lot of batting left. Loud appeal goes up again. Not out, says Wilson. So he's bowling this delivery that comes back at Paul. Paul is going down the pitch to do a little bit of looking at maybe where that ball is pitching, but it's going down the leg side. The only problem with Kimo Paul, he's got to be careful if he tries to turn it fine and does get the edge. That's another good delivery. That's the delivery on target, middle on leg, actually angled into the right-hander, and he was in defense. Another good over from Lewis. He's now bowled 14 overs, 3 for 48. 2 of those are maidens. And brings Vishal Singh back into strike. He's on 58. No doubt Larry Edward is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end with this 6-3 field. There's nobody at a backward point, so that he's going to be searing this ball into middle and leg. That's when he gives it a little bit of air. You can see him just giving it some air and holding it back a little bit as Vishal Singh came down the track, realizing he wasn't to the pitch, and just padded it off in front of him. Vishal Singh looking around at the field, and he must be thinking to himself, well, the field he's got, I've got to try and get it past that squarish mid-wicket position, because he's got that forward short leg. He's got a short mid-wicket that's very straight. He's got that short fine leg, and then he's got a mid-wicket that's squarish. So it's unless he bowls a bad ball, and when I talk a bad ball, I mean a short delivery or a full toss, Singh is going to be hard pressed to beat this field. And that's it, making some room for himself, because it was a short delivery and it was badly lined this time from Edward, going outside the line of that off stump. Probably a little bit of turn into the left-hander. And there was Vishal Singh backing away, giving himself room. But just some timing, really, rather than getting that off the middle of the bat. He was just timing it towards that backward, that vacant backward point position. Was able to pick up 2. So it's a real cat and mouse game here between Larry Edward and Vishal Singh. And so far, Singh is coping well. He's on 60. Paul is 32. The end of another over from Larry Edward. He's bowled 11 overs, none for 36. And it's 213 for 5. So the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval still very much in favor of the batsmen. Nice sunny conditions as we had on the first day. The sun is out in all its glory today. And the same combination, Lewis will be bowling to Kimo Paul. That's a good delivery. Had a little bit more bounce. and Paul handled it well. He was getting onto that front foot and realized that that delivery had a little bit more bounce, and was just kind of withdrawing that bottom hand and allowing it to hit the top of the bat and go out on the offside. But a good delivery from Lewis. The tall figure is Shimon Lewis. Another good delivery. This is good cricket. Really absorbing cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. Both Lewis and Edward bowling to a plan. Edward bowling to the left arm, bowling left arm orthodox to the left-hander, and tying him up, searing that ball into middle and leg. And Lewis from the Jerry Gomez media center end, or the Willie Rodriguez end, he's been prying away at Kimo Paul. He's been getting that ball just to angle back into the right-hander. And he's been bowling a good line, bowling a good length. Suppose if you have to fault him, a couple times he started a little too wide, or maybe just too much onto the leg stump, and so it ended up going down the leg side. Other than that, he's been targeting outside that line of the off stump. He would want to maybe take it away from the right-hander, swinging one away from him. The majority of his deliveries have either straightened or come back at Kimo Paul. The question is, can Kimo Paul continue just getting onto the front foot, just pushing these deliveries? He likes to get on with it. He's a very attacking player by nature. And you just wonder how long can Kimo Paul play this game here, this cat and mouse game with Lewis. You just feel something has got to give. That's a good shot. This time, a delivery pitched further up, and Kimo Paul was getting onto that front foot, and he stroked it. Didn't hit it as full-blooded as Kimo Paul would have liked, but he pushed it, and he timed it well. Not only did he time it well, he found the gap between that point and cover, and was able to pick up a couple runs. So he's always looking to score, and as I was saying, it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game with these two. But once Kimo Paul gets that opportunity to bowl either short or pitched or over pitched, he's going to try to take advantage of it. The end of the over from Lewis, another good over, 15 overs he's bowled, 3 for 50. We've had 61 overs thus far in this innings, and 215 for 5. Singh is on 60, Kimo Paul is on 34. Seems a long while away when the other 5 batsmen were dismissed. There's a summary, 339, the Windwards, 86 to McSween. What an innings. Athanaze, 68. He also played well. And Devon Smith, the veteran, with 52. Moti, 4 for 62. Kimo Paul, 3. And Pumal, 3. And of course, Vishal Singh leading the way here in this reply with 60 not out. So Edward continues over the wicket to the left-hander. You could see him looking around at the field. Again, he finds the man at a mid-wicket. So it's a well-set field by Hodge. Kavim Hodge. He's thought out this decision of how to bowl to Vishal Singh. And Edwards is doing a wonderful job, but well supported in the field. So it's he may have to look to hit it straight towards a mid-on, a straightish mid-on. That's the only gap there really in the field. Well, he's gone over the top and Courtois has put him down. Well, his patience, he lost his patience there, and Courtois put it down. It should have been taken. It went straight to him at that. He's at a deepish mid-wicket, not as straight as the orthodox mid-wicket. He's a little bit squarer, and the patience of Vishal Singh ran out because he was prodding, pushing, and this time no run again because the field is so well set on the leg side with that forward short leg, a straightish mid-wicket, a straightish short mid-wicket, then the deeper mid-wicket that's square, the fine leg. So he's finding it difficult to score runs. And he suddenly just came down the track. His head went up in the air and he hit it straight to Courtois. It went to him quickly. And Courtois, one of the better fieldsmen on this team, he put it down. Well, I would have thought 9 out of 10 times Courtois would have taken that catch. But today was not one of those days. And Vishal Singh survives on 60. The question is, how dearly would the Windward Islands pay for that? If he goes on to get 100 and they go on to win first innings, well, they will remember that drop catch put down by Courtois. So Lewis starts another over. And you know, I was making that point because the field is so well set. The only gap he had was to come straight down the wicket and play it straight through the mid-on area, because there's a long on, there's a and that is the only gap. But he came down the pitch and he went across the line looking to hit it over the mid-wicket position down to deep mid-wicket. Should have been playing it straight. Had he come down that track and played that ball straight, he would have certainly got some runs, because the mid-on, the straight mid-on, is the only gap he will see on that leg side. So his patience ran out. Kimo Paul would have had a word with him and saying, you got to settle down again. The job is not done. Long way still to go. But the plan from the Windward Islands is really excellent. You've got to give them credit. You can see what they're doing to Vishal Singh. And you also have to compliment Larry Edward, because his control has been excellent. He's been basically bowling middle and leg. And saying to Vishal Singh, well, if you got to get runs, you got to pace the field. That's a good delivery. Again, well played by Kimo Paul, because Lewis is getting this extra bounce outside that line of the off stump. Every now and again, one takes off, probably hits the seam and takes off at Kimo Paul. And that came off the top part of the bat and could so easily have ballooned to Athenes at second slip. And he was diving to his right to stop it, which was excellent. So that's the area that Lewis needs to target. He's getting some help from this pitch. Another good delivery. It's been a good spell from the Windward Islands bowlers this morning. First McSween, then Edward, and now Lewis. And they've really made the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen in Paul and Vishal Singh work for their runs. It's been tough going. But that's what 4-day cricket is, and test match cricket. You've got to see out the tough patches of play or the tough periods of play. You've got to see them out. And if you're able to see them out, then you continue to score runs. You never have the scoreboard pressure in terms of runs to overs. It's the final delivery of the over from Lewis. He's now completed 16 overs, 3 for 50. It's 215 for 5. Vishal Singh, who was put down on 60, he remains on 60. Kimo Paul is on 34. The partnership is worth 74 runs. They came together with a total on 141 for 5. As we have a look at that scorecard with Chanda Paul, Korth Athanase bowl Lewis for 30. Himraj, Korth Athanase bowl McSween for 5. Hetmeyer, Korth John bowl Lewis 24. Johnson, he went bowl by McSween for 28. Bramble, the last man out yesterday afternoon, went LBW Lewis for 26. And Vishal Singh, 60 not out off of 134 balls. And Kimo Paul, he's not out on 34 from 69 deliveries, 215 for 5. And the bowling, McSween, 17 overs, 2 for 61. Shamon Lewis, 16 overs, 3 for 50. He's really bowled well. And the other bowlers they haven't picked up wickets as yet. John, 13 overs, none for 50. Demba, he's just had 5 overs, none for 16. And Larry Edwards, in an extended spell this morning, he's bowled 12 overs for 36 runs. So that is the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. 215 for 5 in reply to the Windward Islands, 339. So 215 for 5, and the players are just about making their way back to their respective positions after the water break. And Larry Edward is going to continue. He's bowled very well. And Vidya was making the point how well he's bowling to his field when he's operating to Vishal Singh. That's a bad delivery now. And that's what the water break does. It's he's lost his line. He's lost his length, and it's been cut away for 4. He's bowling without a backward point, so he needs to keep it away from that off stump. He's been bowling basically middle, and leg. And you look at the field he's set, and I was also making the point that the only real gap that Vishal Singh can play that ball through is a straightish mid-on, because he's got a short mid-wicket, he's got that forward short leg, he's got a squarer, deeper mid-wicket, and then he's got that short fine leg. So they're all cutting off the single there for him. So Vishal Singh needs to look at a different area. And if he's going to come down the track, he's got to hit it straight, back up on the onside of the pitch. He came down the track in the last over, lost his head. He tried to hit it over the deep mid-wicket position, and he should have been caught by Kotoy. But at 219 for 5, here's video.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. Excellent observation, because it's twice now that he's given chances trying to go down the track and loft the ball over the bowler's head. Mentioned that chance to Kotoy, who still looks like he's upset about that. There was another one where he came down the track, tried to hit it on the onside, lifting it over mid-wicket, and in fact it went over the head of mid-off and just dropped behind him. So 2 chances already for him. outside the off stump that time. And without that backward point, what he has been doing, he's been trying to employ the reverse sweep. He's hit it twice already. He attempted it a third time and missed. That's the other way he's counter-attacking here. Off the edge, this is going to be runs here. Just a well-controlled shot, though, by Singh. He's going to get 165. He is now 220 for 5. End of the over also. And 34 runs scored in that opening session. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 220 for 5. Singh is on 65. Paul is 34. Partnership now 79. And just shades of the partnership that we saw between Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis yesterday. One batsman very defensive, and the other more attacking. Shades difference, though, from the way that Lewis and Preston McSween would have approached it. Very interesting calisthenics we're seeing at the bottom of our picture. And Ryan John, who's back on. It just looked like he was doing that breakdancing move called the worm there for a moment. And he's still warming up at the bottom of your picture. Not sure if he's into breakdancing or breaking, as they call it. Colin might tell you that breaking is now going to be in the Olympics in 2024. Not sure that Colin is going to try out for that, though. It's a younger man's game, Colin. 220 for 5. So Singh facing up to Ryan John, who had 13 overs yesterday, 1 maiden, none for 50. It's driven sweetly past the bowler. He's not going to get 4 here. He should get 2, though. McSween picks it up, but the batsmen are comfortably true for 2. And Ryan John just tried to get it on a good length and line. He doesn't do much with the ball. Not great pace either. So he's just sort of one of those players, as Colin referred to him as, the workhorse of the team. He's going to try to tie up an end and apply pressure here. Hasn't started very well, though. More runs here. That's 1. That's all they're going to get. Ryan John only playing in his 4th first-class match. And 9 wickets already. None in this match so far. So very young in terms of his career. Another graduate of the West Indies under-19 system. Youngster from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A lot of support out there for the Windward Islands Volcanoes team. It's a lot of chatting, encouragement from each of the different players. Off the back foot, another run here for Paul. Singh comfortably true for the single. Hasn't gotten his length here yet here, Ryan John. And it's noticeable all the way through this match. They've been very bubbly out there, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. I mean, the chief congratulator, of course, is Kiran Kotoy. Why would you not want to have him on your team? When outside, he's spieling on the boundary, and you can hear every sibilant that he's saying out there. He's encouraging the team. He's screaming the name of the bowler and encouraging them every ball. He's now down at 3rd man and just kicking at some turf just outside of your picture. And I think he's still very disappointed at dropping that catch. And that would have been a vital one, because the Windward Islands could feel here that if they can get Vishal Singh, they can run through this Guyana lower order and perhaps get them out for a score under 250. Straight to mid-wicket that time. Singh now seems to prefer more the faster stuff. He was troubled a few times by Larry Edward. And they were encouraging him to play that reverse sweep by not having the backward point. Edward does in fact have a top spinner, so hoping perhaps that he would mistime one and lob a catch. Very similar for what we've seen from Vishal Singh when he got that big 100 against Trinidad and Tobago so many years ago, mixing his defense with periods of attack. 65 overs gone in the Guyana Eagles, Harpy Eagles innings, 224 for 5. Vishal Singh on 68, Kimo Paul on 35. Well, in case you're wondering what's going on in the third ODI, you might want to sit down. It's not the best of news. India 265, West Indies 137 for 8. It was actually looking a lot worse just a few minutes ago, if you believe that. West Indies were actually at 1 point 77 for 6 and 82 for 7. Odin Smith hit a very good 36 off 18 deliveries. But it's Hayden Walsh on 5 and Alzari Joseph on 12. So looks like it's going to be 3-0 there. West Indies have been outclassed by India. India, one of the top sides in one-day international cricket. But quite a few players putting their hands up here. Nicholas Puran getting 34 earlier. A lot of failures up at the top there. Very humorous tweet that was put out by Dwayne Bravo. I'm not sure if Colin would have seen it yesterday. Tell you about that in a minute. Oh, he's just hit it past the bowler, just into the ground perhaps, and just bouncing away past him. No Kyron Pollard again today. Nicholas Puran playing. And yeah, Bravo actually trolled Pollard. I'll show it to Colin later on. He put out a tweet yesterday. This is a very sad day, Kyron Pollard. My best friend is missing. Guys, please, if you have information, please inbox me or report to the police. Then he adds, under that, he has a picture of Pollard with the words missing just above it. And Bravo then writes, last seen in Shahal's pocket. If found, please contact the West Indies. So, of course, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Of course, Pollard would have responded with some laughing emojis, so that's all water under the bridge for them. But Bravo referencing the fact that Shahal got Pollard out first delivery, and it turns out to be the only delivery he's faced in the entire series because he hasn't played in the other two matches. 225 for 5 at the end of the over here. Of course, sledging is very much a part of the game of cricket. Sledging your own players might be a little bit difficult, but those two are great friends, Dwayne Bravo and Karen Pollard. Both play here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. And Colin tells me that they've been playing here since their boyhood days, very long time ago. Ryan John, they're working on a plan here for Kimo Paul. I suspect he's a little bit loose outside the off stump. We have seen one or two edges just fly into the ground and straight to the slips. There was another outstanding stop by Alec Athanaze, diving away to his right to prevent one from going to the boundary. Boy, he looks really good in the slip fielding. In fact, the quality of the fielding on the whole has been good in this match. Katoy put down that chance. I'm sure he would have caught that 99 times out of 100. Leon Johnson took 3 very good catches in the slips. Athens has 2 very good ones, and the man who's bowling right now, Ryan John, took a stunning catch yesterday, perhaps the best of the lot, to dismiss Shimron Hetmeyer for 24, which could yet prove to be one of the big turning points in this game. Sean hasn't had the best of times with the ball. 54, didn't do too much with the bat either. 54 runs conceded in 14 and a half overs. Again down the leg side. And you suspect with this competition being shortened to 5 games instead of the usual 10, as it has been for the last 6 seasons or so, that coaches are going to be less tolerant of failures. They might be a little more ruthless in terms of their team selection. So if you're not doing the business in one game, you could find yourself out. With the 10-game format, coaches might actually give you a little bit more of a run. Maybe 2 games, possibly 3 games to work yourself in at this level. However, with the 5-game format as it is this year, because of the COVID-19 restrictions and, of course, the multiple tours to the West Indies, England, of course, will be here next month for the test tour. A lot of decisions to be made, and 1 or 2 of these players who are still trying to find their feet at this level may find themselves under pressure in the team. Up to team management really to make them comfortable, just at least do your best for the team. And then, of course, when you have to tell a player he's not going to be selected for the next game, they have to also know how to do that well and keep their spirits high. Going for a quick run here. Well, that was a wild-looking throw there from Preston McSween. They get a second run. Yeah, just the way he released it. Didn't seem as if he was going to hit the stumps at any time. I tell you what, the fielder in front of him had to dive away from contact. That's Kenneth Dember. And the keeper had an awful time trying to get that one. Luckily, Karen Kotoy was backing up down at fine leg, and he prevented the ball from going into the boundary, but they still got 2. It's helped it on its way. And that will end off the over at the end of it, 228 for 5. Did see a lot of changes in the last variation of the competition. That was in 2020. Guyana actually used some 20 players in that match, in that season. As for the Windward Islands, they used in the region of 26 players. Trinidad and Tobago also used more than enough players to fill up 2 teams. So there was a lot of chopping and changing. So of course, over the season, which is 10 rounds, that's in the normal setting, down to 5 this time around. Here is Edward. Hasn't bowled much to Kimo Paul. Forward short leg and first slip in place. Backward point in the debutant, Teddy Bishop. Oh, flicked past the man close in. Not much he could have done about that. It passed him very quickly away to his right. I guess only technically you could call that a chance. John has had feels that he might have the measure of Vishal Singh. He's induced 2 chances already from his bat. So the net has been cast here for Singh, and they're encouraging him to try to use his feet to get runs here. Shades of Shivnarine Chandapal. I mean, he can bat the entire day, Vishal Singh. He's had some big innings over the years for Guyana. Be asking for a field change here. Edward. Just checking with his captain. Nice stop close in once again by Alec Athanaze. And that'll end off the over. And Ryan John will be back on. Larry Edward, 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 43. So he's really applying the pressure on these two Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen. Run scoring has been at a premium since the water break. Just the 14 runs scored. But importantly for Guyana, they haven't lost another wicket. The last wicket going down at 141. So the partnership now up to 88. And you sensed yesterday that this was going to be the all-important partnership for the Guyana Harpy Eagles if they are to get anywhere close to this target of this total of 339. There's young Bishop. And earlier today, I was passing by the nets and I saw the youngster Akim Auguste helping out Devon Smith with some batting practice. He's stepped up here. He's not playing in this game, Auguste, but he was installed as captain of the West Indies team for the Under-19 World Cup. Played the first game, contracted COVID, and missed out every other game until the last one in the competition. It's a very disappointing World Cup, I'm sure, for him. Flicked away. There's a fielder out there. There he is. Just be one. He's going to have to work on his control here, Ryan John. But there's a clear plan, and I'm sure he knows exactly what it is in terms of Kimo Paul, who favors that cut shot. And they're trying to get him to cut as much as possible and perhaps give up a chance here. 2 slips waiting for him. Uppishly and past the mid-on. Bishop's after it. They've gone for 1 and they decide against the second one. That was not too far away from Teddy Bishop. And he raced after that one, but did well to prevent them from going for 2. Just half chances at the moment, maybe even quarter chances, but it's not been 100% comfortable here for this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Windward Islands Volcanoes battling away here, and they need a breakthrough. Partnership now up to 91. Nicely driven away. Bishop's after it again. He's going to pull this one in. Well, he slips before he gets to the boundary, but still prevents it from going in. So that's 2 good-looking runs there for Vishal Singh. Oh, India 265, West Indies 148 for 8. So that game still continues there. See what's happening across in Barbados, where West Indies championship match being played across there. Barbados bowled out for 324 yesterday. A reply to the Leewards 172 for 9. Leewards are now 21 for 1, so in trouble already. Still trailing Barbados by 127. And Barbados will be fancying their chances of an innings victory or a 10-wicket victory. That's what they'll be looking at, of course. Still early days in that Trinidad and Tobago game. They would have started at 10 o'clock. We had an early start here at 9:30. So in terms of the progress, TNT now 271 for 9. Should be 2 here for Vishal Singh. Well, he decides against it because the fielder came in quickly, 1, and he also slipped at the non-striker's end. Just checking out his footing at that non-striker's end. What's happening, and the over comes to an end here. 235 for 5. So it's going to be Larry Edward to continue here. 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 43. And he has applied the pressure well. Now he's trying something different here against Vishal Singh. Coming round the wicket here now. Similar field in place. The only difference perhaps maybe the mid-wicket in a similar position. Thought Bishop had moved a little bit to his left. So he tried one delivery round the wicket. Now he's come back over. Singh again trying to flick this one past that short leg fielder towards the square leg region. But that area is well patrolled here, so they're starving him of runs here. Does score a lot through that area, so they're trying to starve him of runs and play on his patience. It's been a good psychological battle, but Singh has rode his luck here. He's been equal to it so far. It's going back to that TNT game. Just completed TNT 271 for 9, Jamaica 141. Isaiah Raja did not get the 100. He got all the way up to 65. Anderson Phillip hitting 20 of 24 at the end. 20 not out for him. Shannon Gabriel is there. He's just faced the 3 deliveries. Starting to look a little bit frustrated there, Larry Edward. He should have had a wicket. He knows that. He'll have to push past that now. See how the field's operating here. Anything pushed past that fielder at short leg, there's a fielder waiting for it there. Good battle emerging here. 235 for 5, the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the end of the over. So Ryan John is going to continue, and he's going to persist outside the off stump to Kimo Paul. Paul slashing at a few outside the off stump. 1 or 2 misses. One edge that flew down and straight to second slip. A few that went past the field at point. So he's rode his luck also, Kimo Paul. Pulled away. Fielder out on the boundary, and he'll pick up and prevent them from going for 2. That's Preston McSween out there, I believe. Actually, it's Larry Edward. Apologies, and Larry Edward does the fielding. Teddy Bishop, who's making his debut, he will be batting in this game. Kimani Melius, as we mentioned yesterday, hit on the helmet on day 1, and he is out of the game. Teddy Bishop is the concussion substitute. Of course, just going back in history, I saw something this morning that back on this day, which is 11th February 1948, 2 players made their debuts here at the Queen's Park Oval. One, Andy Gantoum, and in what proved to be his only game for the West Indies, scored 100 and never played again for the West Indies. Ended up with the highest career average ever, a statistical anomaly. And there was one other player who made his debut in that match for West Indies, one Frank Worrell. So that Bishop would be proud to know he's making his debut on the same ground as the great Sir Frank Worrell, whose name adorns so many buildings and So many grounds around the region, and rightly so, one of the colossal figures of West Indies cricket. Always a nervous time to make your debut, and I'm sure he'll be thinking a lot about his batting. So he's been presented with a chance to open here for the Windward Islands. He'll be looking to take that chance in the second innings. Vishal Singh certainly has taken his chance, 72 of 166. Partnership now up to 95 and heading up towards what would be the second century partnership. And Guyana, if they can get anywhere close to this Windward Islands total, of course it'll be a one-inning game. They would fancy their chances if they can get anywhere close, because we did see an alarming collapse in that first innings for the Windward Islands. Thought about playing that for a moment. Yeah, there was an alarming collapse. They were cruising at 190 for 3. Alec Athenaeus decided to play a reverse sweep. He was out. And then 6 wickets went down for 25. So Guyana would feel that there might be a bit of a chance there if they can prize out a few of the top order batsmen from the Windward Islands quickly. So if they can get anywhere close to this Windward Islands total, it'll certainly be game on. Right now, Guyana starved of runs here by some good bowling, good tight bowling, and some excellent field setting by Kaveem Hodge. 236 for 5 at the end of the over. So Larry Edwards going to continue. 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 43. 3 straight maidens, I believe he's bowled here. And he will perhaps still be thinking it should be 1 for 43. But he has bowled well, Larry Edwards. And from St. Lucia, just 26 years old. And he has taken 47 wickets, so he's nearing a milestone in his career. To take 6 for 20 in one of the first-class matches that he played. Best match figures of 7 for 160. Oh, did he edge that? The keeper's dropped it, though. Was close to the bat, close to the stumps also. And I'm not sure if that's a chance, but the keeper doesn't look too disappointed. Kimo Paul surviving, and he has put down one chance already here, Dennis Smith. Very tough chance early on, one that took the glove of Kimo Paul, and all he could do was just parry it over the bar. Kaveem Hodge, of course, captaining the Windward Islands team for the first time in the season. He's looking forward to the job, looking forward to lead his team to their first regional title. He couldn't hold on to that one. It's bouncing over his head. End of the over. Guyana Harp Eagles are 237 for 5. Across at Ahmedabad, a little partnership developing. West Indies were 122 for 8. It's now 157 for 8. Alzari Joseph, who can bat, 22 of 42 deliveries. Hayden Walsh, 13 of 31. And still 17 overs to go. So, very much an outside chance of the West Indies winning that. Only statistical, you have to say. West Indies still need 109 runs from 16.5 overs there. Colin Murray declares it's gettable. Could be 2 here, and should be. Kimo Paul gets 2 easily. He's up to 46 now, and he's heading towards a 50 here. He's had only 2 50s in his first-class career. He did have 100 also, 107 he got. And Kimo Paul, important innings for him, trying to build his career. He went off the boil a little bit in terms of T20 for West Indies, ODI cricket. But good signs for him here. Took 3 wickets for Guyana in the first innings, and now is nearing a 50. So it's been a good return for him already in this game. But I felt he missed out on some runs there. On the line of the pads, there's a lot of space on the leg side. Just 3 fielders on the leg side, 1 at fine leg on the boundary. There's a deep square leg, and Bishop is at that mid-on position. So a lot of spaces. Anything lined towards the pads will be runs once you get some contact on it. That's not where his captain wants him to bowl. It's outside the off stump and induce a false shot from Kimo Paul. Better delivery, forcing Paul to defend. Not something that is comfortable for Paul many times. He's a good player, but he likes to attack. This has been good attritional cricket here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They have kept down the runs since the water break, where Guyana Harpy Eagles were 215 for 5. It's now only 239 for 5. Just a 24 runs scored in that time, and that was almost an hour ago now. There's quite a lot of discussion about some of the players who missed out on this game. One of those who may have been a little bit unlucky not to make this team is the young fast bowler Josh Thomas out of Grenada. Right arm fast medium bowler. Just the 14 matches for him, 41 wickets there. But many considered him a bit unlucky not to play in this game. Josh Thomas left out. Akeem Ogist, the 19-year-old, out. Teddy Bishop is now playing because of that concussion substitute rule. And Darrell Cyrus, the leg spinner, is out. But there were some larger questions, though. Shane Shillingford is not in this squad. And as well as also, tell you in a minute, as just 1 or 2 more players missing from this lineup. Should be another run easily. No ball, in fact, also. Yeah, Joel Wilson has been very busy. He's had quite a few no balls to call. Just the 9th extra in this game. Yeah, one of the other players missing from this team is Sunil Ambrose, who struggled in the last season, and he hasn't had too much in terms of time to really regain his form. So Sunil Ambrose, one of the big misses for this Windward's team. Shane Shillingford, Obed McCoy, who is still returning from injury. He had that shin injury during the World Cup. He's also missing. Andrew Fletcher was hit by a bouncer in the Bangladesh Premier League just about 2 weeks ago, so he's also still recovering. Vishal Singh just saying that someone was either moving or talking too loudly. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk out there. There were one or two. Ryan John himself was moving towards Singh yesterday and having a few quiet words with him. I'm sure it wasn't about joining them in their hydro session after the tea, Colin.
Certainly not. And you looked at I think the square leg umpire went across after a while and had a word with Ryan John.
Too wide of the off stump, and that is another dot ball to end off the 73rd over of the Guyana innings. 241 for 5. Vishal Singh 75. Kimo Paul nearing his third first-class 50s on 47. So attritional cricket here, but nobody's blinking just yet, Colin.
Nobody is certainly not blinking, and the 100 partnership has just come up actually with that no ball. So it means that they've gone from that 141 for 5, where it looked a little bit dicey at that position if they would have got to the 339, and these two have really batted well. They have 100-run partnership, and they needed to, because as I said, you know, you look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, and after Kimo Paul, there's not much left in terms of the batting. Sure, Pumal can stay for a while. Moti actually in 2017 had the last wicket partnership record with Bramble of 110, so he can stick around as well. But in terms of run scoring, I'm not too sure after this pair, you know, who would have actually carried the fight to the Windward Islands bowlers. But these two have done a marvelous job. Here's Larry Edward. Again, beaten. He's been unlucky, Larry Edward. He's bowled very, very well. I think his line has been good. He's got good control. Not a big spinner of the ball, but he's turning the odd one, drifting it in. That's a good shot from Kimo Paul. It was in the air, but the placement was good. He's not going to pick up a boundary because the man at long off is going to run around to his left. That looks like Kotoy down there. Runs around to his left to do the fielding. So they pick up 2 runs. But Kimo Paul just 1 hour away from his 50. But it was in the air, luckily for him. It was hit. There's a man at short extra cover. But it was hit to his left. And so he was able to pick up some runs. Wonderful conditions again at the Queen's Park Oval. Reminiscent of the first day. Really hot, sunny. This time he finds the man out there. Preston McSween is doing the fielding. Haven't seen Athenaeus with the ball. Tends to bowl a little bit of off spin. So just the 5 bowlers used by the Windward Islands. That's another very, very good ball. Just maybe getting it middle and leg and just turning it across the body of Kimo Paul. And Kimo Paul has to play at it. And thus far he's been extremely fortunate that he hasn't picked up the edge. But another excellent over from Larry Edward comes to an end. He's had now, 18 overs, none for 46. But surely he's deserved a wicket or 2. He's seen Vishal Singh dropped off of his bowling. He's beaten Kimo Paul on numerous occasions just outside that line of the off stump. And they are the 5 bowlers used. Demba only's had 5 overs, none for 16. But all the other bowlers have bowled in excess of 16 overs. So Ryan John, is it going to continue? No, it's not Ryan John. It's, let's see. Yes, it is actually. No, it's McSween. Yeah, I thought it was Preston McSween at a time. He's had 17 overs, 2 for 61. He's had a good game. 86 with the bat. Picked up the early wicket of Hemraj. Had the Guyanese on 10 for 1. We'll be hoping for a breakthrough now. pitching the ball up. McSween has done that most of the time with the older ball. Remember, this ball is now 74 overs old. It's going to be interesting if the Windward Islands Volcanoes take the new ball. I think they would need to maybe just give McSween a couple overs here, get Denver back into the attack, let him bowl a couple of overs, and then unleash McSween and Lewis with the new ball. So you've got to be careful that you don't want to bowl McSween too much at this point in time. Maybe give him an over or two. And then get him in tandem with Lewis with that new ball before lunch. That should be a testing period for Paul and Vishal Singh. You have to say both look very comfortable now. Paul, in fact, has been getting a little trouble from the left arm spin of Edward. That ball, he's Edward bowling over the wicket and just turning that ball just away from the right-hander, pitching somewhere middle and leg, middle stump, and just turning it away from the right-hander. And Kimo Paul has been fortunate. He hasn't picked up an edge. Very defensive field now, just one slip and a gully. Runs here for Singh. There is no man at mid-on. In fact, he's at almost a wideish mid-on, almost a straightish mid-wicket. You'd have to say Ryan John is at that position. So once Vishal Singh is going to play that ball straight, back up the track on the onside, he's going to pick up runs. So it's very strange. I haven't seen that for a little while where you've got the mid-on that wide. Especially if you're going to bowl up to the bat, then the mid-on has got to be straighter. This one, McSween had a short delivery, and you can see that lack of pace now in terms of the ball being 74.5 overs old. It's not coming onto the bat as with the newer ball. And Singh was able to just clip it to the leg side. Picked up a single. So he's on to 75. It's 246 for 5. You've got to think the longer these two stay there, the more that 339 is going to look like an easy target to get in the end. But we did see that Guyana has the batting in depth. And you look at the Hetmeyers and the Johnsons and the Chandapauls and the Hemraj, who really didn't come off. Yeah, they didn't really come off. So that the job has been left to these two. Singh on 75, Paul on 49 at the end of the over. 246 for 5. Partnership now 105. I would expect Larry Edward would continue. Hodge must be thinking of Denver. Give Denver a couple of overs before that second new ball. Once Denver can have the control, can certainly look to tie down the batsmen, make it difficult for them to score, just as Larry Edward is doing. This time he's going to get some runs because it was a little shorter from Edward, that delivery, and it gave Singh enough time to get onto the back foot and actually guide that ball to that vacant square leg position. The man is just at a fine leg. So because it was short, he was able to get back onto that back foot and play it through the square leg region down to the deep backward square leg. He picked up that single. Paul, one away from his half century. If he does get it, it'll be a really important innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Can't beat the field. We're short enough for him to put it away. Edward in his 19th over. Back on track. Good line, good length. The patience being shown by Kimo Paul. This has been a really good innings from this young man. He tends to play all the white ball version of the game. And because of that, he's always on the attack, always looking to get boundaries. Here, he's shown that he has the patience to stick around. He's shown the patience in playing every ball on its merit. And it's been a good knock. Because when you play the shorter version of the game, you tend to get a little bit loose in your 40 scenario. This is a 50. That's it for Kimo Paul. A shortish delivery. He just got onto the back foot and he worked it down to the deep backward square leg for a single. So Kimo Paul is on to 50. It's 248 for 5. This has been an excellent knock by Paul. So with that 50, it brings up the water break. And Kimo Paul, excellent half century. He joins Vishal Singh, who is on 76. The partnership with 107. And it's 248 for 5 at the water break. So 33 runs coming in that second hour of the day's play. Remember, the Harpy Eagles started on 181 for 5. So that basically they have added, what, 67 runs. 34 in the first hour, 33 in the second hour between these two. So it's been very patient going by Paul and by Vishal Singh. Paul is on 50, Singh is on 76. 248 for 5. So by my calculations, they're 91 runs shy of the Windward Island Volcanoes total. Certainly been an excellent recovery by them, because at 141 for 5, one was thinking, well, if they get to 210, 220, they would have done well. Well, they've done better than well. As we resume with McSween. Oh, that's a cracking shot from Kimo Paul. What a good shot. It was short. He was onto that back foot. He swiveled onto that back foot quickly, and he smacked it towards the mid-wicket position. And that's a really excellent shot by him, because it was not a good delivery. But the thing with Paul, he got into position so quickly that he was able to smack it away down to that deep mid-wicket position. Excellent on his part. And score goes up to the 250. It brings up the 250. It's now 252 for 5. And they're retrieving the ball. But of course, he's got pegs on, spikes on. So is that Larry Edward there? Let's see. I think it was. Yeah, it was Larry Edward. So he's just didn't run over the covers with his spikes. So he was on all fours retrieving the ball. So the good news or the bad news? What should we give? Let's give the good news. Guyana for 252 for 5 at this point in time. And that's another short delivery and pulled away by Kimo Paul. He's not going to get the boundary because he picks out the man, Teddy Bishop, down at the fine leg position, and they get the single. So he goes on to 55, 253 for 5. Now the bad news. West Indies, all out for 168, which means that India, they've won the game by 96 runs. So a 3-0 defeat. A 3-0 defeat. And interestingly, that KL Rahul and Aksar Patel, they've been ruled out for the upcoming T20 series. But Gaikwad and Huda, they have been named as replacements. So I'm not sure that's a big miss. Because Gaikwad had such a magnificent IPL series. It seemed every time you picked up the IPL with Chennai, he was getting runs. If it was, it's so the Indians, they have such depth. But I tell you what, I've always said that the best format for West Indies at this particular time is the T20. So if they've got any chance, and I've always felt, I thought they would have given a better account of themselves in the 50 over. Not that they would have won it, but I felt that they would have been a little bit more competitive. But I never felt they would have won that series, because after the disaster against Ireland, losing the 50 over tournament, didn't expect them to go to India and suddenly produce magical displays. And so I felt that they would have lost the T20, and I suppose all you wanted from the West Indies team in the ODI series is competitiveness. Fight the Indians, get them, get it down to the final over. Unfortunately, it hasn't been like that. And when you think about it, India, no Bumrah, no Yadav, no Shami, and West Indies still struggled. Now, McSween, wrong the wicket, the left-hander. It's a delivery asking Kimo Paul to reach for it. He did. Hit it all along the ground. 113 partnership. And these two are looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Just 3.1 overs away from the new ball. Just wondering if they'll take it. And they should. Because really and truly, they're not getting anything with this ball that is 76.5 overs old. Slower delivery. That's a good shot from Kimo Paul. Runs in it for him. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. And they go for two. Really a push drive more than anything else from Kimo Paul. Got to the pitch and he pushed it. Timed it beautifully. And he picks up 2 runs. So he goes to 57. He's faced 112 balls. Vishal Singh on 77 from 176 balls he's faced. And it's 256 for 5. So these two continue to bat well. The sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval, but certainly you look around, the blue skies all around. So there's no threat of rain or anything like that, but I'm sure the players would be happy that the sun has disappeared. It's probably headed down further west. And Larry Edward is going to continue in his 20th over. Got to look to give it a little air. Tempt Vishal Singh into coming down the track. Continues to bowl a good line, a good length, but Vishal Singh is going to play those deliveries in front of him all day long, unless he's being tempted by a delivery giving some air. Let him come down the track. Let him try to, as he's done in the past, go over the top. There is a long on in position. So he's got to go square if it's anything. He tries the reverse sweep. Loud appeal goes up, not out. Every now and again, Vishal Singh tries this reverse sweep because there is no one at that backward point position. But thus far, Edward has not been successful in getting umpire Duguid to agree with the ball going on to hit the stumps. This time he connects. Well, he's been trying that all day long, and he finally succeeds playing that reverse sweep. If he's going to do that, it's got to be pitching outside the line of the off stump. And this one clearly was wide of the off stump. It's too wide. Didn't get back and play that orthodox cut shot of the left-hander. He went for the reverse sweep. He timed it well, and he's picked up a boundary. He goes into the 80s. Vishal Singh, he's on 81 at the end of the over. It's 260 for 5. And I would think McSween would continue. Kimo Paul is on 57. He's going to be on strike. So the left arm fast medium in Preston McSween. It's a good shot from Kimo Paul, kept getting on the front foot. These two must be seeing this ball like a breadfruit now. They've batted well. Just 1 or 2 rash shots coming from Vishal Singh. And Kimo Paul beaten outside the line of the off stump on a couple of occasions by Larry Edward. He's been unlucky. When you look at his figures, 20 overs, none for 52. Could so easily have been 20 overs, 2 for 40. That's going to be 4. Badly lined from McSween. Trying to get that ball coming back at the right-hander. Pitched it just outside the leg stump. And Kimo Paul with a very fine, faint tickle. He was just tickling that ball down to fine leg. Now he knows that the Bishop is down there and he's wide. And Kimo Paul just getting, that's not Bishop, that's Kotoy down there at that fine leg position. And he was tickling it down to the fine leg away from him, and he picked up 4 runs. Again, he's lining that, this time on the pads, not outside the line of the leg stumps. So Paul is turning it down to the fine leg position, and he picks up a single. So he goes to 62. Total now on to 265 for 5. 74 more to get to the Windward Islands total of 339. McSween back over the wicket. This time to the left-handed Vishal Singh. It's wide of the off stump. Singh walks away. A picture of concentration at the moment. 183 deliveries he's faced for his 81. That's pulled. Short delivery from McSween. No pace at all. And Vishal Singh was not even pulling it, but just helping it on its way down to the deep backward square position. And they pick up an easy single. 1 delivery left in McSween's 20th over. That's a good delivery, just angling into the right-hander. And Paul was looking for the drive and then realized that ball was just coming, ducking back into him. And he quickly adjusted his front leg and was playing it more. He was trying to get it a little bit more towards the onside, maybe at a straightish mid-on. It came off the inner part of the bat and went straight back up the track to the bowler. So it's the end of McSween's over. 20 overs, he's bowled 2 for 78. Singh is 82. Paul is on 62. It's 266 for 5. 79 overs have been bowled. And Vidya, new ball due in 1 over. Put yourself in Hodge's shoes for a minute. Not sure what size you wear, but will you take it?
Yeah, certainly there would be some arguments, some compelling arguments for it right now with the way this game has gone. A partnership of 125. These two looking very comfortable there right now. Spinners not quite having the effect that they would have hoped. The only problem is they've had Preston McSween, who would have been bowling that that new ball. He's been on for some time now.
Which is what I'm surprised about, because I tell you what, I would take the new ball because nothing is happening at the moment. Yes, they're bowling well, they're keeping the batsmen, the odd boundaries coming up, but you've got to get something to happen. You've got to make something happen. And to me, you've got to take that new ball, get the ball coming onto the batsman a little quicker. Okay, you may leak a couple runs, but the idea is to get some wickets. And I tell you what, the bowlers don't really look like if they're going to get the wickets. These two are batting comfortably, unless they play some sort of rash shot.
Well, there's been a swing of the dice, or a roll of the dice here. Kenneth Demba is back in. That unusual run-up of his where he just gathers momentum with a hop and a skip and a jump. 266 for 5. As Colin mentioned, Vishal Singh 82 and Kimo Paul on 62. Partnership of 125. Excellent for the Guyana Harp Eagles. And again, it does emphasize what a good pitch this has been. Yes, there's been some assistance, there's been some spin, there's some seam for the bowlers, some seam movement for the bowlers, a little bit of swing on offer also. But if you do apply yourself, you will get runs on this pitch. So he's going to continue here, the off spinner. He's turning the ball away from the left-handed Vishal Singh. Devon Smith waiting for a snick there in that slip position. Forward short leg in place. Coming down the track and driving. So showing a bit of enterprise here again. He shelved the shimmy down the pitch after being dropped at mid-wicket, Vishal Singh. This is the first appearance of it we're seeing. I think he'll be too unhappy with that, Kenneth Demba, because it does open up the chance of the stumping. If he can get one to turn away from the batsman coming down the track and stumping for Dennis Smith, that's on the cards here if he does that. Singh, of course, will have other ideas. He's thinking about another first-class 100 here. Again, coming down the track, and this one is not fielded cleanly by the skipper Hodge, and they get one. So Singh just ambles down for his 83rd run. Kimo Paul on 62. And that is the end of the return over for Kenneth Demba. Now 6 overs, 17 runs, no wickets, just the one maiden there for him. So many turning points in this game. Just in case you're just joining us, welcome to you. This is the Queen's Park Oval here, Queen's Park Cricket Club. Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. First match, first round of the 2020 West Indies Championship, the return of the competition. Different format in terms of just 5 rounds this time instead of the normal 10. And the teams have a different, well, it's another chance for them after 2 years. The competition not held in 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and also it was shortened by 2 rounds in 2020. So great to see first-class cricket back, and credit to Cricket West Indies and of course the regional territories for doing the work behind the scenes to allow cricket to be played. Credit to the governments of Trinidad and Tobago and to Barbados, and to the medical authorities in the countries for putting in all the systems in place to allow these cricketers to come out here and express themselves and perhaps even compete for higher honours, not just outside of this competition, but for the West Indies team and that tour of England coming up. Larry Edwards returns, and he's from the northern end this time. Similar feel to what we saw from the other end. There is a backward square leg, more like a fine leg in place. There is a mid-wicket, and also very short mid-on in place. This one's flicked away past the fielder close in, and seems to have been an injury there for one of the fielders. Kiran Kotoy was heading after that, just seemed to pull up there. Seems to be okay now. He's shrugging off any attention. Another run there for Vishal Singh. That'll bring Kimo Paul back on strike. Despite the fact that the 2 spinners on, Vishal Singh has opted to continue with the helmet on. Kimo Paul has gotten rid of the helmet. He's batting in that green Guyana cap. And of course, it has been a rebranded cap. All the caps are new out there now because it's a rebrand for the Guyana team this year. Drives that one, just works it past the bowler, picks up 1. Guyana going away from the Guyana Jaguars. Franchise, and renaming, rebrand, now the Guyana Harpy Eagles, named after that wonderful bird that is found in the forests of Guyana, in those untouched forests. Rorarima, if I remember correctly. Should be another run here for Vishal Singh, just square up the wicket. That's not where you want to bowl if you are Larry Edwards. It's just there's no backward point in place, so it's an easy single for Vishal Singh. But the Harpy Eagles, the largest predatory bird in the world, raptor, it's called, at least what I read, and they've named it after them. Guyana seemed to lose their claws, though, in that last wicket partnership against the Windward Islands. Windward Islands putting on 124 for that final wicket. Preston McSween 86, Sherman Lewis 31. And then they reduced Guyana to 141 for 5 yesterday. But after that, another single here. Slight mix-up between the two. They get through for the single. These two have batted very well. They've absorbed a lot of pressure. Partnership now 130. Guyana Harpy Eagles, the new name. Get used to it. 271 for 5 at the end of the over. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 271 for 5. Partnership starting to get to very alarming proportions here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And very much the last pair of recognized batsmen here for Guyana. Outside of this, Virasamy Pamal can stay around. Gudakesh Moti is also there. Niall Smith and Clinton Pestano. Clinton Pestano can bat. I think he might come in next. So still some options here for Guyana. As for the Windward Islands this morning, we've seen all of their bowlers being tried. This is the second one for Demba. Flicked away from the man close in. Not close enough for him to get a hand to it. So that's another run there for Kemo Paul. 65 he is up to now. Preston McSween bowled in the early piece along with Larry Edwards. They hadn't brought in Ryan John and Sherman Lewis. Sherman Lewis actually looked the most dangerous of the bowlers this morning. And Demba in his second over here now. In terms of the plans of Kaveem Hodge, the new ball has been due for an over and 2 balls now. So you might want to give Demba maybe a few more overs here. So we could see possibly 5-6 overs more. Coming down the track is Singh, who's now dispensed with the helmet. We could see 5, perhaps 6 more overs here. And Preston McSween, going to give him a little bit of a break here. And with us just heading up towards lunchtime, it's just about 22 minutes. Maybe there might be a little window, a 15-minute window or so. He'll get the 2 fast bowlers back in. Certainly Lewis is going to be involved in that. Maybe get a tilt with the new ball. That could be part of his thinking here. Hodge, who's at that short mid-off position. Yeah, he's very close into his bowlers and just giving them some encouragement as he goes on. He's also an option to bowl here. 44 first-class wickets for him with his slow left-arm orthodox. Singh defensive as he comes down the track. Over comes to an end. 82 overs in the books. Guyana Harpy Eagles are 272 for 5. There are options available for the Windward Islands captain. As we see the match summary once again, Windward Islands 333. Preston McSween batted at number 10 and got the highest score. Alec Athanaze 68. Another half century for Devon Smith. At age 40 he continues to do well. Moti 4 for 62 for Guyana. 3 wickets for Paul, 3 for Pamal also. Making some room, Paul gets the single. Well, that could be another run. It is going to be overthrows, and it could be more than one here. They've gone for 2, so that's 3 runs they have completed. Another wild throw from the outfield, and it was difficult to handle for the keeper. Just pitched close in front of him, and didn't get the gloves across to it well enough. He got something on it. If he hadn't, that would have gone away for 4. So it would have been a situation where they got 5 runs there. But all the same, it's down to 3. Kemo Paul up to 68 now. Largely, he has stuck well to his plan here, Larry Edward. Good testing delivery again. And just trying to persist along that line, just outside the off stump, turning it into the left-hander. And hoping that he will present a catch to forward short leg. Thought about coming down the track again to Edward. These two have had a good battle all the way through. Options for Hodge. He has himself 44 wickets he does have. Alec Athenaeus can bowl some off breaks. Ryan John completed a spell not too long ago. We might see him for a while. Kenneth Demba and Edwards on. McSween is taking a little bit of a break now. Pulled away. There's a fielder out there, and it's just going to be one. Karan Kotoy is the other option for Kabeem Hodge, his vice captain. Just 11 wickets, though, with his leg breaks. So those are the options available to Kabeem Hodge. Oh, we would have loved to have Shane Shillingford in the team. Not sure why Shillingford is not here, but Shillingford has had a long and illustrious career for the Windward Islands. Nicely driven again. End of the over. At the end of it, 276 for 5. Because the Guyana would have started with 5 left-handers in their lineup, and certainly the off-spinner would have been useful in that, as well as against Vishal Singh, who's now progressing towards what he hopes will be another century for him. 86 he is now. He's on the track again to Demba. Another one of the off-spinners, but Shane Shillingford, what a wonderful servant he was for Dominica and for the Windward Islands. 16 test matches, 70 wickets, very good return for him in his short period. Then at first class level, 587 wickets in 132 matches. Also getting over 100 wickets in list day matches, 107 and 75. And more than useful in T20, 52 or 53 matches. He is 38 though, and will be 39 on February 22nd, so that could be why, I'm sure if you give him a tilt, he'll be willing to give it a try. But that could be why he is out of the picture right now. Did have his troubles, however, Shane Shillingford, with his bowling action towards the end of his career. He was cleared for an international return, though, in March 2014. And many would remember in his hometown, they would remember that he had 19 wickets in 2 test matches against Zimbabwe back in March 2013. A 10-wicket haul in Roseau. Singh just driving out here, and he continues to soldier along here for Guyana. He's faced over 200 balls now, up to 208, and it's after 84 overs. New ball is due for 4 overs now. Guyana Harpy Eagles are 276 for 5. We're just about 15 minutes away from lunch here at the Queen's Park Oval in this West Indies Championship match. Windward Islands versus Guyana Harpy Eagles. And it's been a very intense battle in the morning. Guyana would have come in at 181 for 5, Singh on 40, and Paul on 20. So they have almost put on 100 runs in the morning session. Just 95 runs they have put on in the morning session without losing a wicket. Exactly what Guyana would have wanted. Morning session, of course, extended by half an hour to accommodate for the loss of overs yesterday. These two have done exactly what their captain Leon Johnson would have wanted. They've a partnership of 135. They have had their chances. Paul getting another single. He was dropped by the keeper, Dennis Smith, off the bowling of Preston McSween early. A very difficult chance. Vishal Singh spooned one over mid-off, coming down the track to Edward, and then pulled Edward straight to mid-wicket, where Karan Kotoy dropped the catch, an easy catch. One that I saw him kicking the turf half an hour after, still thinking about that drop chance. Should have taken that one. In the air, that one just bounced on him a little bit from Edward. He does have the top spinner, the one that just makes a little bit of, but just didn't carry the hand there. The umpire just coming to have a look here. End of the over. At the end of 85 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles at 277 for 5. Yeah, that's the one from Denver that just sort of rips the ball along the top of it and gets the overspin, presenting some problems there to Vishal Singh. Here's Kenneth Denver to continue. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. Very economical. Swept away. Fielder out there. Is he going to get around? He does. Just 1 to the total. Kimo Paul just picks up another single. He's into the 70s now. He does have a first-class 100, 107 Kimo Paul. And he will look to repeat that trick and go on a bit more here. He got the 107 against Jamaica at Providence. So it says good score for him outside of Guyana. Not in control of that again, Vishal Singh. He's been troubled here by Denver. He hasn't quite mastered the spinners in this innings. But his innings has been an important one for Guyana. 86 he is. Guyana have not blinked here at all. And they looked in a lot of trouble yesterday at 141 for 5. But these two gladiators have fought their way through well. Let's see what Kimo Paul has. 70 of 128 deliveries. Vishal Singh, 86. Of course, we would have told you the West Indies going down to defeat in the third ODI by 96 runs earlier today. Shreyas Iyer of India named man of the match for his 80 of 111 deliveries. Should have been 2. I think they would have been thinking about 2. Perhaps they thought that Kotoy was going to cut that off. But just the one there. 80 for Shreyas Iyer, 56 for Rishabh Pant. Always exciting to watch him. West Indies, 4 wickets for Jason Holder, 4 for 34. His good form with the ball continues. 2 for 59 for Hayden Walsh, and 2 for 54 for Alzari Joseph. And that's going to be some more runs here. 2 more. Is that going to be leg byes, or did he get contact on that? Yeah, he seemed to have gotten a touch on that. Over comes to an end. At the end of it, it is Guyana Harpy Eagles, 279 for 5. So 95 run defeat, 96 run defeat for the West Indies earlier today. And the batting again, a dismal performance. Nicholas Puran, 34 there, and 36 for Odean Smith. And here's the situation here. Windward Islands, 339, 86 for McSween, 4 wickets for Moti. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 281 for 5. Vishal Singh, 87 not out. Kimo Paul, 72. Partnership of 140. Singh will get some runs here. Just flicks it past the infield. Just a bit shorter there from Edward. And a single for Singh. The West Indies performance in that ODI series, not great. And certainly the batting weakness exposed once again, 169 all out. No Karen Pollard once again. And according to his good friend Dwayne Bravo, he is still hidden away in Chahal's pocket. Yuzvendra Chahal. Good fielding there by the bowler. These two having a little bit of banter before the match. But Pollard still suffering from a niggle. Don't know if he will play in that first ODI. First T20 correction. One down the leg side. Hit uppishly, but well short of Teddy Bishop. And that first T20 starting on Wednesday. That's the T20 series starting on Wednesday. And the scene will shift from Ahmedabad to Kolkata. First ODI, second ODI on the 18th of February. T20, in fact. ODI series over. I'm still stuck in that ODI series, apparently. 16th. Colin reminds me I should forget it. That one's lifted over the infield, and that has gone for 4. There was a man at mid-wicket, but he's cleared him well, and that is the shot that he's tried twice for the morning. He was dropped at mid-wicket. The other one spooned over the head of mid-off, but he got good contact that time, Vishal Singh. And this battle between himself and Larry Edward continues here. And Edward might be a bit frustrated now because he knew he should have had Vishal Singh already. But he continues to soldier along here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So the T20 series, 16th, 18th, and 20th. All 3 matches in Kolkata. The gone are the days now, it seems, when you would play in all the different grounds in India, all around India, because of the COVID-19 situation. Over comes to an end, 287 for 5. Just to remind you also, the new ball was due 7 overs ago. And still no sign that it will be taken. And we're getting very close to lunch here. I know that Colin is looking forward to that, as am I. And it's going to be a nice lunch today, Colin. I saw some paratha roti there. So, Colin loves his paratha, just like we all do here in Trinidad. Hope you do too. If you haven't had it already, you should give it a try if you're in Trinidad at some point. Oh, he's trapped him in front. He's gone. Faster one there from Kenneth Demba, and he's done the trick just before lunch here. He has removed Chemo Paul for 73. Paul is out, and finally the partnership has been broken. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles lose their 6th wicket. And immediately the reaction by Vishal Singh was one in which he was very upset there. I think he was more disappointed that they would have lost the wicket at this point. But that is a very good wicket for the Guyana, for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've taken a wicket, and the partnership has finally been broken here just before lunch. And Chemo Paul's hopes of a second first-class 100 has now ended here. He's out for 73, but a very good innings from Chemo Paul, out for 73 of 133 deliveries. And just as I thought, Clinton Pestano is going to come in to do battle. We have seen him play here in the central region, I believe, maybe for Central Sports. He has batted here in Trinidad and Tobago and has also played here at the Queen's Park Oval. And he's in to do battle here, Colin.
Yeah, it's very disturbing from Chemo Paul's perspective because he batted so well. For some unknown reason, he got onto the back foot. Quicker delivery from, as you rightly said, Vidya, a quicker delivery from Demba. And Demba must be now saying to his skipper, well, listen, why didn't you bowl me earlier? You know, I've only had basically 4 overs for the day. I've now come and picked up the wicket because I was saying to myself, well, 7 overs have been bowled, no new ball yet. They didn't look as if they would get a wicket. And I just felt that it was time for them to take the new ball. But here Denver comes along. It was a good delivery. It was a quicker delivery, and he caught Kimo Paul on the back foot. He should have been on that front foot, looking to as he has been most of the time. You look at his innings throughout that 73 runs, and 95% of the time he was on that front foot, except to the short pitch deliveries. Unfortunately, he misjudged that one, went onto the back foot, and he was struck plumb in front. There was no doubt of that decision.
Window here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes to exploit. Not a faster one here, but Clinton Pestano got in line very well. It's easy to spot on the field, isn't he? He has those trailing, what should we call that, dreadlocks, maybe?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the right way to describe it. Easily recognizable.
Edged it, and that has not gone to first slip. It's gone along the ground. And Devon Smith has to break out into a trot here. And that's 2 for Pestano. He's off the mark. So this has presented a little bit of a window here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And if they can get Pestano out very quickly, well, it's just the 2 bowlers now. Niall Smith and, of course, Virasamy Pomal, Gudakesh Moti.
Moti, yeah.
Moti, the 3 bowlers there. There could be a chance here to bowl out Guyana, they would hope, for something just maybe about 300 or if not less.
Well, it will take a mighty good, well, not a mighty Herculean effort, let me say, to get them for 300. I would think they must be favourites now to get to the 339. Pomal and Moti are not, they're handy with the bat. They can get 15, 20 quite easily. And Pestano, we've seen him before as well, that he's also very handy with the bat. And then you've got Vishal Singh still there on 92. He's going to hold the key. You know, they would want him to carry on well beyond 100. And if he does, they should get close to the 339, if not surpass it.
Very much on the cards. Could turn into a 1-inning game. Second innings in this one. And barring maybe a dramatic collapse from one of these teams, we may not get a result. But that looks like it's going to be it. No, it's going to be one more over. I think we are close to the lunch. Yeah, just about a minute away from the 12 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it seems that our watches may just be a little fast video, because Joel Wilson comes to the presiding end, and he's going to say, well, at least they're going to be another over. Larry Edward is going to continue. 24 overs, none for 67. And you just have to think that he's bowled so well. His figures just are not good enough in terms of how well he's bowled.
Yeah, he has bowled well. And you wonder about the Windward Islands' plans here, because Denver has not bowled until very late in the piece here in the morning session. He's turned up with the wicket, and as you correctly said, why was he not given the ball earlier?
Yeah, I would have thought, because Edward was bowling very well, and it would have been interesting to have the 2 spinners on in tandem, but he kept persisting with the medium fast bowlers, and I thought Denver needed to get an extended run.
He might actually get that run now, so that's going to hold off. And then, of course, it didn't seem as they were going for the new ball at the 80 over mark, because they had Preston McSween still on at that point. So,
well, it's interesting to think, you know, how they're thinking, because are they going to wait for lunch and then come back out after lunch and then take the new ball? Maybe give the bowlers a rest further in terms of McSween. We haven't seen Lewis for a little while, so he should be well rested. And then just take the second new ball. But with Pestano and just the bowlers now to come, I would think it would be the ideal opportunity to take that new ball. Yes, you may give away some runs, but it's going to be interesting to see how the bowlers cope with that second new ball. And I would think they're now just waiting for the luncheon interval, go inside, put their feet up, and then come right back out. I'd be surprised if they don't take it right away.
yeah, I think you're right. That very much on the cards now, that second new ball after lunch. course, Pestano and company will be thinking different things. They'll be looking to push on to get that batting point when they get past the 300 mark. Once you get it underneath the 110 over mark, you get a batting point. You push on towards 350, you get another. Defensive shot here by Pestano. He set out his stall. He's just going to face off and immediately walks as if he's walking towards the pavilion. Everyone's joining him, so that means it is lunch here. So it would have looked like a very good opening session. It was actually a very good opening session for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, which started with them coming out at 181 for 5. And they have been able to get 109 runs in the 2.5-hour session, Colin, and it has been a good session for them. Just a loss of Kimo Paul, who went in the last over for 73. But Guyana have regained control of this match here. Fairly even now.
Well, I would think honours today certainly belong to Guyana since they won 41 for 5. It's all been Guyana. But I think they would be disappointed. Kimo Paul would be disappointed, and the coach would be disappointed that they lost that wicket. The good news is that they still got Vishal Singh there, and he's on 93, heading towards that 100. And so the 339 certainly looks very much capable and within their grasp. It's a question of how far can they go, how far can they take the innings. Can they take it to about 400 and get a little lead and then put the Windward Islands batsmen under pressure? I think that is what they would be thinking. But so much, in my view now, depends on Vishal Singh, not only to carry on to 100, but way beyond that 100, and get a substantial lead, even if they get 60, 70 run lead, and then put the Windward Islands batsmen under some pressure. Who knows? They can certainly still, we could still have some excitement in the fourth day in this game.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. That's why they call the fourth day, the third day, in fact, moving day, because it certainly could, one of these teams could move into a position in which they can force a win. So that's it at lunch. Well, join us in just about 35 minutes time for continued commentary after lunch. We're going to tuck into our roti and curry right now. Hope you are having that too. West Indies Championship match. It is at lunch. Guyana Harpy Eagles are 290 for 6 in reply to the Windward Islands Volcanoes 339. I'm Vidya Ramphal. For the rest of the crew, it's bye for now from the Queen's Park Oval.
want to find out a little bit more about your journey in the sport of cricket. If you could kindly share how you got involved in the game of cricket and how has that journey been for you?
I grew up in a neighborhood filled with boys. So if I wanted to play anything, I had to play whatever the boys were playing. So I played cricket when I was young, I played football, anything the boys were doing. But my uncle was very heavily involved in cricket. He played club cricket, and I remember always going to his games. And I just grew a love for cricket from a very young age. Ended up playing in primary school. I played secondary school under Roddy Eswick, actually. We played about 2 games. We had a girls' team, and we were only able to play about 2 games, but I was still able to train with him and never looked back from there.
You mentioned your uncle, you mentioned Roddy Eswick. Who would you say was your inspiration at that time when you just started this great game of cricket?
I'd have to say my uncle. He did encourage me. He always took me to his games. And yeah, like I said, that's where I really grew my love for the game. There was also a guy in my neighborhood who helped me a lot. He perhaps taught me how to bowl. So I owe a lot to him as well.
Now, beyond the formative years, you debuted for the West Indies in 2008. How was that experience achieving and accomplishing your childhood dream of playing for the West Indies?
Oh, I was very excited. I never actually thought there was a chance of me playing for West Indies. But then we had to form a Barbados team simply to allow Pamela Levine to be able to qualify to play for West Indies. I think that was sometime back in 2005 for that World Cup. And when I got the call in 2008, I remember how excited I was, and I was a huge fan of Dwayne Bravo. I wrote 47 on everything. I have 47 on all of my shirts. When I got my shirts, before I got the playing shirt, the playing jersey, I wrote 47 on all of my training clothes and inside it, hoping that I would become 47. Unfortunately, I got number 4. I mean, I've grown to love the number 4 now, and perhaps that's why I like Shea Hope so much. But yeah, I remember how excited I was back then. I was only 16.
Well, Dwayne will be happy, even Shea Hope will be happy that you took some element of their numbers into your own game. In terms of great memories on the field of play, you had 5 for 15 against New Zealand. Care to share your top 3 memories, whether it's performances or experiences on the field of play?
Personally, that was perhaps my greatest achievement. Obviously, New Zealand, one of the top ranked teams. And in that 5-wicket haul, I got some of their top batters. I remember I was only getting about 2 wickets a game, and someone spoke to me and said people don't remember 2 wickets. And I remember going to the game quite upset because I thought I had defended a total, I think I defended about 7 in an over to help the team win the game, the previous game. And it still seemed as though that wasn't enough. And I went into that game pretty upset, but it worked for me. And I was really happy to get 5 wickets against the top team. I also got 4 wickets on that first tour, 4 wickets in the game against Ireland. It was just Holland, but I was really excited because it was my first tour for West Indies. And that's another really good achievement. And of course, that 2016 World Cup, which we won. That was perhaps the highlight of my career, even though I was injured and I wasn't able to play. Just being a part of that squad and seeing how much the girls really give in that World Cup, it meant so much for us to finally win a World Championship.
You mentioned that World Cup, which is probably the highest point that the women's game has achieved so far. Care to tell me a little bit about how you view the women's game in your journey, and we'll talk about beyond later on.
We have grown. I remember when we first started, it wasn't the slight bit professional. Many of the girls didn't know about proper training. Many of the girls weren't exposed to coaches. They didn't have access to coaches or proper facilities. Since then, I can safely say that, at least in Barbados for sure, we have access to Kensington Oval and we can work with the coaches there. I'm sure the same thing happens around the other Caribbean countries. So it has grown, and we've had a lot more camps since that 2016 World Cup. But I still think the rest of the world has kind of gone ahead from us, especially since that 2016 World Cup. We would have known that lots of people would have expected so much more from us. And since that, we've only been able to make the semi-final in 2018 here in the Caribbean, but we haven't been consistent. So a lot still has to be done, but I suppose it has a lot to do with the resources that Cricket West Indies has.
Right, you've spoken and touched on some of the things that are required for West Indies women's cricket to sustain the dizzy heights that we saw in 2016. If you were in charge, what would you do looking beyond March 2021 for the game in the Caribbean?
Well, I was fortunate to actually coach when I was in Barbados, and I was a part of our national sports council there. And before I finished, I actually suggested that perhaps they could start a softball women's tournament. I think that's the way to get girls comfortable playing the sport. I've seen how it's worked in Trinidad again. I'm sorry I have to use Trinidad all the time.
And you're advocating that regionally?
Regionally, yes. It has worked for Trinidad, but obviously we need to see the development in other countries. So I'm thinking perhaps we can try that and find a way to get it in schools. I know some teams have advocated for at least one female player on the male teams, but perhaps we have to go beyond that. It's the only way we're going to get better.
Let's shift a little bit of focus back to you personally. You started in the commentary box in that CG Insurance Super 50 competition 2021, and it has rolled over into the international series with the West Indies and Sri Lanka. How has that experience been for you?
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I obviously completed a course where you were one of my instructors along with Alan Wilkins, and that helped me a lot. I've always been one to be looking at my career after cricket. I've been plagued by injury a lot, so I have no idea when my career is going to suddenly end. So in planning for that, I was always open to any opportunity to perhaps continue to be involved in women's cricket. Like I said, I've coached before, but the commentary stint, it was really enjoyable, especially working alongside you, Samuel, and Ian Bishop. I've looked up to him for a very long time. And I was actually very nervous when I saw him in the gym a day. I remember walking up to the gym and seeing someone on the cycle, and I was really hoping it was Roddy. When I got in and saw it was Bish. I was like, oh my gosh. I felt like a groupie. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, and just on that same, experience that you've had in commentary, is the game different from sitting in a commentary box as against being out there on the field?
For one, it allows me to be more analytical, but it also helps me to understand the commentator's point of view. I know quite often as players, when we hear what commentators are saying, we always think they're being so critical of what we're doing and not really understanding that they're perhaps lending suggestions. So it has given me a different point of view, and I think perhaps it could help my game.
So Shakira, just closing thoughts. You've just seen the men's team win in the T20 International Series and in the 50 overs series against Sri Lanka. How would you describe what you've seen from the men's team?
Firstly, I'm just really happy that the West Indies was able to win a series. They won, obviously had to fight in that T20 series, but I thought they did well to hold their nerve. I also look forward to that test series. It will be interesting with the change of captaincy. But I think in recent years we've been building a really good test team, so I really hope that they can go on and do well against the Sri Lankans.
Brav, thanks for joining us. Lovely to chat with you as always. First of all, settle into Antigua nicely?
Yeah, finally I'm here. It's been a while since I come to Antigua. It's always good to come here. Every island actually, but Antigua is always nice.
You're here mentoring some of the young players from all the regions. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks to CWI for giving me the opportunity to be involved in West Indies cricket again. West Indies cricket is very close to my heart. It's important for seniors like myself, for us to give back our knowledge and pass on our experience to the younger players. The more we can do that, is the better. But it's good to be around and being able to talk to different teams in the different islands.
Take you back to 2002, 2003 when you started your List A career. Would you have thought you would have got to the heights you soared to, World Cup winner, etc., etc.?
No, I never envisioned it. Obviously, I keep saying if someone said that to me 20 years ago, this is what your career going to look like, I would say no chance. Brian Lara is my hero, and I remember saying to my parents that I wanted to be the next Lara. I never thought that would have been possible because, one, I'm a right-hander. But yeah, cricket is every kid's dream in the Caribbean. It's the only team that unify us as a people, as a Caribbean people. So to represent the West Indies team is when you feel like, yeah, you really make it as a professional cricketer. And then I'm happy with my achievements. Obviously, there can be times where I think that I could have achieved more. And then it could have been on the flip side where, it could have been worse, so I'm happy.
What about playing for TNT? We see the guys on the beach here, they seem like the best bunch of friends. Is there a real unity within TNT cricket going back to when you were playing?
Someone who has to take a lot of credit for this bunch of guys is Darren Ganga. He was our senior player, he was our captain. He laid a foundation that no matter who come and take over and represent Trinidad and Tobago, there's a certain structure and a certain standard you have to follow. So there's no jealousy, there's no envy, all about trying to win cricket games for our country, and we pride ourselves on being the best white ball cricketing team in the region, and that's our motive.
Super 50, there's some really good young talent coming through. Has anyone particularly impressed you?
The Caribbean never lack talent. We all have talent, everyone have talent. But is your attitude to enhance that talent is what will make the difference. And as a player myself, I believe that to be a cricketer is one thing, but you have to have that self-pride.
So as a mentor, is it more what you do off the park with the players as opposed to preparation and the mindset as opposed to technical?
Yeah, because players at a first-class level, they don't want to interfere with the game too much, especially the technique. But I'm a strong believer in a mind game. If you can understand the game, read the game, it will also help you technically.
Pollard and Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo here, giving his guidance on some of the young bowlers coming through. Must be wonderful.
For me, I just want to speak to bowlers, get to find out about their thinking, how they go about when they're under pressure, hear what they've come up with, and then maybe I could add some stuff. But technical-wise, I can't tell someone whether to bowl side down or I'm not going to do that. But just more talk about the game, think the game. If you analyze the game, when you're not playing, you try to watch the game. So those things is all part of learning and developing.
Brilliant. Ross, you're a top man. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have the absolute pleasure of joining Craig Brathwaite, the 37th West Indies Test captain, for a chat, a casual chat. First of all, welcome, Craig. We know of your exploit on the field of play. We want to get into your mind and to understand Craig Brathwaite properly. How would you describe and define your personality?
Cool and chill, to be honest. I don't think it really would get away from that. Pretty much the same, on the field and off, to be honest.
Now, in terms of your growing up in Barbados, it's well documented what you've achieved on the field of play, but who would you say are your greatest influences in terms of getting you involved in cricket and shaping you as a person?
Well, first I would say my dad. From a young age, watched him play cricket, and obviously he inspired me to want to play. And obviously he always encouraged me in terms of doing schoolwork, and because any day, cricket obviously is to a certain age. So for sure he was, one of the main, influential people. And my grandparents, they were always there for me. And to be honest, like my aunts and uncles, they support me a lot cricket-wise. They're all the games in Barbados, so that helped a lot. From primary school coming up, having that support, was pretty good.
You've taken on the role as captain for the West Indies in Test match cricket.
Yeah.
When you were offered that role, were you scared? What were your emotions like?
I won't say I was scared. I think I played, over 60, Test matches and a lot of first-class games, and went through a lot of different experiences, saw a lot of different stuff. So I think I was pretty much looking forward to it. I know it wouldn't be an easy role, but I just think the different experiences I went through, seeing situations of games, I learned a lot from them, and I think I'm in a very good, I won't say the perfect position, but I think I'm in a very good position, to do well, as a leader.
Well, you look quite relaxed. I mean, you've taken on the role as captain, you're in very good form as a batsman. Apart from the environment around cricket, what do you do for relaxation? How do you relax?
Well, I love horses, thoroughbred race horses. So pretty much when I'm home, I'll be at the garrison, you know, watching them exercise on mornings. And then I have some mirrors, you know, by my house that, you know, just go there and relax. I'm pretty much, obviously friends, you know, obviously would chill a lot with friends. But, you know, I love horses, so that would take my mind away.
Tell us, I mean, why horses? What got you into that love and admiration for horses?
Well, my father, again, because he used to go horse racing, so he used to take me. And I actually wanted to be a jockey, you know, to be honest. I have a friend who used to, you know, we used to ramble every Saturday, Kyle Carter. You know, he's currently a jockey now. But then obviously cricket took over when I was like 10 years old, playing on Saturdays, so I couldn't go to races anymore. And then, you know, cricket took over. But my father used to take me every Saturday, and I mean, just seeing a horse run and hearing the power and stuff is amazing. So it's pretty much from my father taking me is where I would have got, you know, the love for the sport.
Right. So we're now getting into Craig Brathwaite. You mentioned earlier that a lot about captaincy has to do with off the field and things that you do off the field. Well, I heard from good sources that there was an instance in England that you bought a remote control mouse and you scared all your teammates.
Yeah.
Are you a bit of a prankster?
Well, yeah. I mean, up to yesterday, I was in my room, so I had some like pops, like when you throw it on my ground. So I was jumping a lot of guys. They didn't know who was throwing it. You know, so yeah. I mean, I like a lot of foolishness. I have a mask here that I bought from England that I pretty much looked.
What type of mask it is? Tell me, is it Dracula or?
Yeah, it's something down that line. Like he has one eye though, but so we're gonna use that on some of the guys probably at night time sometime.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I like a lot of foolishness to be honest.
Oh God, it's a different side of Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, for sure, no doubts.
So let's get a little bit into your preparation for international cricket. Morning of a test match, what's Craig Brathwaite actively doing?
Maybe when you get this close, you know, for me it's not about like, you know, the work and the amount. For me, just to get my mind in the right place. So I do a lot of visualization. So like day before especially, and then like during the match, like every morning I will pretty much, you know, go on the pitch and visualize things that I would like to do, you know, as a plan, you know, for different bowlers. So, you know, when I go there and obviously visualize different stuff, pretty much want to take that into the game. Because, I mean, test cricket, especially opening, is just mental, you know, toughness, you know, feeling for long periods and bat, facing new ball.
Welcome back here to a very sunny Queen's Park Oval, and 290 for 6. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're well on their way to getting to that 339 scored by the Windward Islands there. That's the summary so far of the game. 339 Windward Islands, the Ghana team 290 for 6, and right at the top there, Vishal Singh 93 not out. That has been the highlight so far of the innings from 219 balls. And the wicket takers 3 to Lois, 2 to McSween, and 1 to Demba. It seems that Demba is going to carry on, so no new ball yet. This has really surprised me. So it means that Demba is going to continue, the right arm off spinner. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed Vishal Singh, just 7 runs away from getting another 100 here at the Queen's Park Oval. Just a slip and a silly point in catching positions. There's also a short extra cover. Everybody else saving the single. Then, of course, there's that. The loud appeal goes up and he's gone. Well, the first delivery after lunch. Vishal Singh stands there in disbelief, but he goes stumped. And he feels that his back foot was anchored, but it might have been very well anchored after the bails were removed. As far as umpire Joel Wilson is concerned, he opted just to come out of his crease looking to flick that first delivery. And the bails were taken off quickly by Dennis Smith, and no new ball. And they picked up yet another wicket, so they must be doing something right. So it's now 290 for 7. Vishal Singh goes stump Smith, bowled Denver for 93. He faced 217 balls, and it was really a lovely knock. But the very first ball after the tea interval, that he must be extremely disappointed. He walks away there, and you could see him being very upset, obviously thinking that his back foot had got back in time. But as far as umpire Wilson at square leg was concerned, it certainly did not get back in time. And Vishal Singh goes for a very well played 93. He's having a word there with the batsman coming in. Looks like Versami Pamal. But Vishal Singh, he must have been thinking of 100. But the very first delivery, and that's what a break does for you. You've got to really start all over again. And he was just coming down the track, looking to turn that delivery from Demba. Didn't make contact. The bails were quickly removed by Dennis Smith. And umpire Wilson gave Singh out. He stood there for a long while looking at his back foot. But, his back foot might have been behind the crease at that point in time, but certainly not when the bails were removed. And umpire Wilson was very, very confident and very adamant that he was out-stumped. So 290 now for 7. At lunch they were 290 for 6. First delivery, what a start here for the Windward Islands. And there am I talking about taking in the new ball, the second new ball. Well, that's what cricket does to commentators. Makes them look as if they don't know what they're talking about. So here's Demba. It's going to continue to Versami Pamal. Pamal comes down the track. That's a good stop from Demba, because he came down the track right away and he was looking to on drive. Got it a little bit straighter than he probably wanted to. And Demba was diving across to his right. That's an excellent bit of fielding. So Versami Pamal, he means business. Flatter delivery from Demba. Just slight turn in that one as well. And Versami Pamal playing it from his crease. So Denver only had 10 overs and he's picked up 2 wickets. So he must be saying, obviously, to his skipper, you've made a terrible error by not bringing me into the attack earlier. Because he's picked up both Paul and Singh. Paul going for 73, Singh for 93. He's going to get a single. Ball just running off the inner part of the bat. He's getting some turn, is Demba. Not an alarming amount of turn, but just enough to have the batsman thinking about how they were going to play him. See Hodge making some adjustments to the field, and he's going into a, there he is, going into a leg slip position, which indicates that he thinks that Demba is getting enough turn and sufficient turn that the ball may very well come off the inside edge and go into that leg gully position. See another change in the field. Bishop was running across there, going towards that square leg. They've taken out the backward point. So no point. Just 3 men on that offside. Yes, he is getting some turn now, Demba. That was a little bit of bounce and turn. So the end of a very good over from Demba. Kenneth Demba. Very first ball after lunch, picking up the wicket of Vishal Singh. Came down the track, one just spun away from him. And the bails, an excellent piece of stumping by Dennis Smith. Had the bails off in a flash. And Vishal Singh was given out stumped by umpire Wilson. Didn't like the decision. Singh felt that maybe his back foot was anchored behind the crease when the bails were taken off. So there's Denver, just 11 overs, 2 for 25. And poor Larry Edwards, he's had twice the amount of overs, none for 68. So Singh dropped off his bowling twice. Beat Kemo Paul with a number of deliveries, just spinning across his body. So here's Larry Edward to Pumal, and that's badly lined. Pumal is going to get a couple of runs here because there's no backward square leg, and that's excellent fielding because let's see who is that gave chase there. We tend to call kotor, you know, when players are running around and retrieving the ball, but that was good work because he had to run from mid-wicket towards a backward square leg position. Here is badly lined again. He's lucky to survive that one as Pestano was trying to clip it down to the leg side. That looks like Denver was the man who was chasing that. It was Denver. Limited them last time to a single. Giving it some air, and Pestano comes down the track. That's a good shot. He picked the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Excellent shot. Give him some air, a generous amount of air by Larry Edward. Pestano immediately used his feet. Excellent batting on his part. Used his feet, got to the pitch, actually got it on the full, and he hit it between the mid-on and mid-wicket. Bishop had no chance to get around to his right. All he had to do was to retrieve the ball, and that's 4 good-looking runs for Pestano. That's how will Edward respond. Flatter, getting some turn on that, and Pestano just was covering up bat and pad, thinking maybe that ball may have come back at him, but it didn't. Just spun away, beat the outside edge. Edwards suddenly has lost his line because he's bowling without a backward square leg. And if you're going to bowl up without a backward square leg, you've got to keep the ball away from the pads, got to keep the ball away from that leg stump because it's easy for the batsman to just get onto the back foot and turn the ball backward of square, just angle the bat so that the ball comes off the bat and goes just behind square. So he's got to rethink maybe he needs to go over the wicket. If he's going to go over the wicket and try and spin that ball across the body of the two batsmen, he's getting some turn. So if he goes over the wicket and maybe pitch it middle and off, spinning away from the right-hander, he's going to have better success. But it's 297 for 7. Pestano is on to 7. Oh, he's come down the track. He's hit it high. He's going to clear the man at mid-off. I don't think he's going to get there. And he gets 4 runs, though. So Pestano taking things into his own hands here, or on his own bat, one would say, because he came down the track and he hit it high over the mid-off, down towards that Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand. And 4 runs for Pestano. So they're not going to just hang around and prod. It also brings up the 300. 301 now for 7. Pestano is on to double figures. He's on 11. So just 38 runs behind now the Harpy Eagles. Immediately the mid-off has gone back to the long-off position. Turning that ball. Pestano looks, certainly looks as if he can contribute with the bat, playing straight. Played that wonderful on drive in the previous over. Oh, that's it straight back to Demba, and he's dropped it. Well. Hit it to his right, and he was diving across, and it went straight through him. And that's a chance again, put down. So Pestano is on to 12. 302 for 7. Should have taken it, Denver. Don't think it was hit with all that much power. And I get the impression that Denver picked it up late. And by the time he was diving to his right, it already hit him. Pamal, who's pretty handy with the bat. I've seen him in the past playing for Guyana and a couple of times for the West Indies, get 20, 30 runs. And I think that is all the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking for from him. If he can get a 20, 25 here, they'll be well on their way to go past the Windward Islands Volcanoes total. Pamal coming on the track. Was looking maybe for that big heave, and then just got to the pitch and played it nicely all along the ground to that long on. There is protection in the deep, so they've got to be careful, both Pestano and Pamal, if they're going to go for the big ones. They've got to clear the boundary, make sure the timing is good. So the end of a very eventful over from Denver, in which he should have picked up his 3rd wicket. Missed his own cotton bowl chance from Pestano when Pestano was coming down the track and tried to whip it through the onside. Went just to the right of Denver. He dived and wasn't able to come up with a catch. Struck him somewhere on the fingers and went into the body. But he still wasn't able to then grasp it at the second attempt. So let's see. Larry Edward is going to continue, and he's still going to operate from over the wicket. Sorry, from around the wicket, because I was thinking he should try and go over the wicket and just get that ball pitching somewhere middle and off, spinning away from the right-handers. But he's opting to go round the wicket. Still no backward square leg. There's a man right out on the square leg boundary. And there he goes again, outside the line of the leg stump. Well, this really and truly, it's not good bowling from Edward. He's bowled well during the course of the day, but since he's come back after lunch, this is his 2nd over, and he's bowled deliveries far too wide of that leg stump, or going or angling down the leg side, and without a backward square leg. And it's going to be easy runs for the Guyana Harpy Angels batsmen. And Pamal certainly helped himself to 4 runs. See, Demba has come up to have a word with Edward. Probably saying, listen, I've picked up 2 wickets and this is how I've done it. Maybe you need to follow suit. Still operating from around the wicket. That's better. A little too short. He wants to get Pumal on that front foot. Getting on the front foot. Looking to drive. Who knows? May very well come off the outside edge. Pumal will be happy if it's just back of a length. That's much better. Giving it a little bit of air as well. There is a man at long off, not at long on. Long on is in the orthodox run saving position. It's probably about halfway back to the boundary. Pumal is going to get a single. Pushed at that delivery from Edward, making sure it eluded him because there's no one at mid-off. The man is all the way back to that boundary rope. 308 now for 7, just 31 runs away to equal the Windward Islands total. Give him here, and Pastano drives. That's a good shot because he's keeping it all along the ground because there is protection for Edwards. He's giving it some air in this over, almost trying to tempt Pumal and Pastano to go for the big hits. The end of the over from Edward, a good over. But well played. Actually, not such a great over because that badly lined delivery that Pumal was sweeping down to the deep backward square position for 4. Outside of that, he gave the ball some generous air, trying to tempt both Pastano and Pumal. But they played the deliveries all along the ground. That was good batting. 30 runs away now, 309 for 7. Demba is going to continue. This unusual action he has. Who does that remind you of, Vidya? This delivery is spinning in to Pastano and he's just playing it in front of him. A woman cricketer. Doesn't it remind you of a little way of our own Anisa Mohammed? With the hands going up and yeah. And then the hands going up. Trying to tempt Pastano, giving it a little bit of air. Let's just be clear on that. Just his action reminds us of Anisa Mohammed. He certainly doesn't look like Anisa Mohammed. She's far better looking. No offense to give him to Mr. Denver. Or his family, I did say. Pastano is going to get a single as that ball is just going to the left of that Edward down there at that cover position. 310 for 7. Pastano is on to 14. Nice conditions yet again for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's blistering sun all day long. That's why they say cricket is for young people. Even though some of our fat match cricketers would be very upset with me for saying that. This is a delivery that's flicked out to the deep mid-wicket position. They're going to come back for the second because Pumal was just flicking the delivery. He didn't really hit it full-blooded off the middle of the bat. So the man there at that maybe Lewis, who is at that deep mid-wicket position, had to run maybe about 20 meters in. And it gave the batsman enough time to get the second. So Pumal is on to 10. 312 now for 7. So they make their way towards that 339. And there we see the Guyana batting 312 for 7, 93 for Singh, 73 for Paul, 30 for Chanda Paul, and 28 for Johnson. Edward to continue. That one was angled into him and spun away at the last moment. Not a big degree of turn, but enough turn from Larry Edward to let the batsman be a little concerned. Single for Pestano. He goes to 15, the total on to 313 for 7. Hodge going a little closer there in that catching position on the offside. One would think that Pumal would be very used to this left arm spin. Him being a left arm slow orthodox spinner himself. Looks pretty comfortable against the spin of Larry Edward. None for 81. He's in his 28th over. That's a good shot. That's an excellent shot from Pumal. It's not going to get into the boundary. That's good bit of fielding. So they're going to take 3. A full-blooded drive. Hit out to that cover position. Able just to take 3 runs. Let's see the man out there. Looked like, is that Lewis? Yeah, it was Lewis who gave chase. The end of the over from Edward. So he's got none for 84 from 28. Still, we await the new ball. 95 overs now have been bowled, and this partnership is 26 runs, and Kavim Hodge continues to believe that his spinner is going to do the trick for him. Denver 13 overs, 2 for 34 on Edward. Wicketless, none for 84 from 24, but look at the pacers. McSween 2 for 78 from 20, Lois 3 from 50 from 16. And if these two bat for another couple of overs, then Hodge will have to certainly put his thinking cap on. Pumal not afraid to use his feet. That one wasn't given the kind of air I think Pumal had decided from the time the bowler was up to the wicket he was going to use his feet. Eventually he just had to play forward and get back to the safety of his crease. But I must say, these two are starting to look very comfortable. Still maintain Edward should go over the wicket. Bowl that ball just outside the line of the off stump, or just outside, sorry, on the line of middle and off, spinning away from the right-hander. Maybe try to square him up. But he hasn't done that. And both these batsmen find it comfortable against Edward, and they're also finding it comfortable here against Denver. Denver, a very tall man, is Kenneth Denver. Comes down the track. He's hit this one high in the air. It's heading down to the man at long on, who takes the catch. And Pestano couldn't resist any longer. He was batting very, very comfortable, pushing the ball around, getting the singles. But he couldn't resist going after Demba, and he hit it high into the hands of the man down there at long on, and that could be McSween down there who was taking the catch. It is Kotoy. Oh, your good friend Kenneth Kotoy Karen Kotoy, sorry, has taken the catch off the bowling of Kenneth Demba. Demba now picks up his third wicket. It's 317 for 8. Pestano goes for 15 from 26 deliveries. Caught Kotoy, bowled Demba. It's 318 for 7. Still 22 runs away from first innings. But I think the Guyanese coach would be a little disappointed with that dismissal of Pestano, because both himself and Pumal were batting very well. And I was now about saying that they seem to have come to terms with the spin. They were looking comfortable. But when sometimes as a tail ender batting 8, 9, 10, you just can't resist if a spinner tosses that ball up in the air. Now I know, Vidya, you never batted 8, 9, 10, but I'm just saying, batsmen who bat in that kind of position, they just can't resist. So it's Gurukesh Moti, the man who has come in to replace Pestano, but he is at the non-striker's end. The batsman, in fact, crossed. And so it's going to be Pumal facing up to Demba. 3 for 35 now. It's a good shot all along the ground. That's what Pestano should have done. But was in a little bit of a hurry. I would think they would go a little bit more on the attack for Moti. There's a slip, there's a silly point. I would have thought maybe a forward short leg as well. But they've opted not to do that. 6 men on the offside. So Gurukesh Moti is going to face his first delivery from Denver. It's always interesting with the left-hander facing up to the off-spinner. Demba opting to go round the wicket to the left-handed Moti. He's looking to give himself some room. Found that that ball was drifting back into him, not the one that was spinning away. So the end of a successful over from Kenneth Demba. 318 for 8. So this is now just all a matter of second innings. The Guyana Harpy Eagles would be looking to dismiss the Windward's team for somewhere in the vicinity of maybe 150, 175. And on the final day try to chase that down. Because we've still got a full session here. When I say a full session, we've got the third session after tea. And then we've got about an hour and a half. So a lot of time left today. And then, of course, we have not sure if tomorrow they're going to start earlier as well. Because of the loss. I think we lost over an hour yesterday. 10 overs? Okay, 10 overs. And we'll have to wait and see what happens. But we're just about seeing the pace reintroduced. Sherman Lewis is going to be back into the attack. He's picked up 3 wickets as well. Don't think they've taken the new ball, because shining away with the ball, there's Ryan John at mid-off. Is the scorecard. 318 for 8 from 96 overs. Oh, This is immediately Lewis's first delivery. He picks up the wicket of Pamal. Pamal just having a little bit of a fiddle outside the line of the off stump. He was pushing his bat to a delivery that was really started wide of the off stump, left the right-hander, and there was Pamal just having a little bit of a fish at it, and the ball took the outside edge into the gloves of Smith, and the Guyanese Harpy Eagles, they've lost wicket number 9. 318 now for 9. And immediately Lewis gets into the act, his 4th wicket. Pamal going for 15, just as Pestano. So the old ball continues to do the trick, but this time with the pace of Lewis. Niall Smith is making his way to the crease. So it looks as if the Windward Islands may very well take this first innings as Smith comes to the wicket. Moti goes down, maybe trying to give him a little bit of confidence and saying to him, well, this bowling doesn't look really menacing. We should be all right. Let's take the score past 339. It's going to be a difficult task. Lewis looking for his 5th wicket of the innings. And what better way to think you're going to get it if you're bowling to number 11. That's not a bad looking shot from Smith. Was getting in line as that ball came into him. Was just working it towards mid-wicket. Lewis has had a long rest, so he should be very fresh. Oh, that's in the air, but runs for Smith. They're gone for 1. Are they going to come back for 2? Smith wanted it, but Moti was not interested. And they just pick up a single. So it was airborne. Smith looking to play that on drive. But Smith running to his left and found that ball was going too far to his right for him to even make an attempt to catch it, as Lewis was on his follow through. Smith off the mark with that single. Moti yet to score. Moti looking to play that cut shot. I think Smith would be well advised to bowl at the stumps. And you're bowling to 10 and 11, especially as a fast medium bowler. You want to put it under the stumps. Oh, that's a good hit. That's a very good hit from Moti. It was just in the slot for him to carry through with that, and he hit it high over, I would say more over a wideish mid-off. But it was in his half, and he obviously decided once it's pitched up, he's going to go after Lewis. So he's off the mark with that boundary, and it's 323 for 9. Really and truly nothing in this first innings between the teams. Just a lead of 16 at the moment. And I would have thought that at 141 for 5, the Windward Islands were thinking more of a hefty lead, somewhere in the vicinity of 80 or 90. And Moti is swinging this one, and that's going to run away to the mid-wicket position as well. This time it was short. It was a bad delivery from Lewis, and Moti was waiting on it, because after being hit previously over a wide mid-off. He decided to shorten it this time to Moti, and Moti he was waiting on that. He was waiting on that short ball, and as Lewis pounded it into the turf, Moti was into position quickly and hit it over the mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. So he goes on to 8. Smith is 1. It's 327 for 9. The deficit, Vidya, just 12 runs.
Yeah, it certainly is, Colin. Just 12 runs there. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles have done well to get up to this target, due largely to that 146-run partnership between Vishal Singh and Kimo Paul. Singh got 93. Paul was the first to go for 73. He went just before lunch on 287 for 6, but since then, it's been a steady stream of wickets here. 290 for 7. Singh went first ball after the lunch break. I'm not sure what he had for lunch. I wonder if he had a roti that we had. He didn't add any out to lunch, so maybe curried ducks, Colin is suggesting. 317 for 8. Pestano went, and then a run later, Pamal went. Last wicket in now. Demba's trying to wrap up another one here. So he has 3 wickets, and obviously he must be looking at his captain wondering, why did you bring me on so late? Because he came in just before lunch, and within the space of 3 overs, he already had a wicket. He broke the partnership, and here the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 9 down now. And he already has 3 of those wickets, and possibly aiming for a 4th here. Of course, Sherman Lewis is looking for a 5-fer. 4 for 59 he has. And they may not even have to go for the new ball here, Colin. 97.2 overs this ball is already. Certainly not one of those surfaces that it's difficult to maintain the shine on the ball here at the Oval. Driven straight back to the bowler, and that is into the ground, is it? No, I think he's got him, yeah. For a moment there, I thought it would have hit into the ground, but he's hit it straight back to the bowler, and this time he's taken the catch. Had an earlier one from Pamal that he dropped, and he is gone. Niall Smith is out for 1, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings comes to an end, just 12 short of the Windward Islands, so it's going to be a second innings battle here, and these teams will have to be very careful in their second innings. So the news, Guyana Harpy Eagles all out for 327. The last man to go was that man Smith, caught and bowled Demba for, was it 2, I believe it is? One, in fact. He was out for 1, and so the last wicket down there. And Demba, 4 for 36, 14.3 overs. And what a turnaround here that has been effected by this off-spinner there, Colin.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's amazing because there was nothing going on when Singh and Kimo Paul were batting. They were very comfortable. Things were going along nicely, and I was one advocating that they should have taken a new ball, try to make something happen, a harder ball, get some swing, get the ball rushing onto the batsmen. And all of a sudden, the Hodge decided he was not going to take the new ball. He opted to bowl his spinners, and Demba in particular, you have to give him credit. He's come here and picked up 4 wickets. And the 4 wickets, getting both Paul and Singh, and then adding Pestano and Smith to his tally. The dismissal of Paul, I wouldn't say started things going badly, because he should not have played back to a ball that was pitched up to him. He went onto the back foot, and it struck him on the pad right in front. He was playing good all the time. He was on that front foot. He was negotiating everything, and for some unknown reason, a quicker ball from Demba, he went onto the back foot, he missed it, and was struck plumb in front. And they went to lunch with Pestano and Vishal Singh at 294.6. And you thought, well, if Singh can carry on to 100 and beyond 100, they would go past the 339. But the very first ball, again, a delivery, give him a little bit of air, and Singh, using his feet, the ball's pitched, spun away from him, and Smith did the rest behind the stumps. But again, the little break in concentration must have affected Vishal Singh. He didn't seem happy. He felt he got back in time. Umpire Joel Wilson without hesitation, raised that index finger, and he went. Then the rest of the bowlers, as we suggested, Pestano and Pomal, they had a few good shots, getting to 15 each. Before Denver took care of Pestano. Pestano lost his patience coming down the track, tried to clear the man at long on, only succeeded in finding Kotoy in that position, and he went. And then Lewis came back into the attack, replacing Edwards. Edwards, who had a rough time, didn't pick up a wicket, had seen a couple chances, dropped off for him. And the skipper Hodge decided, well, go back to the pace at Edward end. And he did, and Lewis came and picked up a wicket, and he picked up the wicket of Pomal with his first delivery, and then finally Niall Smith, Denver, did it for him when giving it a little bit of air, and there was Niall Smith looking to hit it down to long on and hit it straight back into the bowler's hand. So it's been a good comeback from the Windward Islands after the partnership from Singh and Kimo Paul, a very vital partnership in terms of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They took the score from 141 for 5 to 287 for 6. So they did the bulk of the scoring. But once Kimo Paul had gone, then the rest of the innings really was not able to hold on and go past the 339. So as you rightly said, Vidya, it's going to be a second innings battle now. The question is, can the Windward Islands score quickly enough to set a target for the Harpy Eagles on the last day, or can the Harpy Eagles make inroads into the Windward Islands batting and set up themselves for a chase tomorrow?
Majority of the games I scored before was T20, and then I went into ODI and Test.
I'll be back with you after the break. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval for continued coverage here. It is the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting second, just about to start their innings. And it is a very close game indeed with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They were bowled out for 339 yesterday. We saw the Guyana Harpy Eagles all out for 327 just about 10 minutes ago. So it's just a 12-run difference here. Even Steven after 2.5 days here in this match. Will there be a result? Given the time remaining, many will say that this might be heading for a draw. However, if there's a collapse in one of these two teams, it could be a result that we could see. We did see a slump of 25 runs for 6 wickets in the Windward Islands first innings. So Guyana may feel a bit encouraged by that. If they can trigger off a similar collapse, they could be in business here. It looks like Kimo Paul is going to be starting off here, and this is a very proud moment for young man Teddy Bishop, who is going to, it appears, to be taking the first ball here. And Teddy Bishop is in to bat in the second innings because of the injury to Kimani Melius. He was struck on the helmet in the first innings, make that in the 7th over of the day, and he had to go off. Passed a concussion test immediately, but however developed symptoms during the night, and he is out of the game. And we are seeing this youngster Teddy Bishop, who played for the West Indies on the 19s. He's going to be facing the first ball, and immediately, as you would expect, the senior pros on the Guyana team are just having a little conversation with him, just trying to wish him good luck, I'm sure, and a few other things too.
Yeah, right. You wish him good luck. Hey, young man, take your time. Bat well. Get 100. Yeah, I'm sure they're telling
I'm sure that's
that.
what they're telling you right now. Yeah, but the senior pros there, just having a quick talk with him. And Sharon Hetmeyer, you would expect Hetmeyer to be in there. He knows how to get under the skin of some of these players. We saw him. He seems to be like the chief one on the Guyana team to give the chirp. Why not? He is the outstanding player on the team. So Teddy Bishop's going to face up, and at the other end, it is Devon Smith. So how do you like this? The youngest man on the team on one end and the oldest man on the other end. And Devon Smith tells the youngster, all right, you can take the first ball. Big moment for Teddy Bishop coming up here. And don't forget, just 2 weeks ago, he got 100 against Zimbabwe in the Under-19 World Cup out at Diego Martin. How he'd love to transfer that form here, the right-hander out of Grenada. So the 2 Grenadian batsmen opening here for the Windward Islands. Here's the first ball. Well, immediately playing away from his body. 3 slips and a gully in place here for young Bishop. Just rehearses a leave alone after that. And Kimo Paul. So remember, in the first innings, there was a slight injury to him, Colin.
Yeah, he was looking at his left calf. But just looking at Bishop, he must be a bundle of nerves outside there. You know, yes, his last innings was 100, but that was in under-19 cricket. So he's facing up, to an international bowler. So he must be a bundle of nerves, even with that shot. You know, he wanted to put bat onto ball, but he was away from his body, and he should have really left that alone.
Better throw in, got in behind the line of the ball, playing it out, and survives that one. Of course, Devon Smith he'll have a lot of advice from Devon Smith, who is 21 years older than him. Imagine that. Devon Smith was already playing for the Windward Islands when this youngster was born. Wow, what a game it is.
Probably wasn't even born when Devon Smith was playing for the Windward Islands. Amazing. But that's the beauty of a Devon Smith, because it just shows how dedicated he is to his cricket and to his batting and to the Windward Islands. He's been a tremendous servant for their cricket.
Bishop again will get some runs here. Those are his first runs in first-class cricket. A little bit streaky, but he won't mind. A boundary to start off his account in first-class cricket. And he is underway. Teddy Bishop, the young Grenadian, getting off the mark with a boundary here. Gets a touch of the gloves from Devon Smith. And the past, well, not past, you can't say Devon Smith is the past. He looks so fit. I wouldn't be surprised that he goes on for another season or two. But definitely Bishop would be the future of cricket in Grenada. Certainly hope to see him in the West Indies senior team at some point here. If he gets some good runs, who knows what could happen. More runs for him here. This time turning it behind square. He will pick up 2. Tejan Chandapal is after it. And he picks up 2 here. So that's Bishop off to 6 here. What an easy game this first-class cricket is. You come in and you're 6 or 4 deliveries.
Yeah, what it would be great for this young man to get some runs, you know, just for the sake of West Indies cricket. You know, if he can maybe get to a half century, would be really super. And would do its confidence the world of good going into the rest of the tournament.
Certainly would. He's facing up again here. That's a loose shot outside the off stump. Lucky to get away with that one. And that's the other side of his game here. We did see him get out to some shots like that in the Under-19 World Cup. And he will be advised to leave those a few alone. He hasn't been playing T20 cricket. He has been playing actually 50-over cricket. So he'll have to rein himself in. I told you about the comparison. Now, I'm going to tell you the comparison in terms of their ages in a moment. Dear Colin, as we watch, you're going to be surprised by this. You won't be surprised by this. Again, thought about playing that one. Lets it go. So Teddy Bishop celebrated his 19th birthday in January as the over comes to an end here. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 6 without loss after the over. Teddy Bishop celebrated his 19th birthday, January 26th, 2003. So you got that, January 26th. Devon Smith made his debut for the West Indies at Georgetown in April 2003. So Bishop was 3 months old when Devon Smith made his debut for the West Indies. So that just tells you the gulf in between these two. But what experience that he does have, Teddy Bishop, at the other end. Devon Smith, who's played a ton of games. Just to give you some of the figures here, 43 test matches, 45 ODIs. And remember, he does have a World Cup 100 in there also. 60 T20 internationals, 217 first-class games, 167 List A games, and 36 T20 games. That is a ton of experience there.
I think also Vidya, he's a few runs short of 15,000 first-class runs. If I saw that somewhere.
That's right. Yeah. 14,681 before this game.
Right. Yeah.
So, and he did get a 50. So he's gone past 14,700.
So what?
He should pass it this season.
Yeah, he's got about 300 runs to get to 15,000.
A little bit less, in fact. Smith. Well, that's it's Smith to Smith here for the moment, and that ball coming off the pads here. So just under 300 runs to cross that 15,000 run barrier. That would be a great achievement. And I think, given his form, what we've seen from him already, he should pass that sometime during this season. Left-handed Devon Smith. Just 1,760 runs in test matches, 108 50s. Didn't quite establish himself there. Oh, that one's beaten him. That's a great delivery there from Niall Smith. That one crept under the bat there, and Smith struggling here a little bit early. He also has over 1,000 runs in ODI cricket. He didn't play too much T20s, maybe a bit too late in his career for that. But in terms of first-class cricket, 14,000 plus runs. And List A, not too bad either, 4,570 runs. And that one just averaging under 30 with 800s and 24 50s. That, if anything, that may be the problem that has dogged him in his career, not converting great starts to big hundreds. It's only in first-class cricket, 3,800, 64 first-class 50s, in fact. That's where he's excelled.
A few years ago, maybe I'm going back 10 years, could be longer, probably a little longer than that. He actually came here to Queen's Park and played for Queen's Park in the domestic competition, I think for a year or so. So he very well, he knows the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Because in playing for Queen's Park for that season. I think he scored a lot of runs as well. Well, I think anywhere Devon Smith goes, he will score a lot of runs.
Runs just seem to follow him around. Oh, he's gone through him and he's bowled him here. I think we put the curse on Devon Smith. He's bowled and off stump has been knocked back here by Niall Smith, and Devon Smith is gone. Unusually for him, he's out without scoring here, and the first wicket has gone down. A big blow struck by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Devon Smith out without scoring. 6 for 1 here at the Queen's Park Oval. So Kareem Hodge is in to do battle here, and for the first time he will be batting with the youngster Teddy Bishop. So Kareem Hodge in because Devon Smith, who was troubled by a full delivery from Niall Smith, his namesake, earlier in the over, just passed under the bat outside the off stump. That time it was just a few inches inside, clipped the off stump, and he was out. And to get Devon Smith so early here is a massive blow for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. We did talk about there's maybe a soft underbelly to this Windward Islands Volcanoes batting here, and if they can get a few more wickets here early and really put them under pressure, might be a very interesting afternoon we're in for here. Batting collapse is not exactly unknown in Windward Islands cricket over the last few years. But this team has been bubbly. They have been fighting all the way through. And let's see if they have the character to come back after this early loss. Skipper out there. Kareem Hodge didn't do too much with the bat in the first innings. He was out for 10, caught by Johnson of Chemo Paul. And you know, once a bowler takes a batsman's wicket in the first innings, just about rearing to go. You can't stop reminding him that he took him in the first innings. Just to remind you how the innings went for Windward Islands in the first innings, there was a good stand of 46 between Hodge and Smith. That's because Melius went off after 6.1 overs. Too wide outside the off stump. There was another little partnership where Smith went for 52, and then a 63-run partnership. The over comes to an end here. 6 for 1, successful one for Niall Smith. And then they progressed well to 157 for 3, and they were cruising at 190 for 3 when Alec Athenaeus went for 68. 6 wickets fell for 25 runs after, and I think that is where Guyana will be looking at and thinking that I think we have a chance against this Windward Islands lineup.
Yeah, they certainly will be thinking that. I tell you, Niall Smith, in fact, that over he bowled is probably his best over, I think, for the game. He was very much short, wayward in the first innings. I thought that first over he was much more in control. His line was good. His length was good. Well, it's Chemo Paul. He's back into the attack. But Niall Smith, his line was good. His length was good. And everything about that over was really exceptional. He actually beat Devon Smith with a couple balls before he eventually dismissed him. He was right on target. He bowled I think a Yorker earlier in the over. The first ball, he bowled a Yorker and Smith played over it. So it was a good start from Niall Smith. What the Guyanese team would want him to do is continue in that vein. He's got some pace. There's no doubt about it. But he's got to be consistent with that pace in terms of line and length.
That's edged and down through the slips, and that's gone for 4. Shorter delivery from Chemo Paul. That just dropped in front of I think it's third slip, and just got past him. There was a sort of an awkward length there for him to take, and that has gone for 4. So Bishop moves on to 10 now. That's his second boundary that he's had an edge through the slips here, and that has gone for 4. So Kimo Paul, a little bit frustrated after seeing that one go through the slips there, but he has had a good game. 3 wickets in the first innings. He also had 73 with the bat, and looking for some early wickets here for the Harpy Eagles. And more runs here for Bishop. That might run away for 4. It has gone to the boundary now. And Teddy Bishop picking up the runs here. And he's up to 14. He has all 14 runs for the Windward Island Volcanoes right now. And if they are to be safe in this game, you would think they'll at least have to bat out. They will have to bat out the rest of the day, obviously. Maybe bat till about lunch tomorrow if they are to make their position in this game safe here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And how Bishop would love to get a good score on his first game for his country. 4 slips now in place. They're just closing up the gaps here for Teddy Bishop. Not sure if Bishop has noticed that though. Oh, that's a naughty shot outside the off stump, and Paul getting the ball to swing away slightly. Too wide. He didn't need to play at that. And almost getting an edge there. I think he needs to look back here. He's still pretty nervous right now. His first class game, so just I'm not sure if he's faced up to Kimo Paul at any time. The World Cup winner out of 2016. Kimo Paul, another one of these emerging fast bowlers out of Guyana. They've produced so many wonderful fast bowlers in the past. Not sure they'll call one Colin Croft wonderful. That one, oh, he's parried by the keeper. They decide not to go against it. Now, don't get me wrong. Colin Croft is a very nice guy when you get along with him well. Very nice guy, but not when a cricket ball is in his hand. He's not the kind of guy you want to face. He was fearsome in his day. And Colin Stewart was another one at that time.
He would have told you he had no friends on the cricket field. Colin
Yes,
Croft.
he did. He did.
He would say nobody is his friend. Even if he's bowling, I think, to his dad, he would try to knock his head off.
Oh, Colin Croft, a special fast bowler. Guyana have also produced the likes of Colin Stewart and Rion King, who was here for the World Cup, working at the Under-19 World Cup. As busy as always. Another good delivery here from Paul, well taken by Bramble. Over comes to an end. And a good one here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 2 boundaries off it, and Bishop on 14. It's 14 for 1 after the early loss of Devon Smith. So, yes, so that's 14 for 1. 3 overs gone here, Colin. So this is a good situation here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Come back into the game, just 12 runs short of the Volcanoes total, and they've taken the wicket of Devon Smith.
That's right. So they're pretty much, I wouldn't say they're on top, but it's been a good start for them. Young Teddy Bishop is having some problems with the swing of Kimo Paul. Once Kimo Paul pitches that ball up to him and it swings away from him, he's getting some problems negotiating the swing, and I think it's the lack of foot movement. If he gets back and across, by the time that ball pitches, he will know it's wide of the off stump, going even further wide, and he should be leaving it alone. But he's pushing at it because he's really not moving his feet, young Teddy Bishop. Once it's short, he's okay. He's opening the face of the bat and just guiding it square on the offside. But the problem he's having is when Kimo Paul pitches it up to him, because he's getting some away swing, getting some movement, and it's troubling Bishop. But it's going to be a nice learning experience for him, because I want to see how he continues to handle Paul. He's got to work it out in his own mind, because every time Kimo Paul pitches the ball up to him, he's beaten outside that line of the off stump because he's pushing at it. He's not, one, catering for the swing, and 2, because there's a lack of foot movement from him, he's not, he can only really get the edge of the bat. But as we say, he's what, 19 years old, and it's going to be a learning experience for him. I hope he faces up to Paul a little bit more. Because if he's going to open the batting, he's going to come up against some class seam bowlers who are going to swing that ball. But at 19 years old, he can only learn from this experience. In the meantime, skipper Hodge is there. Niall Smith. I find every time you look at Niall Smith and he tries to bowl a little bit quicker, he tends to lose his line. That first over to Devon Smith, the first 4 balls were excellent deliveries. There again, he's trying to pound this ball into the pitch, looking for pace. He gets some movement as well, but it's going down the leg side. It's no good to anybody except Hodge, who will be happy to judge the pace and the bounce of this pitch. So the more Niall Smith bowls wayward outside that leg stump or wide of the off stump, it gives Hodge a little bit more time to acclimatize himself to the conditions. Lovely sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a better from Hodge, but not a good delivery from Smith. Pitched up to him half volley, and Hodge stroked it beautifully through the cover region. Just pure timing. He just leant on it and guided it more than anything else. But it came off the middle of the bat. That would give Hodge some confidence. Didn't get many in the first innings. He got to 10 before he was flashing at a delivery from Kimo Paul outside the line of the off stump. Got the outside edge and was taken smartly by Leon Johnson at first slip. It's better from Smith. Needs to get a little closer to the off stump. So the end of the over, 18 for 1, the Volcanoes. So they lead now by 30. And Hodge is on 4, and young Teddy Bishop is on 14, and he's going to continue to be tested by Kimo Paul. And I like this battle because you've got a bowler with some experience swinging the ball against a young man who's just come off making 100 in the Under-19 World Cup, who must be feeling pretty confident of himself. And it's going to face up to Kimo Paul swinging that ball away from him with 3 slips and a gully. And the gully has gone very, very straight indeed. It's not the squarish gully. So we've got 4, almost like 4 slips rather than 3 slips and a gully. That's well played by Bishop. Ball was more angled into him from Kimo Paul rather than the away swing. Thing with Bishop, he looks confident, and he must be after that 100. He's got to also realize that this is a different ball game. This is the big man's game, no longer under 19. And that's much better because Kimo Paul, he started it wider of the off stump. And Bishop, he picked up the line early. He was getting that left leg across, but he picked up the line early, realizing it was outside the off stump and going further away. He left it alone. And I think Hetmaya at second slip and Leon Johnson at first slip applauding that delivery from Kimo Paul, because I think that's where they want him to bowl to Bishop. They want him bowling around the off stump, moving it away from the right-hander. That's the ball, and there is the Bishop going for the drive, peels out the outside edge and goes down to third man. Now, I'm not understanding because, had there been a gully in place, it could very well have gone straight to the man at gully. But they decided against the orthodox gully position for Bishop, and they've gone with almost 4 slips. Now, Hetmaya has gone into a gully. So just the 2 slips and the gully And even if they, the thing is they need wickets. Put 2 gullies in. Even if you want to go with that 4 slips, forget runs at this point in time. You're looking for wickets. But they had a 3rd man in place, which in fact stopped the ball from going into the boundary, because we've seen Bishop scoring in that region. But when he goes after these deliveries that is swinging away from him, once he's not in control, it's going to be hit. It's going to be hit in the air. And the 3rd man was in the perfect place. So put the gully in that region, in a catching position, rather than it just harmlessly going down to 3rd man. Not lining up that delivery all that well, Kimo Paul. First time he's really strayed down the leg side. And it's back to Paul versus Bishop. Are they going to keep that 4 slips in position? Well, they're taking Moti now, and they're putting Moti square. But again, look, he's gone even squarer. And so he's almost like a backward point in a catching position. That's it. The end of Bishop, as we suggested. A delivery right up to him. He came down on it. It peeled off the outside edge and went straight into the man at that 4th slip position to take the catch. So he's been flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump. Once Kimo Paul is moving that ball away from him, this young man will learn. There's no doubt about it. I liked how he approached the innings. He was confident, but he was always being troubled by Kimo Paul with those balls up to him, swinging away from him. And eventually, it has brought his downfall. He was coming down on a delivery that was pitched up to him. And again, he was a little bit, the bat was away from the body. It took the outside edge, and a good catch in the end in the slip region. So it's the end of Bishop. He goes for 15, and it's now 20 for 2. Vishal Singh, the man taking that catch there in the slip region. And you always felt that the catch would have been somewhere in that area, either gully, 4th slip, 2nd slip, any of the slip positions, because he was really finding problems. He was really finding problems negotiating the swinging ball from Kimo Paul. And once Kimo Paul pitched it up, you could see Bishop was a little bit uncomfortable with the movement of the feet and getting behind the line. Short of a length, he was fine. But once it was pitched up and it started to swing away, he was always in some difficulty. So it's the end of the young man. Caught Vishal Singh, bowled by Paul for 15, 20 for 2. Said Athanase, I think, has come in to partner Hodge, but he's at the non-striker's end. And that's short from Smith. Hodge pulling it down to the deep backward square leg. They've gone for 2. They're not going to risk the 3rd, as Pestano had a long chase about 20 meters to his left from a fine leg position towards that square leg, and does the fielding, and they pick up 2 runs. So Hodge goes to 7. And it's 22 now, 4-2. And that's pulled away. That one, you don't need to run that. A poor delivery from Niall Smith. And it stood up there and it asked to be hit by Hodge. And Niall Smith is bowling far too short. You would have thought he would have learned his lesson the way he bowled to Devon Smith. He kept it up to the bat, getting a little bit of movement. He bowled a Yorker. He eventually got Devon Smith out. Since then, he's gone back. He's reverted to these short deliveries, trying to pound it into the pitch. And Hodge was waiting on it. He's got to carry it up to the bat. He's got three slips and a gully. Why would you want to pitch the ball halfway up that pitch? Much better, but that's a great shot from Hodge. It was pitched up to him, no movement, and it enabled Hodge to just get onto the front foot and caress the ball through the cover region. Picks up 2 more runs. So Hodge is looking very confident, I must say. He's on 13 from 13 deliveries. It's 28 for 2. See, that prompts an immediate change in the field, both on the offside and on the leg side. A slip, the third slip has come out, and he's gone towards cover. And the man at mid-wicket has gone all the way back to the deep square leg position. That's a good delivery because it cut back at Hodge. Made some height. So you could see Smith putting a little bit extra into that. Made some height on Hodge. But more importantly, it cut back sharply on him. Couldn't do very much with it. In fact, he was just maybe trying to get out of the way. And luckily, the ball hit him just top of the pad and went over the stumps. But it's so easily have gone back into the stumps. It's been a good start for Guyana, 28 for 2. So they lead now just about 40. Another good delivery. He's getting the ball to cut back in on the batsman, and Hodge stands there while umpire Wilson is unmoved. I think it did a little too much. I think umpire Wilson got it right. Thought that ball cut back at Hodge. So this is how he's got to bowl. Pitch the ball up, let the ball on pitch in, cut back at the batsman. You want the movement. He's trying to bowl a little too fast, and when he does that, he's pitching the ball up halfway up the pitch. Get it up to the batsman. Get the movement. He's getting movement at this point in time. He's getting that ball to cut back very late at Hodge. That's another good delivery right up to him. And Hodge looking to flick it away. Ball just coming off the bottom part of the bat and going up on the onside. This has been the last 4 deliveries from Niall Smith has been much better than his first 2 deliveries. He's opted to pitch the ball up, but in so doing, he's getting that ball to cut into the right-hander, Hodge, and he's creating some problems for Hodge. Excellent last 4 deliveries. After his first 2 deliveries, one was a short, almost a nothing ball that was hit behind square. And then he bowled another short one that Hodge flicked away. So it's good to see him, after those first 2 deliveries, come back into the game in terms of bowling a good line, bowling a good length, and moving the ball. See, Hetmeyer had a word with umpire Wilson, asking maybe how was that not out. Players seem to have a good relationship with, of course, people like Hetmeyer who play at the international level would have a good relationship with umpire Wilson. It's amazing because some umpires don't take kindly to you questioning the decisions. I'll give you a little story about me in a little while video. This one is pitching, probably going down the leg side, doing a little bit too much from Kimo Paul, hitting him on the pad, but it started outside the line of the leg stump and went further down the leg side. Signal a leg by, the 29 for 2. Remember playing a game and wouldn't call the names, of course. And we were playing away from home, obviously hometown. We were playing against a hometown team with hometown umpires, and we kept hitting the pads. And this was the last game. I want to say Division 1. Kept hitting the pads, and we always not out. And in one occasion, I think it was It was either Tony Gray, could have been Tony Gray bowling, and the individual went right back on his stumps. No run there. He went right back on his stumps, and I mean, I think anybody, even Square Leg was appealing. He was so out. Of course, this was one of the hometown favorites, and the umpire said not out. And of course, everybody was stamping their feet on the ground, and Tony Gray, his hand was in the air. He's already 6'6", so he must have been 7 feet with his hand in the air. And I shouted out to him at this point in time. I will tell you what I said after this delivery. Keep you in suspense. That's a good delivery from Kimo Paul, just outside the line of the off stump.
Is it something you can say on radio?
Oh yes, of course. I said to him, "Come on, Tony, we've got to bowl him down." Well, I was immediately summoned by the umpire, and he said to me, "What do I mean by that?" I said, I'm just trying to give my bowler some confidence, trying to get the batsman out. Well, he reported me. I appeared before a disciplinary committee the following week. That's another good delivery. It needs to get just a little closer to the off stump, Kimo Paul. And so I went into the disciplinary meeting because he wrote how I was being sarcastic, and I was this, and I was...
You being sarcastic?
Not at all.
Of course
obviously
not.
He doesn't know me. And I was being sarcastic, and I was shouting out to the bowlers when they couldn't get an LBW decision to bowl him down and things like that. So I simply went into the meeting. They asked me what I meant by that, and I just said I was trying to give my bowler encouragement to get him to bowl out the opposition. I think the meeting lasted 5 minutes. That's a good delivery from Kimo Paul. Seemed to have come back at Hodge, handled it well. This one didn't go away from the right-hander, came back at him, pushes it out towards mid-on. Yeah, and I just simply said, well, I was trying to give my bowler... Now, you know I was being sarcastic, right, Vidya? So the meeting lasted about 5 minutes, and every time I came up against that umpire, he looked at me very strange. Looked at me as if to say, you know, I'm going to get you one of these days. That's a good delivery from Kimo Paul. Slower, you can see that delivery just leaving his hand, and took an eternity to get to Hodge, who was into his shot a little early, got a little bit of an inner part of the bat onto the pad and went out on the offside. So 29 for 2. Hodge is on 13. Athenaeus just faced the one delivery thus far, yet to get off the mark. And Kimo Paul 1 for 16 from his 4. Niall Smith, I'm sure he's going to get another over. 1 for 12 from his 3. 29 for 2. The left-handed Athenaeus is going to face up to Niall Smith. Gone back on the attack, of course, with the new batsman, having faced just one delivery. 3 slips and a gully. Athenaeus getting to 68 in the first innings. Was looking very comfortable until he played that reverse sweep against Versamy Pamal. That's a good shot. That's a wonderful shot from Athenaeus. What a way to get off your mark. He was on the front foot, half volley, just outside the line of the off stump. So he was just playing it beautifully, timed it superbly through that cover region down to the boundary for 4. So this is a man who scored 68 in the first innings, and that would give him loads of confidence. So 29 now, is it? No, 33 now, 4-2. And Athenaeus is off the mark. Batsman out, Bishop for 15, and Devon Smith without scoring. Imagine that, Devon Smith without scoring. That's another good shot from Athenaeus. That's going to probably run away. Pestano cannot get it. That's 4 more. Excellent shot. Shortish delivery. This one coming into the hip region. And there was Athenaeus just turning it nicely. Allowed the ball to come onto the bat. So he is really looking good. Taking up from where he left off in the first innings. Pure timing of those 2 shots. Just a young man with a lot of talent. You see players like this, and you wonder, you know, what do they need extra to get into the international setup and carry this kind of form into the international setup? Because we talk about so much talent in the region. We talk about so many promising players in the region, and they get into international cricket, and then they don't seem to transform that that type of talent and that type of promise into the national region, into the international arena. And maybe it's just a matter of hard work. I think, you know, when you get into that international arena, the hard work now starts. And I'm wondering if some of them realize that. That's a bad delivery from Smith, looking for the extra pace. It's well taken by Bramble. Yeah, and I'm just wondering if they don't realize. You talk to the Chanda Pauls of this world and the Geoff Boycotts of this world and even the Brian Laras of this world, with all the talent Brian Lara had. I mean, you know, he was gifted, but he couldn't just go out in the middle and just start to bat. He had to get the practice in. He had to work hard at his game. I remember Murali telling me one day that he's the toughest batsman he's ever bowled to. And this is a man with over, what, 800 test wickets? Yeah, 8 exactly. Vidya's telling me exactly 8. So, last count. Oh, was it the last ball of his career? Okay. The last ball of his career, he took 800 test wickets. And when he can single out, one of the saying that the batsman he found most difficult to dismiss was Brian Charles Lara. Just goes to show. That's a good shot again. Another bad delivery. Pestano is giving chase. He may as well give it up as it goes in, as it goes into the boundary for 4 runs. So 3 4s in the over thus far, and it's still not completed. I think there's still one more ball left, but far too short from Smith. He goes from one extreme to the next. Pitches up the ball, getting some movement. He was doing well, and all of a sudden, he's gone back to pitching these deliveries half pitch. Doesn't make sense. Oh, is he coming? He's coming around the wicket. He's coming around the wicket. It's another bad delivery and Kong 4 more. So 16 runs in the over from Niall Smith. 4 4s to Athenaeus. He quickly goes on to 16 from 8 deliveries. It's been a very, very poor over from Smith. He's now conceded 29 runs from his 4 overs after such a good start in which he dismissed Devon Smith in the first over, in his first over, and it's not been a good follow-up from him. So it's 46 for 2. Athenaeus is on 16. Hodge is on 13. Bishop already back in the pavilion making his debut. He went for 15. Smith went for 0 and 46 for 2 after 8 overs. So the run rate is good. Paul has had his 4 overs, 1 for 16. Smith 4 overs, 1 for 29. And Vidya, I think you're going to take it over until tea.
Yeah, that's right, Colin. And what an interesting period of play here. 2 wickets down already for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And Guyana looking to reassert some control here. It's pleasantly driven here, just past the fielder. He should get 2. And they've come back for 2 already. And that is Hodge getting 2 more. Athenaeus, who's just leapt past his captain with that after that last over, getting those 4 boundaries. And it has been a topsy-turvy match. Guyana large and in charge for 5 sessions during, I want to say not 5 sessions, but 2 sessions and a half on the first day. And Windward Islands taking over in the last session, just running away from Guyana and then extending that dominance into the second day of this match. and they would have gotten to 339. Guyana Harpy Eagles were in serious trouble at one point at 141 for 5, but then that 146-run partnership between Kimo Paul and Vishal Singh rescued things, and then the last 5 wickets in fact, going down for 40 runs. So Guyana Harpy Eagles would be a bit more satisfied with how they have performed, but honours even at the moment, but Guyana slightly edging ahead now. What's interesting is they have gotten Devon Smith, who usually turns in with a 50 or so. He was out, he was troubled very early on, went for a duck, bowled by Niall Smith. Kimo Paul has bowled well to Bishop, got some edges which went for boundaries, and then eventually when they tightened things up, brought in 4 slips, and Bishop was caught by Singh for 15. That's been the last wicket to go. Kimo Paul continues here. He's had his 3 test matches, nothing since then. Just a hint of swing away from the batsman. Kimo Paul played his last test match back in 2019, West Indies against England at Grossilay. That's, of course, in St. Lucia. Made his debut against Bangladesh at Kingston in 2018. And he joined the list of Guyana fast bowlers who have played test cricket. Some of the others include John Trim. Remember that name from way back in the last century. Conrad Stairs also. 2 Guyana fast bowlers would have played test cricket for the West Indies. And then one Colin Croft came in, and he set things alight for Guyana fast bowling. Oh, that's hit him on the pad. He could be out here. Yes, he's gone. That is the 3rd wicket. And Kimo Paul has struck again. And Hodge is out for 15. A massive blow struck here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Paul has taken a 2nd wicket. What a match he's having. 5 wickets in the game already. And he's also scored 73. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, we talked about the possibility of a batting collapse if they did not start well. Well, they have lost their first 3 wickets here for 48 runs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are sensing they are on to something special here. So Keron Kotoy is walking out there, and the left-hander is out to do battle. The left-hander out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He averages 36.84 in first-class cricket, and they need every one of those runs. They'll need some big runs from him here today, and he is out to join Alec Athenaeus. Not a great outing for Captain Kaveem Hodge. 10 in the first innings, 15 in the second innings, and he's seen his team lose their first 3 wickets here. The Windward Islands have been in charge for at least since late on the first day. They dominated yesterday, but they've been pegged back here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and that partnership, you have to say, between Vishal Singh and Kimo Paul certainly turned things around for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And now with 3 wickets down, they are in charge. And remember, we have not seen anything from the bowling yet of their champion bowlers, Virasamy Permaul and Gudakesh Moti. This ball only 8 overs and 5 balls all. Kimo Paul will head in. He's already taken 2 wickets here. And he was talking about fast bowling in Guyana. John Trim, Conrad Stairs, Colin Croft, Rion King has also played for the West Indies and still looking very fit indeed. Saw him recently for the Under-19 World Cup and did a wonderful job in keeping the commentators informed. Colin Stewart can also be in there. Kimo Paul joined the ranks. But Guyana not producing a lot of fast bowlers over the years, and it's something that I see that they're trying to change. Tell you more about that in a moment. One kept low, and that's going to run away. It's not going to go to the boundary. In fact, they're only going to get 1. I think they didn't realize the fine leg was in place in Niall Smith, But that one may have come off the knee of the wicketkeeper into his pads. All the same, the score has moved on to 49 for 3. A successful over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 49 for 3 after the 9th over of this innings. So despite being hit for 4 fours in the last over, Leon Johnson has decided to persist with Niall Smith. Another one of the young Guyana fast bowlers trying to make his way into Test cricket. Mentioned some of the names there in the last over. Well, I see that the Guyana Cricket Board has brought in a very special cricketer in the history of West Indies cricket to Guyana. He's right now there in Guyana. And they've invited a lot of young aspiring fast bowlers to work with him at Albion Cricket Ground in Berbice. The Georgetown Cricket Club would have released a picture of some of the youngsters here. It's a very interesting name there, Mervyn Pamal. I wonder if he is related to Veerasamy. But a few of the youngsters, they'll be working with that particular West Indies fast bowler. Just in case you haven't picked it up, Curtly Ambrose, Sir Curtly Ambrose, is right now in Guyana. And he'll be working with those young aspiring fast bowlers at the Albion Cricket Ground in Berbice. Some of the youngsters I'm seeing in the picture here: Kareem Whitney, Nehemiah Honeykerk, Mervyn Pamal, Dylan Ramsarup, Joash Charles, Kelvin Gordon, and Kumar Torrington. Who knows, we might see one of them in a Test shirt at some time for the West Indies. Good luck to them and hope they enjoy the session. That one's going down the leg side. Stifled appeal from the bowler. The appeal mainly coming from the slip fielders. And down the leg side and easily fielded by Clinton Pestano. So good situation here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They fought back well. Looked to have been battered by that partnership of 124 between McSween and Lewis. And now a battle back with a partnership of their own. And Singh, who missed out, unlucky to miss out on 100, getting 93, Kemo Paul 73. And they've now brought their team back into the game. And they've got their tails up here, the Harpy Eagles. It's flicked away. Work here for Pestano. Not going to get it. Another boundary, another badly lined delivery here from Smith. Apologizes to his captain, but he's not getting it right here. He's tried a few deliveries over the wicket, switched around the wicket, and now switched back to over the wicket, and still can't seem to get the radar gun working here. And that is 54 for 3. Athenaeus on 20, and Katoy is 1. And Athenaeus has benefited greatly from the wayward deliveries from Niall Smith. And a lot of potential. Isan Crandon, the Guyana coach, has talked about his great potential. Irvin Dillon, the Trinidad and Tobago coach back in 2020, also talked favorably about him. Should have left that alone, but decides to just cut that away and rather guide it away through the gully region and picks up 1. So Alec Athenaeus, you would suspect now what the situation the team is in. His innings and his runs will be very important here. Athenaeus got 68 in the first innings. Katoy also got some good runs, 34 he got in the first innings. And those two, they put on a partnership of 63 for the third wicket. So they'll need a bit more than that here if they are to survive throughout the day and make Guyana bat. That's down the leg side. See how long that the Windward Islands Volcanoes, now they would take a lot of heart, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, from the partnership shown by their number 10 and 11 in the last innings, Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis. I wonder if we might see McSween at least get a promotion, if not Lewis also, because I tell you what, they certainly batted very well. McSween does not look a number 10 batsman at all. Chance at a run out here, but it was away from the stumps. A big mix-up between Kotoy and Athenaze. Athenaze had gone nowhere. Kotoy almost ran the length of the pitch and lucky to get back. A wayward throw also aided him. But the over comes to an end. At the end of it, Windward Islands Volcanoes are 55 for 3. Let's update you on some scores from around the competition. Of course, 5 rounds this year in the West Indies Championship, 2 rounds in the month of February. The tournament will then resume in May with the final 3 rounds. So a shortened season. COVID-19 certainly has impacted the competition since 2020. No competition in 2021. Back here, but just 5 rounds. So teams will be competing. This is the first time in about 7 seasons that it has been shortened to 5 rounds. Kimo Paul hopes to bring this title back for Guyana. Decides not to go after that one. The left-handed Alec Athenaze. Trinidad and Tobago in action against Jamaica. Jamaica bowled out for 141 on the first day. TNT bowled out for 273 earlier today, and Jamaica have progressed to 121 for 5, and they still trail Trinidad and Tobago by 11 runs. So that is a bad situation for Jamaica, unless the 2 batsmen at the crease can get some runs here. Alwyn Williams is not out on 27 there, and Durval Green is not out on 5. Nice looking off drive, but straight to the fielder, Pestano. Getting the wickets for TNT. 3 wickets for Anderson Phillip. 2 for Brian Charles, who had 6 in the first innings. So he's heading up to possibly get his best first-class figures there, Brian Charles. He's been knocking around for a long time. And who knows if he can get some more wickets here in this game and in the next match that TNT have, could be in the running for a place in the West Indies team. Of course, across at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Leeward Islands in all sorts of trouble there. At least up to yesterday, 172 for 9 they declared. Barbados 324. But they have batted very well in the second innings, the Leeward Islands, coming to terms with conditions. And that's mainly because of Devon Thomas, 86 not out. And with him here is the skipper, Jamal Hamilton. He's not out on 2. Amir Jangu from TNT, who's playing for Leewards. He's not had a good game, 0 and 1 in that one. Nice delivery there by Kimo Paul, just outside the off stump. And Paul, not too much signs of swing here. He can get the ball to come back in to the left-hander. He certainly will want to see that working. So that's the update. Of course, the West Indies losing the 3rd ODI earlier today by 96 runs. All out for 198, the West Indies. More runs here for Athenaze. Just 1, in fact. He's up to 22 now. Kimo Paul continues here. Just had the 3 test matches, as I mentioned. Also played 19 ODIs for the West Indies. Sort of lost his way a little bit. His last match at ODI level for the West Indies was in 2020, Sri Lanka versus West Indies. He was not part of the West Indies team for the World Cup last year. Some felt he's gone off the boil a little bit. Last T20 for the West Indies against New Zealand and Mount Maunganui. It's back in 2020. This performance would suggest that he is back close to his best here. Kimo Paul over comes to an end. That's the end of his 6th over. Figures of 2 for 19 for him so far. Windward Islands Volcanoes are 56 for 3. So there is going to be a change in bowling at the southern end. That's the Brian Lara Pavilion end, or the Joey Carew members balcony end, if you want to call it that. Clinton Pestano is on. And Pestano in the first innings, 10 overs, none for 30. Just a one maiden in there. One notice that his bouncer, the first ball he bowled in the 7th over, struck Kimani Melius on the helmet. Melius went off. He passed the concussion test and then developed some symptoms, and they decided to withdraw him from the game. Teddy Bishop, who has batted already, came in as the concussion substitute. He is out for 15 already, one of the 3 wickets to fall in this match. He does have good memories of Trinidad and Tobago, Clinton Pestano. He did play for Diamond United here, not Central Sports, I believe, but Diamond United he played for. And he's had a good run lately. 2019 Cricketer of the Year for Rose Hall Town Youth and Sports Club. That was back in May 2019. And good memories of TNT. He had a hat-trick against the TNT Red Force in a 50-over match here at Taruba. Flicked away. This is just going to be one here for Athenaeus. 2 left-handers in action out there. Yeah, Pestano in that match against Trinidad and Tobago. TNT had 4 wins in a row. Came against Guyana, and Guyana did the business there, and Pestano was a big part of that win. Pestano dismissed Lendl Simmons, Kyron Pollard, and Dwayne Bravo in successive deliveries to get a hat-trick. Guyana went on to win by 75 runs in that Group A game at Taruba. Oh, they'd love to see him do that. And what a hat-trick. 3 West Indies players, 3 of the top guns for TNT, took them all down in 3 wickets. It'll be a story, I'm sure, he'll tell his grandchildren about until they don't want to hear it anymore. But what a great memory for the man from Skeldon in Berbice. His mind firmly set right now on taking some wickets here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because a wicket or 2 from this point, it will certainly put Guyana in the driver's seat to get the 12 points at least for the win. Driven nicely but not powerfully. And they will get 1, they should get easily 2, and they do. Pestano just looking on. Yeah, it's pitched that one up and nicely driven by Keron Kotoy, who seems to be the fittest man on the team for the Windward Islands. He was running all the way through yesterday, and he doesn't even look as though he's tired at all. .59 for 3. Athenaeus on 23. Kotoy on 3. Paul has done the damage here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 2 for 19. Pestano still early in his spell. These teams are, of course, battling for the Headley Weeks Trophy. And a lot of awards to be given after the tournament. Defended by Kotoy, who's a bundle of energy, you have to say. End of the 12th over of the innings for Windward Islands Volcanoes. At the end of it, 59 for 3. Just taking a look at what the teams are playing for. The winner will be presented with the Headley Weeks Trophy, named after, of course, two of the famous batsmen from the West Indies. George Headley, born in Panama, grew up in Jamaica, of course. Actually, I understand he spoke Spanish when he went to Jamaica. And, well, he learned cricket very well, I'll tell you that. And one of the outstanding batsmen for the West Indies in the 1930s up to the 40s. So Everton Weeks, of course, one of the 3 Ws. Played for 10 years and had that outstanding run of 5 straight hundreds, 1 at Sabina Park and 5 in India, 4 in India in fact. Should have had a 5th because he was run out for 90 in that one. Top batter receives the Sir Vivian Richards Award. The top bowler, most wickets overall, gets the Courtney Walsh Award. And the top fielder, the Clive Lloyd Award. If you've never seen Clive Lloyd in action in the field, well, you missed something. You might find some YouTube clips. He could throw it either hand and don't hit anything within a mile of him. Paul, just having a look on here. I think they were trying to bring on the helmet, or at least the emergency fieldsman was bringing the helmet on just to the edge of the field. Cut away. There's a fielder out there, so it's going to be 1. Well, it could have been more, but that's a nice tumbling stop there, and the fieldsman backing up well. And it is Shimron Hetmeyer. What's all this talk about fitness issues? Moved around very well and stopped that one. Some of the other awards that to be handed out. The top all-rounder receives the Malcolm Marshall Memorial Award, named after the famous Barbadian fast bowler. What a bowler he was. Top wicket-keeper, Derek Murray Award against the former Trinidad and Tobago wicket-keeper. And the most promising fast bowler receives the Andy Roberts Award. Got away with that one. Outside of Pistano, there's no one behind him. That full toss should have been put away. There's a huge gap between Gully and that extra cover fielder. And Courtois is having a very long walk away from the pitch. He knew that he should have picked up at least a boundary. He should have picked up a boundary there, because Pistano was the only fielder on the offside in front of square, and he picked him out. Struck him on the pad, big appeal, turned down, and rightly so, I think. That one looked to be heading down the leg side. So the teams, of course, this is a points competition, the West Indies Championship. Just to give you an idea of them, the 12 points will be awarded to the 12 points for the win. They have done away over the last few years with the system of getting first innings points. That's no longer valid. It's not as important anymore for teams getting the first innings points. There are batting points and bowling points, however. One kept a little bit low. Pistano will field. 2 points for teams. Maximum of 5 batting points is available. 2 points, 250 to 299. 3 between 350 and 349. 4 points, 350 to 399, and 5 between 400 and 499. That's, of course, if you get those runs within the first 110 overs. And 3 bowling points are available. Yes, I can hear some batters out there grumbling, oh, it's a batsman's game. All those points for batting and not for bowling. Yeah, 3 bowling points, 3 to 5 wickets taken, 1 point, 6 to 8 wickets taken, 2 points, and 9 to 10 wickets taken, 3 points are added there. So that's how it goes in terms of the wins and the point system, and the point system that has replaced getting those first innings points. Much better drive here this time. And this one is not going to go to the boundary, but it's going to get to a 3/4 way. Virasamy Pamal will track it down. Batsman crossed comfortably for 2. And Katoy would feel a bit better by that. And that is going to be it here as we move on up to tea time. And that is tea on the 3rd day of play here in this West Indies Championship match. Windward Islands Volcanoes versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana getting to within 12 runs of the Windward Islands Volcanoes score of 339. This is the scorecard. Bishop out for 15. Smith went before him without scoring. And Hodge, the last man to go for 15. Athanaze has raced along to 24. Katoy on 5. 62 for 3. So the overall lead is 74. And Paul has been the chief architect here of what he hopes will be the demise of the Windward Islands. 2 for 22 in his 7 overs, 1 for 35 for Smith. Pestano just a solitary over for 3 runs. So the situation is Windward Islands Volcanoes are 74 runs ahead, but they've already lost 3 wickets and still a session and a day to go. It is anybody's game right now, but you have to say Guyana Harpy Eagles are in front here. Join us in just about 15 minutes for continued commentary on this West Indies Championship match. On behalf of the team, I'm Vidya Ramphal. Bye for now. Talk to you later.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here. 62 for 3 at tea time. The players are back out onto the field. The two umpires are just about getting into their positions. And the batsmen both are ready at their respective creases. Athenaeus, who is on 24, and Kotoy is on 5. Windward Islands 62 for 3. This is after conceding. This is after, taking a 12-run lead, dismissing Guyana for 327. Vishal Singh got to 93. Kimo Paul got to 73. And the leading wicket takers, Kenneth Demba, he got 4 for 36. Shaman Lewis, 4 for 59. And Preston McSween, 2 for 78 for the Windward Islands. So it seems to be Pestano, Clinton Pestano, is going to come into the bowling after his first over. Before tea, when he had 3 runs from his first over, he's going to take up the bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So the first run after tea, Athenaeus looking as comfortable as usual. Gets his first run, so he goes to 25. The total 63 for 3. Kimo Paul picking up 2 for 22 from his 7 overs, getting the wickets of young Teddy Bishop and Kavim Hodge. And Devon Smith going without scoring, bowled by Niall Smith. Niall Smith's first over, and Devon Smith just lost in about 4 deliveries. It was a fine bit of bowling by Smith, kept him quiet. That's a great shot. That's gone to the boundary for 4. So Kotoy going after Pastano. He hit it hard. There was a valiant attempt of a catch there by, looks to be Posad, who's on the field as a substitute, but he was diving to his right, couldn't hold on. Matter of fact, don't think he even got his hands to it. And it went down to the boundary for 4. So Kotoy showing his intentions right away after the tea interval, goes to 9, and the total on to 67 for 3. Pestano wrong the wicket now, and a delivery angled into the left-handed Kotoy. Of course, both left-handers at the moment at the crease. And Kotoy picks up a couple runs to go into double figures. So Pestano coming around the wicket to Kotoy, but angling the delivery into the left-hander. If he's going to do that, he needs to start it from outside the off stump, not from middle and off, because if he's going to start it from middle and off, it's going to end up going towards that leg stump, heading down the leg side. And there's nobody at that backward square leg. There's a squarish mid-wicket. And once he gets it behind square, there's going to be runs for him. This is another one. This hit a little uppishly, but this was more pitching up to him, not short. And Kotoy went into the shot, looking to flick it somewhere to the right of the man at that squarish mid-wicket and to the left of the wideish mid-on. In fact, he found the man at that mid-wicket position. It was a little bit uppish, but a delivery that was pitched up by Pestano. That's a much better delivery. Seemed to be a slower delivery from Pestano, but on the off stump, and Kotoy treating it with the respect it deserves. So the Guyana team coming back into this game by picking up these 3 quick wickets before tea. They're going at about, just the current run rate is just at about 5 runs and over. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes batsmen, they're getting on with it. They're not prodding and pushing. That's another good delivery. Much better from Pestano to end the over. He's much more concentrating on that line of the off stump. He's angling the deliveries into the left-handed Kotoy. So if he's going to start there, just about off stump and back of a length, very little can Kotoy do but to defend it. So the end of Pestano's second over, he's now has 2 overs, none for 10. And after 14 overs, it's 69 for 3. Athenaeus is on 25 and Kotoy is on 11. Men back in the pavilion before tea was Bishop for 15. The young man found a lot of trouble playing the swinging delivery especially from Kimo Paul. Once it was pitched up to him and leaving him, he found a little bit of difficulty in getting across to the pitch of those deliveries. So once you could see him just trying to play the drive, but not getting in the right position. And eventually, you knew he was going to get caught somewhere from wicketkeeper to gully. And they even employed 4 slips rather than 3 slips in a gully, because they felt that the edge was going to come down into that slip region, and it did eventually. And Vishal Singh took the catch to dismiss young Bishop for 15. Devon Smith, as I said earlier, he went bowled by Niall Smith without scoring. It was a peach of a delivery, Yorker-like delivery. They didn't come down on it in time. And then Kavim Hodge, he got LBW to Kimo Paul for 15. Well, it's going to be Veerasamy Permaul. It's going to start the attack after the tea interval. And it's going to bowl his first delivery to Athenaeus. That's a good shot. Delivery, give him some air, but just wide of the off stump. And the more I see Athenaeus, the more I'm impressed with him. Batted very well in the first innings for 68. And here, he's looking very comfortable. He's on 26. But he's looked comfortable from the time he's come in. He's been playing his shots to short deliveries. If you're pitching up to him, he's going into the drive. I really don't want to see his repertoire in terms of that reverse sweep. Just needs to play orthodox cricket, play every ball on its merit, and he'd be okay. If you're going to play the reverse sweep, it's always advisable to play it if it's wide of the off stump. But if you're going to play that reverse sweep on the stumps, then you're asking for trouble. We see that Permaul making an adjustment to the field. He's pointing to Kimo Paul to just go a little bit to his right, trying to cut out that that delivery that is just short of a length outside the off stump, and the left-handers are just pushing it towards the right of cover. So he's gone a little bit squarer, Kimo Paul. It's going to make life a little more difficult for them to just push and run. Slip on a forward short leg. In the picture you can see those are the 2 attacking fieldsmen. So he's backing away and strikes the man at forward short leg. But no damage done. Seems to be all right. Joel Wilson just asking Prasad, who's at that forward short leg, if all is well. In fact, Bramble is the man who answers, the umpire. It's been a over in which Permaul has mixed it up, given it some air, wide of the off stump, pushed the quicker delivery into the middle and leg stumps of Athenaeus. It's a good over as it comes to an end. Just the 2 runs coming in it from Permaul. Most likely Pestano is going to be given another over unless skipper Johnson decides to go for an all-out spin attack, which I don't think he may do. He may ask Pestano to come in for his third over. So there is a summary of the scores. 339 from the Windward Islands. Guyana in reply 327. A masterful knock of 93 from Vishal Singh and 73 from Kimo Paul. And then the second innings, the Windward Islands, who in fact won the toss and elected to bat first on the opening day. They're 71 for 3. Athanaze again on 26 not out to go with his 68 in the first innings. I must say he's looking pretty comfortable. Kimo Paul has already picked up 2 wickets, so he's got 5 wickets so far in this game. Pestano resumes the bowling from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. Been wicketless so far in this game, Pestano. As the sun is back with us here at the Queen's Park Oval. Kotoy settles again. Very aggressive individual is Kotoy. Even in the field, he's a live wire in the field, always looking to cut off the singles, running around the field. Dropped a catch today when Vishal Singh was on 60. And I suppose could have been worse had Vishal Singh got on to 100. Very straightforward catch. The type of catch you would have think Kotoy would have gobbled up. Just shows that we're all capable of these little errors. It's not a bad delivery from Pestano. He's keeping it up to the bat, looking to move it away from the left-hander. But importantly, he's found a good line and a good length. And that's too short. And he's hit it straight into the hands of the man at that squarish mid-wicket position. Kotoy goes, and really and truly, it was not the type of delivery you would have expected to get a wicket, but the man was placed there at that squarish mid-wicket position. It was short. Kotoy went for the pull, didn't get the elevation that he needed, and it was a very sharp chance taken by the man there at that shortish, squarish mid-wicket. It seemed to be, not too sure if it is Moti who took that catch. But let's see. It could very well be Chanda Paul. Looked to be Chanda Paul actually that took the catch. But it was a sharp catch indeed, because from the time I saw the ball, I thought, well, runs here for Kotoy, but he picked out Chanda Paul, it looked like, on that leg side, and he came up with a really fine catch because it came off the bat quickly, but it was hit straight to him, and at this level you expect him to take that. A similar one that Kotoy dropped actually, but Chanda Paul made no mistake. Kotoy goes. It's now 71 for 4. Pestano picks up his first wicket. The new batsman is the wicketkeeper in Dennis Smith. So we see there the physio is on the field at the moment. The bowling figures for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Pestano 1 from 10 from 2.4. Paul 2 for 22 from his 7. Niall Smith 1 for 35 from his 5. And Versamy Pomal just the 1 over for 2 runs. So this game is interestingly poised now because the lead is 83. But with 4 wickets down, could be anybody's. Well, the Guyana team will certainly be looking to press home whatever advantage. So it wasn't Chanda Paul, it was Kimo Paul who took the catch. But a very sharp catch indeed from Kimo Paul. He's a good fieldsman, good catcher of the ball. I thought for 1 minute it might have been Chanda Paul in that squarish mid-wicket position, but confirmation that it is Kimo Paul who took the catch. So Dennis Smith is the new batsman. Leon Johnson just taking his time there, setting the field. Walking back now to his position at slip, first slip, where he's been stationary for most of the game. 2 slips on a gully. Very fine gully indeed. Almost like a 4th slip. But here's Pestano. Can see him now with his tail up and really racing in. Athenes on 26 at the non-striker's end. Lot will be dependent on him to get a big score and to get the Windwards to maybe 225, 250. That's a fine delivery to end the over. One that was darting back at Dennis Smith. Covered up well, bat and pad very close together. Pushes it out on the offside. So Smith, who was LBW to Kimo Paul in the first innings for 12. There's no Kimo Paul to negotiate now. He's got to try and negotiate the left arm spin of Versamy Pomal. So Pomal over the wicket now. So the left-handed Athenes has really batted well. Both innings. This time he needs to get beyond the 68 he got in the first innings. It's well played. Using his feet and getting to the pitch. Good fielding there on the part of Vishal Singh. A little bit too short from Pomal. Was trying to push it through, and in so doing, it was a short delivery. And Athenes didn't make the best of it, but here he uses his feet, comes down the track, and just plays it out long on. Good sensible cricket on his part, because he got to the pitch. He didn't lift it. He was just content and playing it along the ground and getting a single. So he goes to 27, the total on to 72 for 4. Oh, that's a good delivery again from Pomal. One that just came back slightly with the arm. Wasn't spinning away from the right-hander. And Smith allowed it to go through. But you could see one or two oohs and ahs outside there, because they felt that that ball just didn't do enough to come back to hit the off stump. It's a good delivery again. This has been a good over from Pomal. He's mixing up his deliveries, giving some a little air, then pushing it through using the arm ball. It's a good exponent of the art of slow left arm bowling is Veerasammy Pomal. That's right through him, right through the defensive prod of Dennis Smith. It goes all the way to the boundary. Did he get bat onto it? It seems he did. So he did get an outside edge. Well. It's 4 runs to Dennis Smith. I thought it went straight through him and beat the keeper, but he did get a little bit of an outside edge. And where did that ball pass? Obviously to Bramble's right and to Johnson's left, and it went straight down to the boundary. So Smith is off the mark, but he will tell you, he will be first to tell you he doesn't know how he got off the mark there. It's a good delivery again by Veerasammy Pomal. So one more to Athenaeus, goes up to 28, and the more I see Athenaeus, the more comfortable he looks. 77 for 4 brings Dennis Smith into strike. So son has left us here at the oval. Bowled him. So he didn't last too long, the Dennis Smith. He survived the previous over, got an outside edge to Veerasammy Pomal. Here, a good delivery from Pestano. He pitched it up. There may have been a little bit of movement, and Dennis Smith just playing down the wrong line. It took the off stump, and the Windward Islands are now in some trouble here at 77 for 5. Remember, the lead was only 12. So in effect, they are 89 for 5. Smith makes his way back to the pavilion, bowled by Pestano for 4. And at 77 for 5, so much depends now on Athenaeus. And the new man coming to the crease seems to be Ryan John. So they're into the all-rounders now. And some would say the bowlers, but let's give Ryan John a little bit more than just a bowler. And Max Sweden, of course, 86 and lowest. So they've got all-rounders all the way now from 7 to 11. The list of all-rounders, as Ryan John makes his way in at 77 for 5. It's going to take some batting now. This has been a good effort from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've worked their way back into this game, and you have to think that if anybody can get an outright victory, Guyana can. Because we've got, what, another hour and a half left. Oh, let's see the overs. 17.2 overs in the day left. Is that right? Where am I? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at 17.2 overs that have been bowled by the Guyana team, but 30 overs left in the day. That's a lot of overs. And if somehow the Guyana team can prize out another 3, 4, they would love to prize out all 5, but if they can prize out another 3 or 4, then they would think that they're well on their way to gaining a victory here. But then, of course, Vidya Ramphal will tell me, don't forget Preston McSween and Sherman Lewis. I don't think they can repeat the heroics of that first innings. Vidya? I just know I'm not seeing it, but stranger things have happened in this game. So the new batsman is John. A badly lined from Pestano. He just bowled a beauty to get rid of Smith, pitching it around the, well, just on the off stump, delivery straightened. So you would have thought that bowling to Ryan John, it would have been a similar type delivery, but I think he opted for a little bit more pace, and in so doing, he lost his line and length. It's going to get a single, but maybe a leg by because the ball struck somewhere on the thigh pad, hit him very high up. There's the signal from umpire Joel Wilson. So one more to the total, brings Athenes back into strike. 78 for 5. What a turnaround this could be if Guyana, who looked dead and buried yesterday afternoon at 141 for 5, chasing the 339, they've come right back into this game and now hold 1 or 2 trump cards. And if you play all fours, they don't have the ace, king, queen, jack, but they certainly have ace and maybe queen at this point in time. Just a matter of time before they get the jack or the king. Single for Athenes, that's all he'll be interested in. Looks as if he's batting on a different pitch. He looks so comfortable. Young Alec Athenes. He would be looking to have a good season. And the thing is, when you talk about young men like Alec Athenes and how well they're batting, they need to turn those 68s into hundreds. And that's the important thing. That's how they get into international cricket. That's well played. That's a better delivery. It's the end of the over from Pestano, a successful over in which he picked up the wicket of the wicketkeeper Dennis Smith. And he's now completed his 4 overs, 2 for 12. It's 79 for 5. And that's the thing. When you get into these kind of players like Athenes and some of the other youngsters, Vishal Singh, have got to start to make hundreds. This is where it counts at this level, the West Indies 40 championship level. They need to get hundreds. Once they get hundreds at this level, it becomes easy at international level. It's just like the local game, the Division 1. If you're playing for Trinidad and Tobago or any country and you get into your Division 1 cricket, the level is lower than at regional level. So you need to score hundreds at that Division 1 level. That tells you apart from the average player. But here's Pamal. It's going to continue. Athenes long forward. I wonder if he has the patience to just bat out the rest of the afternoon. Using his feet nicely, pushing that out towards Hemraj at mid-off. Didn't go for the full-blooded extra cover drive, but I liked how he used his feet getting to the pitch. That's runs in it for him. That's a good shot. Is it going to go? Oh, that's a wonderful shot. I thought it had the timing in it. He hit that beautifully because there is a man right out on the boundary ropes at a square point position, and that ball must have been, I would think, about 10 meters to his left, and he couldn't get around in time. What a good shot. Excellent timing. He goes on to 33 and looks 33 from 31 deliveries. And it's been just pure timing on his part. The more I see this young Athanasis, the more I think he's a more than an average player. Backing away. Oh, that's glorious. That is super. What a shot. It was a delivery that was spinning into him. He backed away, made room for himself, and he hit it beautifully between cover and mid-off, down to that extra cover boundary. Now, that is not an easy shot to play. That is an absolute magnificent shot. Not only was he backing away, but backing away to give himself room, but the ball was spinning, turning into him. So he was being cramped for room, but he was still able to time that ball superbly through that extra cover region. What a shot. He is on to 37, 87 for 5. And he's on the back foot, getting a single. Video Ramphal, I know you're coming in shortly, but I want to tell you, and I'm telling you now, the only person can out Athanasis is himself. The way this young man is batting, it's absolutely brilliant. I've never really looked at Athanasis bat. I've seen him a couple of times, but he hasn't lasted that long. But based on his first innings and today, he looks such a class player. And he is one that you hope that will graduate from this level. At the end of the over, with Pomal's final ball, 88 for 5. Pomal has now bowled 3 overs for 16. And you just hope with a youngster like this that he's able to graduate into the international level, work hard at his game, train hard. And that's all it is. It's a matter of working hard at your game, looking at the different types of bowlers that you expect to face around the world, and really, really cementing your style and how you want to play at international level. But I tell you what, just looking at this young man, he's looking, and Versamy Pomal is an international bowler. So is Moti. So it's not to say that he's coming up against youngsters.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. And Pestano's going to continue. 2 wickets already for him. Yeah, and I agree. And he is outstanding. That 68 was very classy in the first innings. And as you said, only he can get himself out. And he did. In fact, trying to play a reverse sweep in the first innings, was out for 68 LBW to Pomal. One that, and it was, just want to mention about that psychological barrier. His highest first-class score was 66. Got 2 runs, went past it, and then the next delivery tried something audacious. Well, in terms of half centuries, as Alec Athanasis looks on, he has 4 now, given that one in the match itself. Just the 13 matches, but and averaging just over 25.
The unfortunate thing is that he's basically missed about 2 years cricket with the West Indies 4-day regional tournament not being played over the last 2 years.
Yeah, he certainly has, and it leaves a little developmental gap, doesn't it?
That's right, and that's the problem with a lot of you reached a stage where some of the youngsters, the 22-year-olds and the 21-year-olds, was just about to graduate, so to speak, and without them playing this at this level, they miss that as you say, that little 2-year gap, and it's a pity.
It's a critical period in the developmental gap for a cricketer. Imagine having a young child, for instance, who is not allowed to speak at all during their 2nd and 3rd year.
Yeah.
That's similar because it's a critical window in your development.
But you look at Athanasis video, he gets into position. He looks so comfortable. You know, he's getting into position, he's getting into line, he's moving his feet. I really like the look of this young man.
Impressive. Nice. Didn't quite time that drive out to the cover region. Or maybe he timed it a little better than I thought, because the fieldsman was wringing his hands after that. So he hit that one very well. Kimo Paul.
Well, he's just showing he's human. Athens, you know, he's not going to time everything. But no, it's interesting because he's what, 22 now, 23.
He's 23, the young Dominican.
Yeah, it's time now for him to kick on at 23. Oh.
Pulled away, and that's going to be 4. I got into position really well. Clinton Pestano is not express pace, so once he pitches it short, and especially with the fact that there's no one out there on the leg side on the boundary, he's just going to go into the shot, and that was hit very well. He moves on to 42. At the end of the over, it is 92 for 5.
I think I'm going and sit and admire the rest of his innings video, because you know, even that shot, he was so quickly into position and played it all along the ground. Now, Pestano, you're saying he's not express pace, but still, you got to admire how quickly Athens was into position, and it made Pestano, actually, I think you were being a little bit unfair saying he's not express pace, and he's not. But I'm just saying it looked even worse because Athens was so quickly into position to play the shot.
Yeah, he certainly was. Well, let's see what he does against Virasamy Pamal. He's at a non-striker's end for the moment. The battle is with Ryan John. And John just allowing this one to go through to Virasamy Pamal. What a servant of Guyana cricket. We've heaped praises on him over the last few days, and why not? He certainly has deserved it. 50 wickets in 2020, one of the top bowlers, the top bowler in the competition. I was just looking at in the last 3 years, there have been 8 hauls of 6 wickets and over in an innings for Guyana. And Virasamy Pamal has 5 of them, his best being 8 for 18 against Jamaica at Florence Hall, 2020, February. And then in that same match, he took 7 for 59. So 15 wickets in that game. His best performance to date. He's also taken 6 against Jamaica at Providence. Just loves to play against Jamaica, apparently. 6 against the Leewards, 2017. And also 6 against Jamaica again. Well, he's appealed there, but the only other bowlers to take 6 wickets and over in an innings, Sherfane Rutherford against Windward Islands. That's in 2017. He took 6 for 32. Niall Smith had 6 for 55 against TNT at Providence. And Kimo Paul, 6 for 57 against Windwards at Providence in 2019. Appeals again. This is more of a vociferous appeal, but turned down by Joel Wilson. Remember, the ball is pitching and straightening for Pamal, and maybe Joel Wilson feeling that there was bat first and then pad. The Guyana fielders feeling it was the other way around, but all the same, it's not going to count. Windward Islands Volcanoes 92 for 5 at the end of the over. So Ryan John survives. On the back of his shirt, John 74. It's not a biblical reference, I'll remind you, by the way. I think that, last count, I don't think there are that many books in the Gospel of St. John. So he, obviously, a lot of these players have some attachment to the numbers they wear on the back of their shirts. Some choose the day or the date in which they were born. Some use it for reasons. Vishal Singh has 10. Maybe he's a Messi fan. Who knows? Messi not wearing 10 these days, however. Allowed Neymar to keep the number 10 at PSG, even though Neymar told him he can have it if he wants. Number 94 is Virasamy Pamal. And he is rubbing away at the ball as just about to toss it across to Clinton Pestano, the man with the mafioso sounding name. Well, he's only plotting the downfall of the batsman right now. Driven straight at the fielder. Once again, Kimo Paul's not very comfortable collecting it. He may have a little knock on his finger there. Look like just shaking the bowling hand a little bit. Great game for Kimo Paul. He's taken wickets in both innings. And he also has a 50 in this game. A really good candidate for man of the match, as is Vishal Singh right now. It's going to be runs here for Athenaze. Works it into the onside. So this match has decidedly taken a turn. I did start at the beginning of the day to call this moving day, borrowing a phrase from golf. Golf usually they call the third day of the four-day competitions moving day, and it certainly has been. At the start of play today, Windward Islands would have had Jamaica in Guyana in all sorts of trouble. Guyana resuming at 181 for 5. Flicked away. That might run away. It is going to run away for 4. Niall Smith is at long leg, and he's not going to catch that. Another boundary here. Played very well. 97 now for 5. Ryan John is off the mark on 4. Athenaze is 43. Nice way to get off the mark. A pleasant ball on the hips. Just flicked it away and picked up the boundary. Well, they would have ended play at 181 for 5 yesterday in a fairly rosy position. A partnership of 40. That blossomed into 140 plus today. Over the infield, and that's going to run away also for 4 from Ryan John. Clinton Pestano pitching it up, and John was equal to the task there, lifting it over mid-wicket for 4. And Guyana trying to reassert some control on this game. But for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've now brought up their 101 for 5. This partnership is up to 24. And with a lead of 12, they now lead the Guyana Harpy Eagles by 113. Problem is 5 wickets down in this game. So it has been a pulsating game. It's shifted. The initiative has been seized several times by either team. John, after those 2 boundaries, plays a nice-looking defensive stroke as the over comes to an end. At the end of 22 overs of the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings, it's 101 for 5. And don't rule out another twist in the tail here. We did see Windward Islands collapse dramatically in the first innings. 25 runs, 6 wickets going down. And then that magnificent last wicket partnership, one of the best we've ever seen here at the Oval in first-class cricket. 124 runs. Preston McSween, 86. Sherman Lewis, 31. Not out. And they hauled the Windward Islands up to 339. And if you're wondering about the possibility of the Windward Islands getting a high score in the last innings, the Windwards have, in the last season especially, they have scored over 200 runs in the last innings. In the 4th innings of the match, they've also had a score over 270 in the 3rd innings. That's against Guyana. They did score 273 for 1 against Guyana at St. George's in the 2020. Flicked away, he will pick up 1. A little bit chancy, they didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but will pick up the single out to Pestano out in the deep. So there is the possibility that the tail can wag here, and the middle overs, the middle order can in fact get some runs here. So Guyana have to be very cognizant. This was around the time on the first day that they started to let things slip. And I'm sure that Leon Johnson would remember that very well. On that first day, they were certainly in charge with Windward Islands at 215 for 9, but as the sun started to bake down at the Oval, started to wilt a little bit. Good ball there by Pumol attacking the stumps, and the batsman was equal to it, Ryan John. He just flights it outside the off stump, but every now and again, just the batsman finds one homing in on his stumps. And you have to be sharp when you're facing up to the vastly experienced Virasamy Pumol. Oh, beats him outside the off stump. That's the stock ball there, just pitching outside the off stump, turning away. Just close enough to the off stump that forces the batsman to play. Does have a good arm ball also, Virasamy Permaul. Edged it and passed first slip. That has gone for one. Got back on it late and came off the shoulder of the bat and flying past first slip. Well, if Leon Johnson didn't catch that, nobody could have. It would have gone to a second slip. Johnson pulled off some spectacular catches in the first innings, and he was at full stretch there. Just couldn't catch up to it. Couldn't get a hand. Couldn't lay a glove on it there, Johnson. Big smile on his face. Coming down the track, he's lifted it. The fieldsman's going back. It's over his head, and it's going to run away for 4. Chanced his arm once again here and just got enough on it. The fielder was interested in it for just a moment, but it's 4 all the same. 107 for 5. Athanaze moves up to 48. Ryan John is on 9. End of the over. Windward Islands Volcanoes battling here. They are ahead by 119 runs. So the man who took 4 wickets in the first innings, Gurukesh Moti Kanhai, he's going to be bowling from the southern end once again. Actually bowled from both ends in the first innings. And he has been brought in to do the damage here for the team. Johnson just, he's the man with the twirling the arms around, just moving the field. Let's see what the field is for Gurukesh Moti. Johnson's going to come down to first slip. So he does have a ring of fielders on the offside, backward point in place, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, Kimo Paul is heading out from mid-on down to long-on. There's a mid-wicket in place, and there's some protection for the left-arm orthodox spinner. And in Clinton Pestano, who is standing out there at long leg, sun directly in his eyes there. The sun, obviously, as you can see from the shadows, setting away to the right of your picture. That's the western side of TNT. That's a lovely part of the country. Down the islands, as they call it, with the host of smaller islands just off the coast of Trinidad. Nice for holidaying, fishing also, and a lot of water sports taking place in that area. Well, he stepped away, and the ball has hit the stumps here. But John had, he's pulled out very early. I think Gurukesh Moti just races in quickly, and there was a little bit of a distraction there for John, and he's decided to step away, so nothing doing. I don't think he's thinking about holidaying down the islands here in Trinidad anytime soon. It is a lovely place. On drive, he'll pick up 1. So it might be as easy as a holiday for him right now. Read somewhere that the American president in the 1930s, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, would have come to Trinidad to fish in that area. That's how well known it was for fishing. There was a U.S. base in that area. A lot of great history here in Trinidad and Tobago, and not least here at the Queen's Park Oval. We were talking earlier about the debuts on this day back in 1948. Sir Frank Worrell and Andy Gantoum. That was a test match that ended in a draw, but a lot of controversy about it. Another single here. And that'll take him to 49, so he's on the cusp of getting his second 50 in this game. Of course, Sir Frank Worrell didn't get a 50. He was out for 97 in his first innings here in Port of Spain. Gantoum got the 100. Never played for the West Indies again. It's a remarkable story indeed. Didn't read that one at all. Just got the bat on it late and played it down to backward point. Didn't know too much about that at all, Ryan John. You'll have to concentrate fiercely now against Gurukesh Moti. On drive that beats the fieldsman. There's a little bit more than a token dive across there to stop that one from Niall Smith. Guyana's produced so many great spinners over the years. Just going back in history, of course. On drive, and he will get another single. And that is his 50. 50 for Alec Athenaeus, his second of the match. And he acknowledges it. It's the second one. He got 68 in the first innings before he was LBW to Veerasamy Permaul. Well, now he would want to carry on beyond this. He's getting the congratulations now of his partner out there. That is Ryan John. 50 for Alec Athenaeus, 111 for 5. And there are 23 overs remaining in the day. Windward Islands Volcanoes are on the Nelson for the loss of 5 wickets after the end of the over. Johnson is at first slip. He is the captain of Guyana. Former under-19 captain for the West Indies. Would have captained the team back in 2006 at the World Cup, which was played in Sri Lanka, by the way. Just past the fielder again from Athenaeus. Certainly, I'm sure Johnson would not want to remember that it was on this day, 11th February, back in 2006. West Indies would have crashed out of the Under-19 World Cup. They lost to India in Colombo by 126 runs. It was a crushing defeat, and really based on a total of 284 for 9 that India got in that day at Colombo. A guy called Chatishwar Pujara got 97. Wonder what became of him. Another good defensive shot, and there was a 50 that day from another youngster. I think he turned out well, Rohit Sharma, 284 for 9. It was a good day for Javon Searles, who's played at Queen's Park here. He got 6 for 68 in that match. And there was a youngster called Sunil Narayan who took 1 for 48 in that match. Another good-looking shot here from Athenaeus. And that 2006 side, well, the West Indies didn't quite get up to standard in that chase. They got to 158. Andre Fletcher was the top scorer there. Windward Islands man, of course, getting 44. West Indies losing by 126 and went out of that 2006 World Cup. I'm sure Johnson would have not remembered that too fondly. This one ball remaining in Permaul's 6th over. None for 23, but he has bowled well. Hits him on the pad. That could be out. He's gone. Big wicket for Veerasamy Permaul. That one, he went back to it and trapped on the crease. That's the faster one, the arm ball from Veerasamy Permaul. And Ryan John, he was stumbling away from his wicket, and he just continues on his way because he is out LBW for 11. And Ryan John, who never really settled at the crease, you have to say, he's gone. It is the 6th wicket down, 112 for 6. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes now, they're definitely into the lower middle order here, into the tail. 124 runs they lead now, and there is a lot of time still remaining in this match. So Guyana will be sensing victory here. It's more than a sniff for victory here, Colin, and it's going to be a very interesting afternoon here that we're going to see.
The thing is, Vidya, somebody's got to stay with Athenaeus. Just try to keep him company, try and rotate the strike, get the singles, and let Athenaeus do the bulk of the scoring. Yes, it would help if the batsman at the other end get a couple boundaries in between, but, you know, he looks as if he's playing on a different wicket to the rest of them. I mean, he's got, what, 51 out of 112. So you're talking the other batsmen have just got 61 runs. And No, it's who's the next batsman?
Well,
coming in?
it should be Larry Edwards, who
Yeah, it should
would have
be
come in
Larry
at
Edwards.
8 in the first game. So, yes, it is Larry Edwards, in
Yeah.
fact, seeing the short, well-built figure of Larry Edwards, number 4 on his back, Colin. Yeah, so Larry Edwards, left arm, slow left arm, orthodox spinner. Didn't do too much with the bat in the first innings. Just got one. He was caught by Bramble of Moti. So I'm sure Moti will remind him of that.
That's for sure. I think you looked at Ryan John, and really was playing from his crease. He was coming across his crease, maybe looking for that delivery, giving some air outside the line of the off stump and spinning away from him. All of a sudden, it was that ball that was darting back into him, and he was caught in the crease. Had absolutely no chance.
I'm a little disappointed not to see Preston McSween. You batted number 10, you get 86, your top score, and you're not batting above 8 in this
Listen,
match.
if you're bat at number 1 and you get 86, do you expect to bat at number 3 the next innings? No, I'm just kidding. But Preston, I think he's comfortable at number 10. It's amazing, you know.
Here's Moti continuing. Swept away by Athenaeus. The fielder has some work here. And Pamal is equal to it as always. You always get the sense when you see Pamal on the field, you're getting 100% plus from him. He always gives a lot of effort for Guyana, for West Indies, whatever team he plays for. And what a servant he has been of Guyana cricket. I first saw him in 2008. I remember there was a game against Trinidad and Tobago. Got Brian Lara out in that 100, as we mentioned in the first innings. Sure he remembers that fondly. Gudakesh Moti, when he first came out a few seasons ago, he was much slimmer. He's been at the gym quite a lot, I can tell you. He's put on a lot of muscle. It's a faster delivery, which Edwards is defending. He's not getting far forward here, Edward, and he will know. I mean, he should know. He's been bowling quite a lot on this pitch. You have to get forward on it. Change here for Moti. Looks like the mid-off fielder is going to come into a short extra cover. In fact, Kimo Paul saying, nope, I'm not going to have any of that. You go in there, sir. And he's going into second slip here. Pak Paul has just gone back to where he was. And there is a short extra cover in place in Smith. He plays forward to it. Not a convincing stroke there from Edward. Moti can be tricky to handle. Not exactly what you would call one who would give it a lot of air. He's going to get some runs here, and he will get off the mark on 1. So Larry Edward has gotten off the dreaded 0. They call it a batsman's score, Colin. Not a score you've ever made, have you?
Not too sure it's a batsman's score, I tell you what. But it's interesting because the lead now is what, 126. And see how important it was for the Windward Volcanoes to get maybe a lead of 50 or 60?
Very important, in fact. He's driven at that one. It's gone through the fielder. Is that going to run away for 4? No, it's not. Stopped by the fielder, and that's 2 more runs for Alec Athenaeus. May have been in the air for a while, but maybe the fielder got a touch on it. I think he did. He's indicating that just checking, or rather checking to see if all his fingers are there, Chandapal. Yeah, it seems to be all right. And he will be looking forward to bat at some time on this pitch again. Of course, Guyana will be playing again here next week, so they'll be looking forward to getting a victory in this one. Athenaeus, and that's another good shot. He's gone for 1, and he will get it easily. It's good backing up there by Edward. It was through very quickly, and he's going to preserve the strike here, Athenaeus. So he's setting out his stall here already, that he will farm the strike and keep the strike here and try to protect the low order as much as possible. And Colin Murray is going to come in now because, Colin, this is a very interesting situation here. Windward Islands, this was about the period on the first day that Guyana started to wilt and Windwards took over here. I'm sure they will guard against the complacency of that. Well, you will take up the commentary now because it's a very interesting phase of the game.
Yeah, it is, and I'd be very surprised if they would start to wilt from here, because at 112 for 6, they must be looking at an outright victory. They must be looking if they can get these remaining wickets out for maybe another 40, 50. You're talking of a victory target in the vicinity of 180. But that is the man that need to get out. Alec Athanaze, he's really batted well. He's on 55 from just 54 deliveries, and it's been pure shots all around the wicket. He's played the extra cover drive, he's played the square cut, he's played the on drive, he's really batted well. Oh yeah, so as soon as I say that, he gets beaten with one that kept a little bit low, was pushed through. I think he... luckily it was just outside the line of the off stump. There was Pamal pushing that one through, and Athanaze was coming outside the line of the off stump, looking to play it somewhere through the offside. Kept a little bit low and beat him. Luckily for him, it was outside the line of the off stump. But one of the few occasions when Athanaze is beaten. Playing each ball on its merit. You can see him there just getting long forward. Pamal in his 7th over, 1 for 23. Picked up the wicket of Ryan John. Again, he's looking to back away. He's got to be careful. He's played that shot on a couple of occasions and he's timed it well. But when you're backing away to a ball turning into you, got to be careful. You can so easily play it onto your stumps. But he's got so much confidence in his ability. That's a good shot. That's a lovely shot. This time it was outside the off stump, and all he did was just caress it down to the third man position. Picks up 2 runs. So that one was outside the off stump. Didn't have to do much, and with that, he waited on it. And then at the last moment, just played that late dab. This is the period when he gets a little bit complacent. I think it's his 5th half century at regional level. And as I was saying before, he needs to carry on and get 3 figures. If you want to get into the international setup, you've got to be scoring hundreds at regional level. So there is a summary of the first 3 days so far. Windward Islands with 339, and Vidya's batsman McSween with 86. Then at 327, Singh with 93, Kimo Paul with 73. Of course, Athanaze got to 68 in that first innings. And Demba and Lewis with 4 wickets apiece. And the Windward Islands now on 119 for 6. Athanaze again with 57. Paul and Pestano, two wickets apiece. So they lead now 131. As Moti is going to continue, bowling to Larry Edward. Edward is on 1 from just having faced 3 deliveries. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot. He's driven it sweetly through the extra cover region. Moti giving it some air. Half volley wide of the off stump, and Larry Edwards showing that he's quite capable of playing that extra cover drive. He's batting at number 8, but very comfortable playing that extra cover drive. Gets it down to the boundary for 4. 123 for 6. Edward moves on to 5. Great conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Beautiful sunny afternoon. And we're seeing some good cricket. Moti with the quicker delivery. Not getting much turn. Pushing it through. Edwards in defense. That takes the outside edge. He's going to get a single because it's all along the ground going past Kimo Paul. at second slip. Sure, they're going to take out the second slip and the leg gully for Athenes. And they do that. There's only one slip now on the forward short leg. Man has gone right back to the point boundary, and then there's a deep mid wicket, a long on and a deep backward square, and a long off. So they feel well spread for Alec Athenes. Moti in his third over, none for 14. Rips this one backward of square. He's just going to pick up a single because it was hit too close to Pumal, sorry. And Pumal was moving swiftly to his right. So Athenes on to 58, 125 for 6. Still got 27.5 overs remaining in the day's play. That's a lot of overs. The end of the over from Moti, the end of his third over, none for 15. And Edwards battling along with Athenes. Athenes continues to look comfortable. Continues to score runs with consummate ease. He's on 58 from 61 deliveries. No doubt Pumal is going to continue. Operating from this, the Willie Rodriguez end. Seems that Chandapal has come off the field. And let's see who is on. Oh. Pumal is going to continue that first delivery. Athenes is looking to push it past the man at forward short leg. Oh, in the air. Oh, it's the end of Athenes. A delivery that was spinning into him. He's played it a little too early and he's hit it in the air. He stands up there in utter disappointment, utter disbelief, and that's the problem. He gets into the 50s, gets into the 60s and gets out. He's got to start to get over that barrier. It was a simple catch to Hetmeyer at mid-wicket. He played a little too early. A good delivery from Pumal just coming into him. Didn't have the pace and he pushed at it. And in so doing, he hit it in the air but straight to Hetmeyer. And he goes, it's now 125 for 7. And you would think that the Windward Islands, they need some more heroics from Preston McSween. So the end of a really good innings from Athenes. You can see him walking away really very dejected. And he ought to be, because he knows, again, he is more or less giving his wicket away. But at the end of the day, you have to say he's got a good game. 68 and then 58. If he can get some more good scores, certainly he will be addressing the selectors. But he's got to work on that mental attitude in terms of getting to half centuries. It's got to start to carry on. So the new batsman looks like Kenneth Demba. No Preston McSween yet. The man who batted at number 10 in the first innings and scored 86 put on a record partnership of 122 with Shimon Lewis. Lewis, who got to 30 not out, or 31 not out. I'm taking a run away from him. But 125 for 7. Guyana in charge. This is Demba facing his first delivery. Pitching outside the off stump. Slight amount of turn for Pomal. 19 overs left in the day's play. It's a lot for the Windward Islands to negotiate. Demba long forward. He was bowled by Moti in the first innings for just 6. It was Demba. It's been a good spell from Pomal. Getting onto that back foot, but a delivery from Pomal that just give him a little bit of air and turning away from the right-hander. It's got to be careful when they get onto that back foot. You've got to look at Pomal. He tends to bowl that arm bowl a little quicker and coming in with the arm. And we saw Ryan John in particular caught on the back foot. Ball hit him plumb in front of all 3 stumps. And he was making his way back to the pavilion. So Pomal getting the wicket of Athenes in both innings. Got him in the first innings playing that awful reverse sweep. Went LBW, and this innings he went caught by Hetmyer at mid-wicket. Played a little too early at the delivery. And the ball just went in the air to Hetmyer. Took a comfortable catch. Just falling away to his right. But there was always a Hetmyer's catch, and you look at him and you said, well, it's going to easily take that. Moti will continue. So they've relaxed the field slightly for Larry Edward. There's just one slip now. And there's that forward short leg. They've taken out the second slip. They've also taken out the leg gully. Hetmyer has now gone to a short fine leg. So what is going to be the approach of Edward and Demba? A little bit of consolidation, looking to work the ball around. If they get the bad ball, put it away. That must be the ploy at this point in time, because they've got to eke out every run they can. The lead is 137 at the moment. And for them to stand any chance, you think they've got to set the Guyana Harpy Eagles somewhere in the vicinity of 200 and hope that on the 4th day, which I doubt very much, that this pitch will wear and tear and maybe spin a little bit more, some balls will keep a little low. I don't get that impression, because it's still a very good pitch and it's still playing very well. Again, if you sit down and bat, you will score runs. Athenes showed the way. When you look at the other batsmen and their scores, you think that this was a different pitch that Athenes was playing on. Bishop 15, Devon Smith no score, Hodge 15, Kotoy 11, Dennis Smith 4, and Ryan John 11. when you take that, when you compare that to Athene's 58, you have to wonder, well, maybe it was a different pitch. Here is a change in the field. They've gone for a silly point now for Larry Edward. So he's got a silly point and a forward short leg. So two men just in front of the bat on the onside and on the offside. How will Edward deal with this? He started to come down the track, and Chandapal, who's at that silly point, started to back away. Started to say, listen, just don't play that ball square on the offside. Or if you're going to play it square, make sure it's very square. It's a good delivery, quicker delivery from Moti. And Edward just playing defensively forward, ball coming off a thicker outer part of the bat and rolling out to slip. So the end of the over from Moti, he's now bowled 4 overs, none for 15. It's 17 overs remaining in the day's play, but we're going to have a bit of a water break now. I'm sure the players, it's been a hot, sunny day here at the Queen's Park Oval, and I'm sure the players are going to warrant or be happy, I should say. We already have the Guyana team out in the field, and they've certainly been hard at work trying to get these wickets, so they will welcome the water break at the moment. So with the water break being taken, it's 125 for 7, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Edwards is on 6, Demba yet to get off the mark. The lead, the overall lead at this point in time is 137. Well, we're just getting ready to resume play here after the water break. It's going to be for Sami Pomal. He's going to continue. He's had 8 overs so far, 2 for 25. Bowling to the right-handed Kenneth Demba, who's yet to get off the mark. just faced 4 deliveries. That's a good looking shot. It's not going to get a run, but Pumal giving it some air and saying to Demba, well, let's see how good you are. And he was playing that all along the ground, didn't go for a big hit. That's a quicker delivery. And Demba saw it, got onto that back foot. But quicker delivery from Pumal. So he's mixing them up. And right away, Edward has gone down to have a word with him and obviously saying to him, listen, you've got to be careful getting onto that back foot. In the meantime, Pumal takes the bails off and appealing for a run out. Come on, Veerasamy, you should know better than that. The batsmen can talk to one another if they're not attempting a run. Don't know if you can remember video test match here with England and West Indies, and Kali Charan played down the last ball, and the umpires, he knew it was the last over. And he turned and walked off, and Tony Gregg took the bails off, and there was a near riot in the Oval, and Tony Gregg was the one, and I think it's umpire Douglas Sangyu. Yeah, he gave him out. He had no choice. He gave him out. But it was just not, when you're playing, and you don't expect that type of, you're a sportsman. And we talk about a gentleman's game and that kind of thing. And I don't know if Tony Gregg and the rest of the England team got threats, but they restored, they went back to the umpires and the West Indies team and said, that Kalishan can resume his innings.
Yeah, you see what happened was the next day there was a rest day, which modern fans might be surprised to know about that. There was a rest day, and then they resumed on Monday. And it was on the rest day that they had a press conference where the England team would have announced that they were going to allow him to continue. So when everybody came back on Monday, everything was fine.
Yeah.
And what was also important from the PR perspective, comes to an end here, was that immediately as play started, Greg and Kalicharan shook hands, and that just diffused the situation.
Well, yes, I think that because the New Trinidadians were famous for throwing bottles, so Tony Gregg, he was booed. He was. It was wonder they weren't lining up outside Hilton waiting on him.
Who knows? They might have been. Well, it used to be where the governor's mansion used to be in the colonial days, before the Hilton.
Yes.
There was a story with Dennis Lilly going up to the governor's mansion before, of course, the colonial days. During that time, he went up there. No, I think he went to the British Embassy, and the poor driver, who was frightened because he's going to that area, Lilly being Lilly, slammed the door, put his hands outside, and he told the driver, I think you run over the governor's dog, so you better get out of here quickly.
That's a good shot from Edwards, using his feet. Moti giving it some air. Edwards looks pretty comfortable at the moment. You tell me he's not a bad player. He's quite capable of holding his own.
Well, that's why he's in front of Preston McSween, who we were hoping to see.
126 for 7. Edward goes on to 7 with that single. Give him some air. Tell you, Vid, if you want to hear a lot of cricket stories, you need to sit down with Sir Wes Hall and Sir Garfield Sobers. I mean, incredible the kind of stories these guys have. They even spoke about when they were playing in the single there for Denver. So one more to the total. 127 for 7. And they talked about when they opposed each other, and Wes Hall was bowling really fast, and Gary Sobers came out to bat. And he was just running through I think he was playing for South Australia. I can't remember what Sobers was playing for. And Sobers just took him apart. And You know, he's, of course, up to today they talk about that. And Sir Gary would say, but you couldn't bowl. What a great pair of gentlemen those are, Gary Sobers and Sir Wes Hall and Sir Gary Sobers. Fantastic individuals, not just as cricketers. Oh, that's a good hit from Edward. That's gone straight. Looks to be gone all the way. Let's wait. Seemed to be just one bounce in front of the Brian Lara Pavilion. So Edwards going after Muti. Muti giving it some air, and Edwards said, thank you very much, and hit it high and hard for 4. So he goes into double figures. He's on 11, 131 for 7. But Queen's right.
South Australia
Was Gary Sobers. Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
So he's a great
Storyteller. Yeah, yeah.
He was telling the story one time, that Brian Lara would name his book in Sydney.
Oh,
After scoring. He said, but what was I supposed to do? I took my hat to give the home.
Yes, yes, I know. He said that.
May have a
But
further story to
but
tell you
but no. But he did. What I heard was that when he heard that Brian Lara named his daughter Sydney because he scored his first double hundred or his first Test 100 at Sydney, Westall, I heard Westall said, "What would have happened if he had scored it at Lahore?" That's the story I got. You know.
Well, you have a further chapter. I'll tell you about this in a minute, Colin.
Well, Pomal is going to continue, and it's bowling to the right-handed Demba. Demba is on 131 for 7. We have 15 overs remaining in the day's play, and hopefully we'll get through that quick if these two continue to bowl. Maybe in the next 45 minutes. Should go until maybe 5:15, 5:10. And just as I say that, they may very well bring on Kimo Paul and Clinton Pestano.
I think Westall heard news about Carlos Bradley.
Oh, yes.
Partner they've had their first daughter, and Carlos Bradley has named his daughter
Eden Rose, yeah.
Garden. Of course, after Eden Garden,
They saw the 4 sixes. Yeah.
Finals. So
Yeah.
Another cricketer is named one of their children after perhaps one of their most famous accomplishments.
That's right. Remember the name. I think Ian Bishop never lived that down, did he?
He was involved in another commentary gap the other day, but that one can't make the air.
Okay. Well, we won't go into that. But I remember, actually, everybody started to call Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name? That's a good delivery from Pomal spinning into the left-hander. Well, didn't really spin into him because he more or less pushed it through. It straightened. And Edwards was on the back foot. He's got to be careful. The thing was, I remember a lot of newspaper articles and things. When Carlos Brathwaite's name was mentioned, it was Carlos, remember the name, Brathwaite. And it's amazing how things catch on and these things stick with you. Runs here for Edwards. He's just going to get a single. That's a little too short. He's thinking of the second, but I wouldn't advise it. But a shortish delivery that he just got onto the back foot and worked it towards that square leg position. 133 for 7. Edward is on to 12. Brings Demba, the right-hander, back into strike. The lead now 145. Westall also gave a very famous story at a time when he had this long run. And in the old days, they didn't have the side screen weren't fixed. They were on wheels. So you had to roll it into position and things like that. And Westall was kicking off probably close to the side screen. And Bobby Simpson, the former great Australian opener and captain, was batting. And this is the end of the over from Pomal. 131 for 7. Edward is on 2. Demba is on 2, sorry. Edward is on 12. And he was pushing off from the side screen. And apparently, after very close to getting near to the umpire, Simpson backed away. So Westall walked all the way back to his bowling mark, turned again, came in, started to bowl, come in, and Bobby Simpson backed away again. And apparently Westall said something to the effect that if you back away again, I'm not going to bowl the ball, I'm going to throw it at you. Something to that effect. I can't remember the exact words. But you know, these stories these guys have, I mean, some you can't tell over the airways, but some of them are really great.
Sawan McGrath certainly can't go on the airways.
Yeah. Well, that's public knowledge. I mean, that is, but we've had some great ones. Actually, somebody sent me a whole list of what did I tell you? We would be 15 overs going on 45 minutes, and right away Kimo Paul is into the attack. Interesting move, because I thought could be because Moti was hit back overhead, but you know, I would have said give him another over and let Larry Edward try and do it again. But Kimo Paul is into the attack, and yeah, I think you need to get into the attack here.
Definitely will do that. Here's Paul. First delivery on the line of the stumps, and Kimo Paul, a bit surprisingly, back onto the attack. 2 slips and a gully in place. Of course, we have seen some of that sledging that Colin was talking about in this game. It's been a game that hasn't been played in a very good spirit. There have been a few incidents where players have tried to get in the mind of the other players. The umpires have stepped in very quickly, but it's an accepted part of the game to some degree. Sledging, as it's called. Went for the single, but he's been sent back here. And to tell you, that's a good decision, because Pamal hits the stumps from about 20 meters away. Good throw by Pamal. And tell you what, he didn't just hit the stumps, he hit the middle stump. So accurate throw there from Pamal. And sledging is just a part of the game. The Australians came up with the term. They said you're as subtle as a sledgehammer. That's where the name evolved from. Of course, they're also very good at it, the Australians. I think perhaps one of the best has been Shane Warne, who comes across. It just seems to come naturally to Shane Warne. Merv Hughes wasn't bad either, was he? Yeah, there was one famous one where Javed Miandad, the Pakistani batsman, apparently told him that he looked like a big fat bus conductor. And he got him out the next ball. He ran down to Javed and he said, well, tickets, please.
The other fantastic one was Viv Richards.
Greg Thomas. With Greg Thomas? Was that one?
And when he hooked him, the delivery before, he hit Viv Richards. And he said something to the effect, you didn't see that? Or
he said, what he said was, it's red, it's round.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's 5 ounces.
Yes, that's right. Oh, Vidya, you know it perfectly, man. And the next ball, he was carted out of the ground, and apparently Viv said,
well, you know what it looks like, go find it.
Yeah, something like
yeah.
But Viv Richards could have done that, you know. He was such a master blaster. I mean, what a fine player he was.
Well, Kimo Paul is a fine player himself, and he's testing away that batsman here. And there was another story attached to Viv Richards in a match in which Somerset were playing against Hampshire. Viv Richards was getting ready to face up to Malcolm Marshall, and he suddenly stopped and walked past Marshall and went towards the side screen. And everyone was a bit confused as they were wondering what he was doing. Apparently, he saw a man in the crowd reading a newspaper, and he went and he addressed the gentleman. At least this is the story as it was told. He said, well, Malcolm Marshall's bowling to Viv Richards and you're reading a newspaper? Come on, watch the game. Yeah, that would have been a fantastic contest, that. This has been a very good contest itself here. Guyana certainly in charge with this one. But, of course, the West Indies didn't do too much sledging in the 1980s, did they? As the over comes to net, 133 for 7. Other teams would mention that they just stare at you, which was even worse.
Yeah, but I can't remember again who it is, but one of the guys who were interviewed said the worst thing you do is to upset Viv Richards. You know, don't upset Viv Richards. And then you got the silent assassin who probably said nothing in Andy Roberts. You know, Andy Roberts was fearsome. He was one of my favorites, actually. Just looking at Andy Roberts charging in. And remember, there was Trinidad and Tobago had organized a youth tournament, not a tournament, but the Trinidad and Tobago schoolboys were going to Antigua to play a couple matches. And thankfully, I was out of the country and I missed that tour because there was one A.M.E. Roberts that came up against them. And he bowled a shortish bouncer. Well, he bowled a slow bouncer to one of the guys who will remain nameless. And he hooked him for 4 or 6. That was a bad move, bad move.
Bad mistake.
Because the next bouncer, he crashed into his jaw, and that was the end of him.
The ball just pulls out of it there. That one going on with the arm there from Pamal. And Andy Roberts certainly did have 2 bouncers. One was fast enough, but the other one was light speed. And certainly that would have caused many batsmen problems over the years. In fact, the invention of helmets and the first use of helmets at World Series cricket may have had a lot to do with that. David Hooks, who in his younger days had long blonde hair, was certainly very popular with the ladies in the cricket at that time. And Andy Roberts hit him on the jaw with one of those light speed bouncers and broke his jaw. And after that, the helmets came in very quickly after that.
Well, I mean, when you think back in the halcyon days of West Indies fast bowlers, the ICC kept changing the rules to counteract the West Indies bowlers. You know, 2 bouncers per over and things like that.
Oh, that one certainly climbed on him there. Didn't know too much about it. And the keeper has not been able to stop that one from going past him. And it has gone for, they've gotten 2.
He seemed to have got an edge.
Yeah, I think maybe the
That's
glove.
why.
Maybe
Or
the
the
glove.
glove? Yeah.
Just jumping over the keeper. But he really hasn't had the best of times behind the stumps here. Anthony Bramble. But he is under some pressure for his place from Tevin Imlach, the youngster, the 25-year-old, who many felt would have gotten the nod with the weight of runs also in the trials. Pamal looking for the wicket and should get a single here. I'll share with you one more Andy Roberts story because I know the fans just sort of like these stories. There was one where he was bowling to Ian Botham, and he bowled the first one, which was the slower bouncer, which Botham hooked away for 4. Then, of course, you knew the faster one was coming. And Botham said he could barely get through the shot. The ball actually hit his hand, and his hand hit him in the face. And it removed 2 of his teeth.
Oh my God.
That's how fast it was. And he said afterwards, in a quote that he said afterwards, he said, Andy Roberts performed dental surgery without using the recognized tools of the trade.
Andy Roberts was such a fine bowler, you know. And the thing was, you looked at his run-up. It wasn't long, it was just efficient, you know, just enough. But boy, that ball came through at a pretty torrid pace. But he was a very intelligent bowler as well. Yeah, Andy Roberts was certainly very intelligent in terms of how he used to think out the batsman.
Strong silent type he is. And another one of those is Virasamy Pamal. He ends his over 136 for 7. Demba is on 5. Larry Edwards on 12. And the current partnership up to 11. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes only 148 ahead here. What a massive turnaround. It is certainly moving day here in this West Indies Championship match. Windward Islands Volcanoes 339 as we mentioned, and Guyana Harpy Eagles 327. Windward's 136 for 7. This session has changed the entire complexion of this game.
Oh, it has. What do you reckon, Vidya? Another 50 runs for them to at least have something to bowl at?
Getting over 200 is a psychological thing, because any target under 200 is going to look very small. But once you get over that 200 mark, it does present a little bit of a challenge. You know, these smaller totals always present problems for teams.
Well, I think it's also, you know, into the fourth day. As I said, I don't think this pitch has deteriorated. I think it's still a good pitch for batting. You know, the Guyana team, they've bowled well. Sorry, they've bowled well and have picked up the wickets. Some not too good shots, some good deliveries. So it's not a devil in the pitch at all at this 136 for 7. But, you know, you never can tell. Another day of sun on that pitch. Maybe one or two will turn, you know, prodigiously. Maybe one or two will keep a little bit low. So, you know, it's 200, 225. If they can get there, it can be a very challenging total.
Certainly will be. So 50 runs at least they will need to get here if they are to get anywhere close to that setting Guyana that 200 mark. Kimo Paul will continue now. So far it's been a sensible approach from these two batsmen, Demba and Edward. And Edward did not have a great game with the bat in the first innings, of course, just out for 1. Demba was out for 6. So these two will try to make something out of their match here. Demba had a good bowling session, taking those wickets in the innings. Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's been a pulsating match, but Guyana well and truly on top now. But battling here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Also a good time to update you on what's happening around the region. So in terms of the Barbados game out at Kensington Oval, that one's also taken another twist here, because the Leeward Islands have recovered in their second innings after 172 for 9 in their first innings. Barbados 324. They've now batted 265 for 6. Hamilton 26 not out. Terence Ward is on 12 not out. Most of the runs coming from Devon Thomas, who's I believe has the first 100 of the season. 112 of 140 deliveries, 17 fours there for Devon Thomas. Congratulations to him. So in terms of the situation in that game, Leeward Islands now leading Barbados by 113 runs deep into the third day. That's going to be interesting also. They will be thinking about that 200 target also. And Colin across at Taruba, which is in South Trinidad here. Here's what has happened. And Jamaica have been bowled out again. And for the second time in 3 days, Jamaica bowled out. First for 141. They've now been bowled out for 212. And it apparently has just happened. 41 for Durval Green. And the top scorer, John Campbell, out for 45. Another defensive stroke here. So Jamaica, 353 runs in total. And Trinidad and Tobago, 273. So I make it that just a target of 100 plus for Trinidad and Tobago. So TNT will certainly be looking forward to that victory there tomorrow. Yeah, TNT just need 81 to win here. So that is a big result it will be for Trinidad and Tobago, and a good start for them in this series. And in terms of the wickets there, in case you're interested, 5 wickets for Anderson Phillip. That's an outstanding performance from the young fast bowler. 5 for 82. 2 wickets for Brian Charles. And 3 wickets for Imran Khan, the captain, who looks to preside over his first victory as TNT captain. Of course, these two sides will be looking very carefully at what's happening in the other games. Windward Islands Volcanoes as the over comes to an end here. At the end of it, 136 for 7. Windward Islands will be playing Trinidad and Tobago next. So they will be attempting to defy defeat here and fashion victory of their own. And when they do come up against Trinidad and Tobago at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they will come up against a very confident TNT Red Force team. So they will certainly want to get a good result out of this game. Guyana Harpy Eagles will stay right here at the Queen's Park Oval. They will take on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are in some trouble against Barbados. They will be coming across to TNT to play that game. And Jamaica Scorpions will be going across to Barbados. They will be playing at Kensington Oval against the defending champions Barbados Pride. That's what's happening in the second round next week. There will be a break, as we mentioned to you in this broadcast, until May, when the final 3 rounds will be played of the competition. No double round this time. COVID-19 restrictions, of course, would have forced that. And a 2-month break, just about a 2-month break or so between the matches. Well, the situation here is that the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 148 runs ahead. Just 3 wickets remaining. Partnership, a very small partnership, has developed. But these two, while they have kept the bowlers at bay, they're not getting a lot of runs here. And let's see how they will try to craft a 50-run partnership here. At least if we can prize out 50 more runs from these final 3 wickets, Windward Islands will have something to fight in this game. Virasamy Pamal, 11 overs, 2 for 30. Larry Edward, the left-hander, facing up to him. And they're applying the pressure. Forward short leg. There's a silly point now in place. And a slip. Comes down the track. Hits it past Pamal. That's 4. Powerfully hit. Using the aerial route. Pamal got the hands up, but that was too fast past him. I think by the time his hands got up, it was already gone. So I don't think we could even call that a chance. So Edwards coming down the track. 16 runs he is now, 28. Demba just having a quick word with him, congratulating him on the shot. The little left-hander now. See how he faces up to his fellow slow left-arm orthodox bowler. Oh, just short. Just short of the fieldsman there. And Chandrapal Hemraj thought he had it for a moment. Picked it up on the bounce. Very, very close Pamal to a 3rd wicket. Beats him outside the off stump, just making a little room. 11 overs still remaining in the day after this ball from Virasamy Pamal. So we're going a little bit late again today. Scheduled close was 5 o'clock. I think we might be going to 5:30, possibly even 5:45. Easy single this time. A lot of space on the offside for the batsman to exploit. If he can get it past the fielders. Of course, there's that silly point in place. There is that fielder at mid-off. So a lot of space on the offside. Now the field has changed over. So the 2 close-in fielders, there's also a slip in Leon Johnson. And are they going to apply some more pressure here? Now the fielder heading towards the leg side. Could be a mid-wicket in place here for Virasamy Pamal, who is turning it away from the right-handed Demba. Let's see what he does with Demba here. Pamal just going a little bit wider now, sparing it in. Trying to get the batsman to play, possibly get a feather and edge to the keeper. Maybe a healthier edge to first slip where Johnson's waiting. Well defended again. They'll end the over, and at the end of Veerasamy Pawal's 12th over, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 141 for 7. Eskimo Paul to continue, bowling his 10th over. 2 for 22 for Kemo Paul. 5 overs for Niall Smith, who bowled a very good over to get 1 wicket, and then he was wayward after that. Clinton Pestano took 2 wickets, 2 for 25 in his 6 overs. Veerasamy Pawal has bowled the most overs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 12 overs, 2 for 35. And Moti just bowled the 5 overs, none for 21. And he was hit for a big hit over his head and has been withdrawn from the attack, so he might return very soon. Outside of those 5 options for the Guyana team, also used in the first innings, Hemraj just bowled 2 overs. That was it really for him. And that was at a time when they were really struggling, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, to break that partnership between Maxwell and Lewis. But they were able to do that eventually. 4 wickets for Gudakesh Moti, 4 for 62. Thought we may have seen more of him, but there may be a change here at the northern end. Kemo Paul replaced him. As the light starts to fade just a little bit here. Cut away. That could go close to the boundary. In fact, no one's going to stop that. That is 4. Nice shot there by the left-handed Edward. He's up to 21 now. Certainly will do his confidence a lot of good. Lead up to 157 now. The partnership up to 20. Starting to blossom a bit here. And you feel that Johnson will have to do something at this point, because the closer they get to that 200 mark, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Well, there's a little conversation going on between Singh in fact, and the captain Johnson. They're having an animated conversation. That's beautifully driven, and this also will run away. Pestano's after it, but that's just to retrieve. Beautifully hit through the offside for 4 by Edward. Didn't see much of his batting in the first innings, but he's showing why he is coming in at number 8 here. And the Windward Islands, if anything we've learned from them in this game, they have batting all the way down to number 11. So this is not a foregone conclusion by any means here that Guyana will win this game. And certainly given that animated conversation we just saw in the slips there, certainly they're getting worried here, Guyana Harpy Eagles. In terms of what the thinking might be from Leon Johnson, he has Kemo Paul, who took 3 wickets in the first innings, 2 in the second. Niall Smith has not exactly covered himself in glory in this game. Clinton Pestano has taken 2 wickets, but he has conceded 25 runs in 6 overs. And he took off Moti earlier. A little bit of frustration creeping into Guyana's game, you suspect here, given the reaction from Kimo Paul in that last ball. 149 for 7 at the end of the over. Windward Islands Volcanoes lead by 161. Middle of the pitch, the two batsmen are talking. There's the scorecard. Bishop out for 15. Hodge for 15. 58 from Athenaeus, who was batting so beautifully and then was out to Pamal. 12 to Katoy, 4 to Smith, and 11 to Ryan John. Since then, Edwards 25, Demba 5. They've put on a partnership of 24. All of this very, very valuable indeed. The lead by 161. And there's the bowling figures. 2 wickets for Kimo Paul. Looked a little frustrated at the end of the last over. 2 wickets for Pestano and 2 wickets for Veerasamy Pamal, who continues now. Runs here for Demba. Should be 2. And very easily so. So Kenneth Demba, I think they would have, and the 150 is up now with that double. 150 up in the 39th over of the game for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So they have been scoring at a good clip, 4 runs and over. Problem for them, the wickets have been tumbling. 7 wickets down already. And the biggest partnership of the innings is not a very large one. 35. That was after the fall of Dennis Smith. That was between Ryan John and Athenaeus. So Larry Edward will be setting himself up here, thinking that if he can bat through until the end of the day, they can come back and fight it out tomorrow. Cuts that away. That's a nice shot. Knew the fielder was out of third man, and a delicate late cut here. And he has to pull it back. That looks like Kimo Paul. That's a good bit of fielding there. He saved a couple of runs here for his team. And you feel that this is going to be a close encounter. Remember, these two teams played to a tie, the only one in the history of regional cricket, just about 5 years ago. So a lot can happen here. Let's remind you that tie occurred December 10th, 2017. Guyana versus Windwards. Game played on that in that 2017-2018 season. Driven away. Spectators catch there. Nicely taken by Hetmeyer. Over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Windward Islands Volcanoes 153 for 7. They lead by 165. And this partnership starting to become a little bit ominous here in what might be a very, very interesting run chase tomorrow for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They need to break this partnership quickly. Well, a bit of a change and a surprise here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, because they've gone to the partnership breaker here, Tejan Chandapal. Now, he does bowl, from what I have heard, at least I've seen a little bit of it, he does bowl leg breaks. He's never taken a wicket in regional cricket. So they're turning to him here. It just does tell you a little bit about the state of the game here for Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're struggling to break this partnership. Tejan Chandapal, never taken a wicket. And in fact, he's only bowled 48 balls in his 43 first-class matches. So not a lot. And he's only bowled twice before in first-class cricket. So this is only his third at-bowl here in first-class cricket. And I'm told that he bowls some leg breaks. Let's see what happens here. Forward short leg in place. Very much a hesitating action. And his father also bowled a few leg breaks. And his father actually had 9 test wickets, 14 at ODI level, and 60 at first class. So don't sniff at the idea of another Chandapal bowling here. 56 Shiv Chandapal had at List A cricket also. So he did have over 100 wickets, 116 wickets Shiv Chandapal for Guyana. Nice stop there by Chandapal, diving across to his left. So they're looking for does he have the golden arm here? Seen that over the years. You've lasted through the top bowlers. Last thing you want to do is to get out to a part-timer, which is very much what Chandapal has done in his first-class career. West Indies used to use Wavell Hines at one time to bowl those partnership breakers. For Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they often turn to Jason Mohammed with his awkward-looking off breaks, and he's been quite successful with those. Denver's just turned that one away. So Chandapal has been brought out here to break this partnership. And not sure I like the thinking of Leon Johnson here. This reeks of desperation. And in fact, they're appealing for a stumping here. And it's been turned down by Joel Wilson. But he beat him outside the off stump. And thought he had his first-class wicket there, Tejan Chandapal. At the end of the over, 154 for 7. Denver's 9, Edwards 26. The lead is up to 166 here. Pamal looks like he's going to continue. Play was scheduled to have ended at 5 o'clock today, but still 7 overs to be bowled. Just to remind you that on the second day, there were several interruptions for rain, and 10 overs were lost during that period. So they have made up 3 overs, you can say, in a sense, during the day, but still 7 to go. So we're going into overtime here, so strap on. Let's see what happens here. 3 wickets. Windward Islands will certainly want to set themselves at target to bat out the day. And Edwards has batted well, 26 years. Denver has been a good foil for him. And it's, in a sense, it's similar to that partnership we saw from Max Sween and Lewis at the end of the first innings for Windwards. Of course, Edwards a lot less attacking than Max Sween. And don't forget, those two still to come in. They put on 124 in the first innings. Can they repeat the trick here? Edwards came down, but Pamal saw him coming and just dragged it a little bit shorter. Of course, bowlers with the experience of Pamal, they would, as they're coming into bowl, just keep an use their peripheral vision to keep an eye on the feet of the batsman. You learn that a lot more in limited overs cricket, where batsmen will use their feet a bit more. And once you commit to the ball that you're going to bowl, Pramal experienced enough just to change his length and put the batsman off. This field has been welded tight here. There's the forward short leg in place. There is a backward square leg. In fact, more like a fine leg, very square. And a mid-wicket in place. This one comes off the edge, and he's going to get runs here. Edward, just one. And the game just drifting a little bit here. Guyana started to wilt a little bit late in the evening on the first day. And we're seeing some signs of the game just drifting here. Leon Johnson just trying things. He's brought in Chanderpaul, a bowler who has only bowled twice before in first-class cricket. Certainly does seem to suggest that they're not too... Would get a run here. But not sure about the thinking here of Leon Johnson bringing in Chanderpaul. And just a little bit of drift here. And you wonder if when teams start to fade at the end of days, you're wondering if it is in fact a fitness issue. You know, you see it often in sports where teams fade at the end of matches and where mistakes are made. Wondering about that. Now, a lot of these teams, because of the COVID-19 restrictions, have not been able to play as much cricket as they have. They don't have the weight of the volume, if you want to put it that way, to use a sports term, of matches in the season. So not a lot of these guys maybe up to 100% fitness. Colin?
Yeah, it's certainly not. But, you know, you've got to prepare for this 4-day tournament. And if you're well prepared, part of that is your fitness. So it's not understandable if the guys are not fit.
Just a little speculation on my part in terms of just reading from the fact that Guyana, just towards the end of the evening, is seeming to not... I mean, they are human, of course.
Yeah, I tell you what, David, I've read some releases coming out of Guyana, and this team has been properly prepared. You know, they did a lot of fitness work. They did a lot of preparation for the tournament. So I'm not buying that they're not fit.
Yeah, certainly not. They wouldn't. Of course, they wouldn't have the volume of matches they would normally have at this time of the year, without their local seasons playing. Yeah. Players have not been playing that much cricket. There have been some trial matches, though.
Yeah, I think that this partnership, they've put on 30, but they've batted well.
Appeal here. Chanderpaul didn't look convinced. He's never taken a first-class wicket, so it would have been a good moment for him. This might surprise you, Colin. How many wickets would you estimate that Shivnarine Chanderpaul has taken for Guyana in first-class and list A cricket?
10.
116.
No, you're kidding me.
Yes, that's right.
No, you're kidding me.
60 in first class, 56.
60?
In first class, 56 in list A. Yes, Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
Well, okay. I know he used to bowl a little bit of a leg spinner. He was
well, at least a leg spinner's action. Yeah.
Well, he bowled leg spin, and but I didn't think he took all those wickets. But mind you, Shivnarine Chanderpaul has been playing since he's 10. So you know, I'm not surprised. On the one hand, I didn't think he would have taken that many, but now you tell me, and I think back, because his first class career spanned from when he was age 16, 17, and went on to close to 40.
Yeah, that's right. His first class debut came in 1991-1992 season, and his last first class match was in 2018. That was for Surrey.
So you're talking close to 20 years.
Yeah, in fact,
right?
A bit more than that.
More than that, yeah. Actually, 92, he said. Yeah. So, you know, and I didn't think of...
26 years, in
26 years, so yeah. So, you know, if how many wickets you said he had? 118 or something total?
116 for Guyana in first class and list A.
Wow. So he could have probably taken about four wickets a year. And he would have been okay.
He actually had 4 for 48 in one game, so not bad figures there for Shiv.
Pomal has bowled well. He's into his 15th over, but he's really tried. He's mixed up his deliveries. But Demba has faced, 43 deliveries for his 9. I think the old adage is if you stay there, runs will come. And the lead is now one. They're still not out of the woods because the lead is only 167. And even if these two add, say, another 10 runs before the close of play, because we've got, 4 overs left after this?
Edged and just short, it looks like, of Leon Johnson.
Well, are they claiming the catch? No, I don't think Johnson is claiming it.
Body language would suggest that he felt it would have dropped just short of him. And, but he got the edge there, Pomal. And just dying on Johnson there. But he's taken some very good catches in this game.
Yeah, for sure. But, I was making the point that, even if they had another 10 runs, you're talking an overall lead of 177. And don't forget, 7 wickets are down. They just need another 3. If they can get that tomorrow, that's presuming that these two remain here this afternoon, and they can pick up these 3 wickets within the first 45 minutes, then the target of, say, 175, 180 should be very much gettable.
Over comes to an end, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 155 for 7 at the end of it. So we have, in terms of overs remaining, well, I make it 4. The scoreboard actually says 4.4.
I don't know where they got the 0.4 from.
Not sure where that came from, but
it's going down. It's going down. It's gone to 4.3 now.
So
hopefully it will go to 4.0.
It's like watching those stats where they say 1.3 babies are born a year in this county. What's the 0.3 of a baby?
It's now gone to 4.
Chandapal continues here.
It's interesting, the move to put Chandapal on. He's bowled 2 overs for just 1 run. But is it a situation where the batsman may just get a little bit complacent?
Maybe that might be the thinking. Just they might want to chance their arm against the part-time bowler. But they haven't done anything untowards. No shots in anger just yet.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Moti is not into the attack. I thought Moti would have come back into the attack, especially from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
He's just on the field, Moti, at the backward square leg position. He's not even warming up, so that should tell you that they're not even bringing him on at the moment. Of course, some bowlers have a way of trying to influence their captain. They do all sorts of calisthenics to just attract the attention of the captain.
I think Moti, he got, 3 wickets in the first innings. So I would have thought he would be utilized a lot more in this second innings.
Moti, in fact, was the best bowler for Guyana. Took 4 for 62.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, he got 4. And Pomal 3, Paul 3. So I would have thought he would have been utilized more in this innings. Moti. Denver is quite content just to play out time. He's just quite content to keep his wicket intact. Because you look at 9 runs from 50 deliveries. He's just quite contented to stay there, use up some time. But he's got to also score runs because the lead is only 168. And surely if the Guyana team can dismiss the Volcanoes, say, for an additional 20, 25 runs, 193 is pretty much gettable if they have enough time.
Yeah, certainly. And they'll be looking to bat as long as they can here to at least bat themselves into a position where they can't lose the game. Difficult to see that happening now because advantage Guyana right now.
You see, Vidya, they need to also score runs because it's one thing with just the time, but they need some runs as well to back the time spent at the crease.
Yeah, the one turning into the batsman, the left-hander. Pumal continuing round the wicket to the left-hander.
When your boy comes in, he'll up the scoring
Oh,
rate.
he certainly will. Preston Maxwell, 86 in the first innings. Yeah, he's going to turn this game around here, I'm sure. Can lightning strike twice? That's the thing. You know, it's a saying that lightning does not strike twice. That's just a saying. But I saw a stat that lightning has struck the top of the Empire State Building over 100 times. So it does strike twice.
Well, you're obviously telling me that's not a safe place to go as well.
Certainly.
I remember going to New York and loads of people were just lining up to go to the top of the Empire State Building. And I said, no, I'm afraid of heights.
And lightning storms.
That's right.
The sun is back out in all its glory now, and the shadows have lengthened across the ground, as you can see. Guyana have tried to take this wicket. The partnership now up to 31. These two between them have batted make that 103 deliveries. So they have occupied a lot of time here. We thought about driving at that one there, just for last moment, just defending. And
that's 17 overs, huh? When
that's
you
right.
think about it. It's a lot of overs.
Pumal will bowl this over. He will finish off this over. He also may bowl the last over, what should be the last over of the day. And I suspect that Chanderpaul will bowl the over in between here. Can Guyana can the Guyana Harpy Eagles take a wicket here in this time?
What is also interesting, Vidya, is that Moti was the one who got both these batsmen out. And I believe in things like that, you know, because it plays on a batsman's mind. If you get him out in the first innings and you come back on to bowl in the second innings, he's going to say, well, this guy got me out in the first innings. I got to be either extra careful, and it plays on your mind. Moti, I don't think, has bowled to either of these. He bowled to Edwards, I think, very early on. And Edwards played one shot that hit him back overhead, and I don't think he's come back into the attack since then.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't. 156 for 7 at the end of the over. 2 overs remaining in the day's play here. And what are they going to do? Have they brought back Smith now? It looks like Smith who's going to be bowling here. Well, the sun has come back very brightly, so the lighting has improved.
Yeah,
so Smith is back.
Give the quickie a bowl now.
Yeah. And Smith has not had a good time since that first over that he bowled. And he's only bowled, I'll tell you, 5 overs, 1 for 35. And conceded quite a few boundaries in 1 over. He was roughly treated early on, but let's see what he has to offer here.
So the partnership, just going back to the amount of time they've utilized, the actual partnership have spanned over 100 balls. So that's well over an hour.
Yeah, they certainly have occupied the crease here, which was important for the Windward Islands because they needed to thwart this Guyana Harpy Eagles drive because they were starting to cut through that soft underbelly that we saw in this team in the first innings. Because wickets had fallen at 112 and 125. In the first innings, the wickets fell at 190, 190, 195, 201, 213, 215, and 215. So they're trying to blunt that in a way.
Smith is back into the attack, and that first delivery, another wayward one. I think he tries to bowl a little bit too quickly. And because of that, his line is not all that good. I think he just needs to get that line first before he tries to bowl a little bit quicker. must admit, I saw him a couple of years ago, right here at the Oval, and he looked a much better bowler than now. You know, he was sharp, he was more or less consistent with his line and length. But I must say, I'm a little disappointed looking at him now, because to me, he's far too inconsistent with his line and length.
He's heading back to the top of his mark now, and maybe just trying. You really need to get into your rhythm in these early deliveries of your first over back. And he's just trying to go from 0 to 5 in a very quick time.
Wonder if he drives a Mercedes-Benz.
Maybe one of those very fast cars that can go through the gears quickly. But he may not be one of those cars. He needs to get into gear, get into first gear first.
He needs to get into first gear, into second, into third, and then hopefully into fourth. But he's been brought back into the attack to put some pressure on Denver, and all three deliveries have been wide of the off stump, and Denver hasn't had to play at one. That's not good ball. That's not what Leon Johnson would have wanted. That's better.
Well, if there's one way this partnership has not dented Guyana's confidence a lot. Yes, they haven't been able to take a wicket in about 16 overs or so. The other thing is it hasn't cost them a lot because they have only added 31 runs. So Guyana may not too worried about it.
Well, the thing is, they're going to have to come back tomorrow and really attack these two batsmen from ball one. As we said, the good thing is the lead is only 168. So that if they can attack the last three batsmen, get them out cheaply. Get them out cheaply, say for an addition of 20 runs. You're talking 188, 190 to get. And the time wouldn't be an issue, especially if they get the 3 wickets within the first hour.
That sounds great. But remember, after the first day, they were not able to do that. They weren't able to break that partnership that emerged between McSween and Lewis. So that'll certainly be at the back of Leon Johnson's mind also. They will want to correct what they got wrong in that on that first day into the second day.
But the big difference is that the bowlers will be coming out fresh if they pick up an early wicket. So a maiden over from Smith. At least he got the last 3 balls on target. Yeah, so it's a situation where they've got to try and pick up an early wicket so that by the time the McSweens and the Lewises of this world come into bat, they're still fresh. I think what transpired, not only it was mid-afternoon, and I'm not suggesting for one moment the bowlers were tired. I thought a little bit of complacency crept into their game, and McSween just took the attack to them. And certainly he rode his luck at times. As they say, fortune favors the brave. I know you think Hetmai is going to come to bowl. No. I mean, I don't think
it hasn't become that desperate, has it?
No, I don't think it's that desperate at the moment.
He has bowled a bit, Hetmai.
You're going to tell me how many first-class wickets he's got?
None. As much as Tage. Narayan Chanderpaul, these two have never taken wickets. And as Vishal Singh and he's also bowled, and Leon Johnson, they've bowled in first-class cricket but never taken wickets.
Now this is the final over of the day. And it's a situation where Edwards is just going to have to play out the 6 deliveries from Purmall. Pity they can't put some added pressure on him. I would put a silly mid on as well. Just for the pressure issue rather than trying to think that he will hit the ball there.
Of course, maybe a skipper like Karen Pollard would have put somebody there. He would have put himself there. He would be chatting away with the batsman, encouraging him to hit the ball into the northern range behind the stands here. He would probably tell him, you see that top of that that commentary box? Why don't you see if you can hit it up to the commentators? Not sure if you ever seen one of those, Colin, but I have seen one of those.
What's that?
One hit up into
here?
the area here. A fellow called Mahendra Singh Dhoni
Oh.
Hit one up here. The India needed 16 off the last over. First delivery, straight up here. He almost hit Jeffrey Dujon, who was sitting outside.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't know if I should have been here. I can't recall it.
Yeah, Celcon Mobile Series all the way back in 2014, 2013, around there. Driven away, and he's going to get one.
Maybe I wasn't selected on the team at the time, but I remember the innings. I remember Dhoni actually coming to the crease and dominating, and from what looked like a losing position, actually won the game for India.
And he ended it in style too. Got a 6 off the first ball, 4 off the next ball, missed the third one, and then a 6 to end it off.
Yeah.
No problem at all for Dhoni.
A fine player was Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Still playing, still active, but certainly not. People still expect the heroics from him.
Yeah, he'll play for Chennai until he's 50. Who knows? Anyway, we're just about the end of play here. 3 deliveries are counting to go here. And here is Permaul. Well, you ask for more fielders. There's a second slip in place. There's a leg gully in place. More like a leg slip.
Well, it's going to be interesting where this player, he's gone across the forward short leg. I wonder if the batsman would object to that shadow right across the pitch.
Yeah, I think that's why they may not have thought about it. But if he moves, it could be distracting. Yeah, there is a long shadow across the pitch.
Denver probably doesn't know about things like that, but I know, when you have a shadow like that right across the pitch, the batsman immediately objects and says,
he's just saying, that doesn't bother me.
I'm good. I've got enough form.
That's one ball.
Hetmeyer is now going into a silly point position. So they're saying, well, last ball, are you going to block it as well? Hetmeyer obviously has a word with him.
Yeah, he's
I
just
think
telling him.
He's probably said, don't hit me.
Yeah, please don't hit me. And the batsman doing the right thing, just marking out his guard once again. 1 ball to go. And he says, I'm just going to block this one and head back to the pavilion and do my hydro up in the Hilton, and I'll be fine for tomorrow. Let's see what happens. Well, he doesn't play again. He doesn't play that one, and that it should be play for the day here. Joel Wilson is looking at his watch. He has his hands on the bails, and they come off, and that is play for the day. Windward Islands Volcanoes. What a topsy-turvy day. The day started with the Windward Islands Volcanoes in charge. Guyana started at 181 for 5, Singh on 40, Paul on 20. A partnership that was 40 at the time blossomed to 146, Colin, and that was the turning point in this game.
Certainly was the turning point, and 327, I think Guyana couldn't ask for more than that. And when I say they couldn't ask for more than that, where they were at one stage, and 327 was a certain bonus, and Vishal Singh with 93 was excellent. Kimo Paul batted well for his 73, and then all of a sudden the Windward Islands found themselves in trouble outside of Athenes, who again batted well with that 58. He's such a good player. What I would like to see of him, though, is needs to carry on and get to 3 figures. But at 157 for 7, you still have to think that this game is slightly in the favor of Guyana, because the overall lead is now 169. So the first hour tomorrow is going to be very, very important. If the Windward Islands cannot survive that first hour, you would think that the target would be just under 200, and there would be enough time for the Guyana batsmen to get that score.
Psychological barrier, 31 runs to get to that 200 to set Guyana. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow. So there you have it, this West Indies Championship match between Windward Islands Volcanoes and Guyana. Guyana taking the initiative on moving day. We hope that you will join us for the 4th day. The news is that the Windward Islands Volcanoes lead the Guyana Harpy Eagles by 169 runs. It's a full day to play, and they are against it here as they go into the 4th day. On behalf of Colin Murray and the rest of the crew here at the Queen's Park Oval, I'm Vidya Ramphel saying bye for now. Join us tomorrow morning at 10 for continued coverage.